Rise of the European Emperor by Taishan Laonyo.
Chapter 13:11 The king returns, morale high. Throwing himself into Marin's arms, little Caesar finally couldn't help crying. After all, he has been under too much pressure in the past few months. Being bullied by 8 vassal states and facing the crisis of national destruction, how can he not be anxious? After seeing Marin appear, Caesar finally unloaded the burden on his shoulders. Because Marin can bear this burden better than him. And looking at Caesar crying in his arms, Marin felt very guilty. After all, it was he who deliberately concealed the news that put such great pressure on Caesar, who was only 10 years old. However, he did not intend to reveal these. Otherwise, Caesar, who is still immature in mind, will easily collapse when he learns the truth. It is true that parents can tell white lies for their children, but it is not good if they let their children know that it is a lie too early. Because this will make children lose trust in their parents. Marin touched Caesar's head lovingly and comforted him, "Baby, don't cry. Dad is back, everything will be fine." But unexpectedly, as soon as Marin finished speaking, Caesar got out of his arms unwillingly and protested, "Can you stop calling me baby? I'm 10 years old and a man. Also, don't touch my head." Marin was stunned for a moment, a 10-year-old man. But soon, he laughed, "Yes, my Caesar has grown up and is a man." Then, Marin suddenly became serious and stretched out his hand and said, "Mr. Caesar Hoffman, I am Marin Hoffman, nice to meet you." That look seemed to be an equal with Caesar. People around him found it funny. You know, in this era, whether in the East or the West, fathers would not respect their 10-year-old sons so much, and would only treat them as little kids. And Marin is a modern soul and knows how to respect children better. So, he pretended to shake hands with Caesar, as if treating Caesar as an adult. However, the young Caesar, who thought he was mature, was very fond of this. No wonder people in later generations are also like this. The little brat pretended to be mature, while the middle-aged people liked to pretend to be young. Marin's teasing immediately diverted Caesar, who was originally in a state of emotional ups and downs. Then, the two Mr. Hoffman, one big and one small, held each other's hands and got into the car together. As for Angela, she smiled at the father and son who were playing funny, and got into the car behind them. She didn't see her husband's excitement. After all, she had been with her husband every night through the secret passage before. After getting in the car, Marin said to Caesar seriously, "From now on, you are Mr. Hoffman, do you understand?" But Caesar frowned and said, "I am Mr. Hoffman, and you are Mr. Hoffman." "No, what should I call my grandfather?" "Old Mr. Hoffman." Marin laughed happily, "Well, Old Hoffman is your grandfather, and your father is not old, so let's call him Big Hoffman." But Caesar still shook his head, "No, generally speaking, the size is for brothers, not father and son." Marin and Angela looked at each other in surprise. Why is this child so serious? Typical Germans in later generations, serious and rigid. "Okay, I will call you His Highness Caesar from now on, how about it?" Marin was defeated. "Well, that's the only way, Your Highness Marin." In German, the Grand Duke is also considered His Highness. After all, the Grand Duchy of the North Sea still belongs to the German princes and cannot be considered an independent monarch, so it is not enough to call His Majesty, but His Highness. Looking at Caesar's serious look, Marin's mentality almost collapsed. "This brat wants to be on an equal footing with me. Not cute at all, it seems that I should give birth to a cuter one." When the convoy arrived outside the city of Auric along the cement road, a huge cheer rang out in the city of Auric. "The Grand Duke is back. The Grand Duke is back. The North Sea Kingdom is saved." The residents of Auric all showed ecstatic expressions, much more enthusiastic than the city of Emden. After all, Auric is the base camp of the Bloch family and the Hoffman family, and most of the residents are the most staunch supporters of the Hoffman family. Even more fanatical than the citizens of Auric are the soldiers of the 1st and 2nd Legions. They are basically the diehards who have followed Marin since he started his career, and coupled with the usual brainwashing of Bishop Taylor's disciples, their worship of Marin is almost fanatical. Many soldiers saw Marin, just like the people of North Bang saw the Jean family, their faces were full of enthusiasm. In addition to enthusiasm, all the soldiers of the 1st and 2nd Corps had another idea in their hearts with Marin: they would win. After all, as a soldier, you always have to fight the enemy. But if you follow a powerful commander, the possibility of victory is much greater. At the same time, the chance of survival is also greater. After winning the battle, not only is there a greater chance of survival, but you can also get rich through military exploits. Therefore, the soldiers of the 1st and 2nd Corps were much more excited than the people of Auric after seeing Marin. Wansheng. Wansheng. Invincible. The soldiers shouted excitedly in unison, as if the battle was already doomed. Of course, they were right to think so. Marin's return means that he is about to win. Marin can't chill the hearts of the people and soldiers, so he stood by the driver's seat of the carriage and waved to everyone. As for worrying about assassination, there is no need. Because Marin came back so suddenly that even if the enemy wanted to send out assassins, it would be too late. Moreover, Marin was wearing a plate armor chest and a plate armor head. Ordinary arrows were ineffective, and Marin had strict control over muskets, so ordinary people could not bring muskets into Auric. Therefore, he was relieved and bold to interact with the masses and soldiers like a star in later generations, and he just said, "I love you." After lunch, Marin personally went up to the gate tower of the main gate of the palace and gave a speech to the people and soldiers in the square at the main gate of the palace with a soil trumpet. Marin first admitted that his recklessness in traveling across the ocean had caused serious difficulties for the North Sea Kingdom. But he then pointed out that the king, the Lord of Destiny, had returned, and as a person favored by God, Marin once had the title of God's favor, he would definitely lead the people of the North Sea Kingdom to defeat any enemy and protect everyone's happiness. The earthen trumpet is just an earthen trumpet, and the effect is not very good, not as good as the loudspeaker that sells rat poison in later generations. But this is not the era when people are used to listening to politicians' speeches. Therefore, the citizens and soldiers of Auric kept cheering for Marin's bland speech, causing Marin's voice to be covered by the cheers many times, and he had to stop and wait for the cheers to end before continuing his speech. After Marin finished his speech, the enthusiasm of the people and soldiers of Auric ignited the whole city, and the excited shouts of the people and soldiers were everywhere, "The king has returned, and the North Sea Kingdom will win. The king has returned, and the North Sea Kingdom will win." For a moment, the morale of the two armies of Auric was high, and it instantly reached its peak. The army was ready to fight. Chapter 13:12, Go All In. Although morale was high, Marin did not immediately take 2 legions to fight the coalition forces of the 8 countries. Because, with a large difference in the number of people, even if the North Sea army can defeat the opponent, it cannot completely annihilate it. After all, if there is a shortage of manpower, if the enemy wants to escape, there is no time to stop it. And this time, Marin did not just want to defeat the enemy, but wanted to annihilate it. But on the North German plain, if you want to annihilate the opponent, you must have enough manpower to encircle the opponent's scattered troops. Therefore, Marin temporarily endured and did not immediately march into Oldenburg, but waited for the opportunity first. In addition, the coalition forces of the 8 countries have not yet broken through the city of Oldenburg. If the Italian mercenaries come through, wouldn't Marin have to give the property worth 2 million gold coins in the city of Oldenburg to the Italians as agreed? This is a loss-making business. Therefore, Marin must wait for the Italians to be defeated first. Of course, he did not do nothing, but posted a notice with great fanfare, requiring Steindorf and Wagner, the 2 commanders of the 3rd and 2nd Corps, to return to the North Sea Kingdom immediately and return to the establishment. As for their previous, disobedient, behavior, they can be forgiven. In fact, this is Marin's excuse for the 3rd Corps to go south reasonably. After all, the 3rd Corps has rebelled on the surface. At this time, if you want to mobilize the 3rd Corps, you must go through a process and pretend to be seen by the outside world. In addition, Marin's move is also to stimulate the coalition forces of the 8 kingdoms to give it a final try and take down the city of Oldenburg as soon as possible. Marin's pardon of the rebellious 2nd and 3rd Corps before is actually an attitude: I am not enough manpower now, and I have no confidence. This will also give the princes of the 8 kingdoms an illusion. It turns out that Marin has no confidence in defeating us. With such an illusion, the coalition forces of the 8 kingdoms will not easily withdraw. At least, we have to wait until the huge amount of property in the city of Oldenburg is taken down. And Marin, in fact, is most afraid that these people will lose their courage, take the initiative to retreat, and then defend the city. It is certain that the combat effectiveness of the North Sea army exceeds that of the 8-nation alliance, but if the opponent defends the fortified city, then the difference in combat effectiveness will be further narrowed. Because the enemy can rely on the city wall to reduce this difference. Therefore, what Marin has to do now is to try to keep the opponent, and don't let them be scared to escape and defend the fortified city. Sure enough, when the news that Marin came back alive reached the camp of the 8-nation alliance outside the city of Oldenburg, the faces of several weak princes changed. Even the 2 dukes Henry and the strategist Count Charles of Gelden were also frowning. But the news that came next made Count Charles of Gelden happy. It seems that Marin is not confident either. Unconfident? Several weak princes looked over, full of questions. Count Charles of Gelden explained, even if Marin is good at fighting, the gap in strength cannot be made up. You see, now the North Sea Kingdom only has one First Legion with good combat effectiveness. But the First Legion has only 10,000 people. We can definitely hold them back by sending 20,000 people. Even if we can't win, we won't fail. As for the newly formed Second Legion, it is purely a group of recruits, not better than ours. Maybe they can be trained in the future. But now, those recruits are definitely not good enough. So, Marin is not confident. He needs to win over the original Second and Third Legions to help him fight. Otherwise, he has no confidence to defeat us. After listening to Count Charles's explanation, the faces of the two dukes Henry suddenly looked much better. Even the worries of several other weak princes were reduced a lot. But they didn't know that Marin deliberately let them think so. We still can't lower our vigilance. I'm afraid that Marin will come up with some conspiracy. Henry, Duke of Brunswick-Lüneburg, said cautiously. Count Charlie of Gelden said confidently, Marin's conspiracy is nothing more than night attacks and ambushes. As long as we strengthen our vigilance at night and take countermeasures against night attacks. At the same time, if we don't chase casually, basically nothing serious will happen. After a pause, Charlie continued, I heard that the North Sea Army will specially arrange Alsatian wolfhounds, German shepherds, to guard the night. Dogs have a much better hearing than humans. If the enemy attacks during the night, it is easy to be discovered. For this reason, our Gelden army specially went to Alsace to introduce a batch of wolfhounds and train them as night watch dogs. With the help of these night watch dogs, the enemy wants to attack us, then every door. The other 7 princes heard this and looked at Charlie in surprise. But thinking that this guy is really capable, it's not surprising. You know, Charlie used to be a duke, a big guy who could beat the Duchy of Saxony. If the North Sea Kingdom hadn't sent troops to help the Duchy of Clever, Count Charlie would still be a powerful duke. Several princes thought about it and found that many of the victories of the North Sea Army were achieved through night raids and ambushes. As for the frontal combat power, although there was a feat of defeating the 60,000-strong Boza coalition with 40,000 troops, the difference in strength was not that big. But now, the North Sea Kingdom only has one combat-capable legion left. Facing more than 40,000 enemy troops, it is indeed incapable. No wonder he wants to recall the 2 rebellious legions before. We must not let him successfully recall those 2 legions. Henry, Duke of Brunswick-Wolfenbüttel, said seriously. Then how can we stop him from recalling those 2 legions, asked Simon V, Count of Lippe. Count Charles of Gelden thought about it and said, let's bribe. Even if it costs a lot, it is worth it if we can prevent the 2 veteran legions from returning. Bribe, it will cost a lot of money, right? Antonios, Count of Ravensburg and Count of Schaumburg, said reluctantly. The other people also looked unhappy. After all, everyone is happy to get money. But if they have to take money out, they will not feel good. Count Charles of Gelden can understand their thoughts, so he said with a smile, everyone, have you forgotten the property worth 2 million gold coins in Oldenburg? As long as we take Oldenburg, 2 million is not enough for bribes. Even if we take out half of it, it is enough for bribes. But the petty Count John I of Rietberg said, 1 million, isn't it a bit too much? You know, his brother Bishop Conrad bought territories from these princes, but it only cost 400,000 gold coins, which is already a lot of money. A lot. Lord John, you have to understand that if Marin successfully recalls the 2 legions and defeats us, we may even lose our homeland. By then, we will have nothing. So, it is worth spending more money at this time. If the 2 legions do not return to Marin, it will be difficult for us to fail. Compared with our future and destiny, what is some money? Count Charles said angrily. Several princes were silent. They also knew that what Count Charles said was indeed very reasonable. Duke Henry of Brunswick-Wolfenbüttel thought for a while and said, okay, it's settled. We will send people to bribe the 2 legion commanders. As long as they promise not to send troops to help Marin, we will give them 500,000 gold coins each. But first, we have to conquer Oldenburg. Otherwise, where can we get the 1 million gold coins? So, everyone, fight. Within 2 days, we must take Oldenburg. When the 8 princes heard this, they all stood up solemnly, expressing their willingness to fight. Obviously, the current situation is critical. If they don't fight, they may lose everything. Therefore, they have to go all out, let go and fight and take Oldenburg first. Chapter 1313, The Fall of Oldenburg. We divide the army into 2 groups and take turns to attack the city, day and night. Our army can take turns to rest, while the Italians in the city have no chance to rest. I think that in less than 2 days, the other side will be unable to hold on. Count Charles of Gelden made a suggestion. This is a good idea. The other princes immediately agreed after hearing it. In fact, in order to come up with a good strategy, Count Charles of Gelden also thought about it for a long time. In the end, he thought, since we have so many soldiers, why not make good use of this advantage? More than 40,000 people fighting 10,000 people already have a numerical advantage. When attacking the city, it is completely unnecessary for 40,000 people to act together. If the attack is divided into groups, the Italian mercenaries defending the city can be exhausted. Especially the night attack, which can prevent the Italian mercenaries in the city from getting a good rest, making the other side extremely tired. 1 or 2 days is no problem, but more than 2 days, people will definitely not be able to bear it. For this reason, the 8 princes made a decision after careful discussion. More than 40,000 people were divided into 2 groups, each with about 20,000 people. Among them, the elite troops were responsible for the daytime attack. The second-line troops, mainly conscripts, were responsible for the night siege and disturbing the other side's rest. In order to achieve this goal, the coalition built a new camp 2 kilometers away from the camp outside the city. After the elite troops completed the siege mission during the day, they went to the new camp 2 kilometers away at night to rest to avoid being disturbed by the night siege. Similarly, after the night siege mission was completed, the second-line troops would go to the new camp 2 kilometers away during the day to sleep during the day to replenish their physical strength. After the arrangements were made, the coalition forces of the 8 kingdoms began the rotation siege battle. In fact, Marin knew how to deal with such means, that is, to divide the city guarding troops into 2 groups, 1 group guarding the city during the day and 1 group guarding the city at night. As for the rest time, afraid of being disturbed by the sound of the siege? This is very simple, just stuff cotton in your ears. But this kind of common-sense coping method in China has never been seen by Europeans. Therefore, the Italian mercenaries guarding the city of Oldenburg were recruited. Because they did not know how to rest in batches and stuff their ears with something to sleep, the Italian mercenaries had to insist on guarding the city with fatigue. Many soldiers even brought their bedding to the city wall, seizing every opportunity to take a nap. However, facing the 24-hour harassment of the coalition forces of the 8-nation alliance, even if the Italian mercenaries brought their bedding to the city wall, they had no chance to rest. Just when the coalition forces of the 8-nation alliance and the Italian mercenaries were fighting day and night in the city of Oldenburg, Marin also received news that the 8-nation alliance had sent envoys to contact the 2nd and 3rd legions. However, the envoys sent to the 3rd legion were taken to Steindorf, but the envoys sent to the Jutland Peninsula were intercepted by the Cossack cavalry. After all, Alsace left 2,000 Cossack cavalry in the province of Schleswig and blocked all roads. The envoys sent to the Jutland region were intercepted by these Cossacks. "My lord, how should we deal with it?" Kohler asked. Marin tapped the table with his fingers, thought for a while, and said, "Tell Steindorf to treat the envoy well. Then, try to delay the other party and don't rush to respond. At the same time, let him tell the other party that he will not agree without seeing the cash. At the same time, put on an attitude of being ready to go south at any time." "You mean, let Steindorf pretend to agree?" "Yes, if Steindorf doesn't pretend to agree, they will probably be scared away. It will be difficult to wipe them out." Marin nodded. "What about Commander Wagner? The 2nd Legion has been transported to the mainland. What if the envoy they sent can't be found?" Kohler asked again. "That's a problem. If the enemy envoy can't find the 2nd Legion, he will definitely be suspicious." Marin fell into deep thought. After a while, Marin made a decision. The fleet that transported the remaining 5,000 soldiers of the 2nd Legion to the mainland hasn't left yet, right? After getting Kohler's affirmative answer, Marin continued, "Let the fleet transport 5,000 newly formed soldiers of the 2nd Legion to disguise the 2nd Legion. At the same time, Wagner will take a few backbones of the 2nd Legion back to the Jutland Peninsula to deal with the envoys of the 8-nation alliance." "But it's too late. My lord, the speed of the fleet is not as fast as the speed of running horses on land. What if the enemy envoy goes to Jutland before the fleet arrives and doesn't see the 2nd Legion?" Kohler said with a bitter face. Marin waved his hand. "That's not a problem. Weren't the 3 groups of envoys sent by the 8 princes to find the 2nd Legion intercepted by the Cossacks? After our fleet sets out, you send someone to notify the Cossacks to release those envoys. At the same time, tell those envoys that the land route to Jutland is blocked. By then, the 8 princes will definitely send another envoy to find Wagner by sea. It's not fast for them to go by sea either. When they arrive in Jutland, Wagner will be waiting there with 5,000 new soldiers. Moreover, what the 8 princes really care about is Steindorf's 3rd Army in Schleswig province. Because the 3rd Army is the fastest to go south and is most likely to threaten the coalition of the 8 princes. As for the second army, the 8 princes don't really care about it. Because there is a third army between the second army and the coalition of the 8 princes. Without knowing that we have a large fleet to transport the second army, the 8 princes will not pay so much attention to the second army's wooing. Kohler nodded and quickly did things according to Marin's arrangement. And Steindorf, after receiving the order, immediately put on a greedy face, saying that he would agree not to interfere only after getting the money, and on the other hand, he also put on a gesture of going south to defend the king. But that gesture, no matter how you look at it, it looks like taking the opportunity to blackmail. What? That Steindorf wants to increase the price? 500,000 gold coins are not enough, and he wants 700,000. Why doesn't he rob? After hearing Steindorf's request, several princes showed angry expressions. But Count Charles of Gelden smiled and said, "I'm not afraid that he is not greedy, but I'm afraid that he will not be tempted by money and is determined to return to Marin's command. As long as he doesn't return to Marin's command with his troops, we won't lose." The other princes suddenly realized that it was right. If the other party did not love money and chose to return to Marin's command, it would be a fatal blow to them. When sending the second group of envoys for negotiations, Count Charles of Gelden repeatedly told the envoys, when you get to Steindorf, on the one hand, negotiate with him about the amount of money, and on the other hand, repeatedly emphasize to him that Marin's pardon of their betrayal is only a stopgap measure. After the war, he will definitely be liquidated. So, it's better to cooperate with us for a good end. Count Charles's words were actually correct. Under normal circumstances, even if the betrayer returns to the original master, he will definitely be suspected and have no future. Even, it is easy to be liquidated. But the premise is that Steindorf and Wagner's betrayal is a real betrayal. If the betrayal is false, Marin will definitely not deal with Steindorf and others. But the outside world didn't know, and thought that Steindorf and Wagner had really betrayed. Under the preconceived circumstances, the princes all believed that it was the right choice for Steindorf not to return to Marin's command. On the other hand, while the representatives of the princes were arguing with Steindorf, the coalition forces of the 8 countries never stopped attacking Oldenburg day and night. After several days and nights, the Italians finally couldn't stand it anymore. Before, the excitement and enthusiasm because of the huge wealth suddenly dissipated under the destruction of several days without sleep. Then, the fighting capacity of the Italian mercenaries returned to normal levels. Finally, after persisting for 4 days and 3 nights, the Italian mercenaries began to doze off while standing, and all of them had dark circles under their eyes. Seeing that the Italian mercenaries on the top of the city were nodding and dozing off while standing, the 8 princes finally smiled triumphantly. Okay, the general attack will be today. Today, 40,000 troops will be dispatched together. This time, we're going for real. In this way, the 40,000-strong coalition of princes from 8 countries launched the most violent attack on the city wall at noon, while the Italian mercenaries in the city were dozing off while eating lunch. 1,000 elite warriors selected by the 8 princes, wearing high-grade leather armor and carrying knives, suddenly rushed onto the city wall under the cover of ordinary soldiers and launched the most violent attack on the Italian mercenaries who were dozing off while eating lunch on the city wall. Then, the 1,000 elite soldiers quickly rushed down the city wall and occupied the south gate. While resisting the counterattack of the defenders in the city, they also had people clear the debris accumulated in the gate. Half a day later, after paying a huge price of more than half of the 1,000 elite soldiers being killed, the city gate was finally opened. The 40,000-strong coalition army of the 8 kingdoms also took the opportunity to pour into the city of Oldenburg. Chapter 13:14 Is there such a cool move? Seeing the city gate breached, the already sleepy Italian mercenaries immediately lost their breath and lost the courage to continue resisting. So many Italian mercenaries laid down their weapons. After laying down their weapons, these Italian mercenaries did not kneel down to surrender, but lay down on the ground and slept directly. The soldiers of the 8-nation alliance stared at these Italian mercenaries who threw down their weapons and snored on the ground, and they didn't know how to deal with them for a while. Fortunately, there were experienced commanders who reacted. Under the command of these experienced commanders, the soldiers of the 8-nation alliance first confiscated the weapons thrown on the ground by the surrendered Italian mercenaries. Then, the Italian mercenaries who slept in the middle of the road and blocked the road were carried to the side of the road. Then, the army was able to continue to move forward. Of course, there was still a lot of resistance. Later, Foster, an officer of the Lip State who knew Italian, suddenly had an idea and shouted in Italian, "Those who surrender can sleep now." Then, many Italian mercenaries who were still resisting with dark circles under their eyes suddenly lost their fighting spirit. Sleep, sleep, sleep. These words immediately hovered in the minds of the Italian mercenaries, lingering. Then, many Italian mercenaries simply threw down their weapons, picked up the quilts beside them and lay down to sleep, and soon snored. "Don't sleep in the middle of the road, go to the roadside," Foster continued to shout in Italian. Afterwards, the Italian mercenaries who were so sleepy followed suit, threw away their weapons, and slept on the ground by the roadside. Moreover, they slept so soundly that the noise around them could not affect them at all. The senior generals of the coalition saw that this trick worked well, so they asked more mercenaries who knew Italian to persuade the Italian mercenaries who were still resisting to put down their weapons and sleep. Then, many Italian mercenaries who were so sleepy put down their weapons and slept on the ground. Only the supreme leader of these 10,000 Italian mercenaries, Pagani, took 500 men to defend the Oldenburg Cathedral and refused to surrender. Because of fear of the church, the soldiers of the coalition of the 8 princes did not dare to attack the church. As a result, Count Charles of Gelden, who had already entered the city, directly asked all the mercenaries who could speak Italian to run to the door of the Oldenburg church and urged them in Italian, "Go to sleep. Go to sleep. You are sleepy, it's time to go to bed." Some people even sang Italian lullabies. In this way, more than half of Pagani's 500 loyal men were persuaded to sleep. The remaining hundreds of men could not stop the hundreds of knights who rushed in wearing full sets of plate armor. They were wearing plate armor and were not afraid of swords. In this way, the city of Oldenburg fell to the coalition of the 8 princes in such a dramatic way. Then, the 8 princes all breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, Marin also breathed a sigh of relief with the 8 princes. Finally, the city has been broken. In this way, I don't have to pay the 2 million gold coins. After settling the Italian mercenaries in the city, the next step was naturally to divide the spoils. The 8 princes watched their soldiers move a large amount of property from the warehouse in Oldenburg with shining eyes, and their eyes were dazzled. But Count Simon V of Lippe closed his eyes painfully and said, "I'd better not look at it. There are so many properties, and half of them have to be given to Steindorf and Wagner, 2 bastards. The more I look at it, the more unwilling I am. So, it's better not to look at it." The other princes also felt the same way. Seeing countless money, but it doesn't belong to you. This feeling is so sad. But Count Charles of Gelden persuaded everyone, "Don't be sad, sirs. It doesn't matter even if all the property in Oldenburg is given to others. You know, there is much more wealth in Auric than in Oldenburg. It is said that the total value of the wealth in Auric may reach more than 5 million gold coins." At this point, the other 7 princes suddenly breathed quickly. 5 million gold coins, how much money would that be? In fact, this was originally made up by Count Charles of Gelden to comfort everyone. But what Charlie didn't expect was that the news he made up was a big truth. He was right. There is indeed a lot of wealth in Auric, and it is far more than 5 million gold coins. The so-called 5 million gold coins actually refers to the value of other property in Auric besides food. If food is counted, it will be even more. In order to reserve food, Marin even expanded an outer city in the north of Auric, which was specifically used to reserve food. The total grain reserves of Auric are estimated to have reached 500 million pounds, with a market value of about 8.333 million gold coins. If the princes of the 8 countries can really conquer Auric, they can probably get a huge amount of wealth worth more than 13 million gold coins. But even if they don't know the real amount of Auric's wealth, the figure of 5 million gold coins still stimulates them. Let's do it. We must defeat Marin, take Auric, and grab the wealth of 5 million gold coins. Henry, Duke of Brunswick-Lüneburg, roared with red eyes. We did it too. Several other princes were also stimulated and excited. But the opponent has 20,000 troops. If we defend Auric, it will be difficult for us to conquer it. Count Otto VIII of Bentheim-Tecklenburg worried. It was so difficult to take down the city of Oldenburg, which was garrisoned by 10,000 Italian mercenaries. Auric was garrisoned by the 1st Legion, which was much stronger than the Italian mercenaries. The other princes probably thought of this and their faces were a little ugly. Henry, Duke of Brunswick-Wolfenbüttel, rolled his eyes and said, "Perhaps, we can continue to use the day and night shift attack to deal with the defenders of Auric. Didn't you see how sleepy the Italian defenders were? Think about it, by then, Marin will probably have dark circles under his eyes and can't sleep. By then, after a few days in a row, even the First Army of the North Sea Kingdom will not be able to bear it. Yes, we can use this trick to make the North Sea Kingdom defenders sleep badly." The eyes of several other princes lit up. But they didn't know that the tactic of exhausting the enemy that they thought was original had already been rotten in China. And Marin would definitely not fall for it. Count Charles of Gelden said, "Don't think so simply, Marin is not easy to deal with. Maybe we can increase our forces." Increase forces? How? Do we have to capture the men of the North Sea as conscripts? This is useless. The combat effectiveness of conscripts is low, and the men of the North Sea may not be willing to fight for us. Count Antonios of Schomberg and Ravensburg asked in confusion. How could it be? I mean, the more than 8,000 Italian mercenaries we just captured. Count Charles shook his head. The original 10,000 Italian mercenaries now only have more than 8,000 left. Italian mercenaries? That's not right. If these captured Italian mercenaries accept our employment, it will be difficult for them to gain a foothold in the mercenary world in the future. Henry, Duke of Brunswick-Lüneburg, questioned. In this era, mercenaries still have certain principles. For example, they will not be employed by two parties in a war. If they are captured, they will not accept the employment of the opponent. Because once they do so, their reputation will be greatly damaged. In the future, I am afraid that no employer will be willing to hire such mercenaries who will surrender to the enemy. Especially some mercenary leaders, they value reputation very much. Because only with reputation will people be willing to hire them. But Count Charles smiled cunningly and said, I know that those mercenaries care about reputation, but most of those who care about reputation are the leaders of those mercenary groups. But what if we leave out those mercenary leaders? You mean? We just find an unknown Italian mercenary and let him set up an empty mercenary group. Then, absorb these Italian prisoners of war into this empty mercenary group. In this way, even if they surrender to us and serve us, it will not damage the reputation of the previous mercenary group. After the war, this temporary empty mercenary group with a damaged reputation will be disbanded, and those Italian mercenaries will return to their original mercenary groups. Count Charles explained in detail. The other 7 princes stared at Count Charles in amazement. There is such a bold move. Chapter 13-15, The Allied Forces Expand Again. The action of recruiting Italian mercenaries went very smoothly. At the beginning, the leaders of 11 Italian mercenary groups, including Pagani, refused to surrender. However, Count Charles of Gelden did not expect them to surrender at all. So, the leaders of 11 Italian mercenary groups, including Pagani, were imprisoned. Then, Count Charles ordered people to select a group of Italian mercenary middle and lower level officers who were afraid of death and pain through severe torture. Then, let these people persuade those Italian mercenaries. At the same time, Count Charles also casually formulated a timid Italian mercenary squad leader named Fanini, formed a mercenary group called Art Mercenary Group as an empty shell, and arranged the Italian mercenaries who agreed to be hired into this empty shell mercenary group. Moreover, Count Charles promised those Italian mercenaries that once the war was over, the Art Mercenary Group, a group with a bad record, would be disbanded, which would not affect their future. However, their commission would not be less. This trick really worked. Italians are more mercenary and relatively timid. After Count Charles of Gelden threatened and lured them, and even killed many Italian mercenaries who were unwilling to surrender in front of many Italian mercenaries chose to cooperate in the face of reason and intimidation. In this way, of the more than 8,000 captured Italian mercenaries, 6,000 finally chose to change their appearance and serve the coalition of the 8 princes. In this way, the coalition of the 8 princes, which lost 2,000 to 3,000 people in the siege of Oldenburg, made up for the previous loss of troops at once. Even more than 3,000 people were added. I don't understand why we should hire these Italian softies. It's not cost-effective to hire them. Duke Magnus I of Saxe-Lauenburg said dissatisfiedly. Count Gelden rolled his eyes at him and said, Lord Magnus, I know German mercenaries are more useful. But, can you still hire experienced German mercenaries now? Because the Princes Alliance and the 8-Nation Princes Alliance are both recruiting mercenaries, and many mercenaries have already signed long-term contracts with some princes, so there is a shortage of veteran German mercenaries at the moment, and it is difficult to hire them. Now, the German mercenaries that can still be hired are either new recruits or weaklings with poor combat effectiveness. Magnus I was a little speechless, but he still muttered, then there is no need to hire these Italian wimps. Count Charles of Gelden had to explain, although our army has 40,000 troops, half of them are conscripts with weak combat effectiveness. Although these Italian mercenaries are not brave enough, they are professional soldiers after all, and their combat effectiveness is stronger than those captured farmers. Moreover, the North Sea Kingdom now has 2 legions. Needless to say, the first legion is composed of pure veterans. We will use 20,000 veterans to fight against them. Even if we can't defeat the opponent, we can delay them. Then, the outcome of the war will be determined by the victory or defeat of our other 20,000 conscripts and the opponent's new Second Legion composed mainly of recruits. Although the opponent's new Second Legion is mainly composed of recruits, there are also thousands of elite soldiers like the Straw Hat Swordsmen. Although our 20,000 conscripts are more in number, we must also guard against being defeated by the opponent's elite. Therefore, we hire these Italian mercenaries who are at least more powerful than the conscripts to ensure victory. After hearing this, Magnus I thought for a while and said, but our 20,000 conscripts should be enough to beat the opponent's 10,000 recruits. Count Charles shook his head repeatedly, not enough. If it was before, it might be enough. But now that the commander has been replaced by Marin, it may not be the case. This man is cunning and good at using troops. Therefore, it is better to bring 6,000 Italian mercenaries. In this way, we can ensure that our conscripts, with the help of Italian mercenaries, can defeat the group of recruits in the new Second Legion of the North Sea Kingdom. Thinking of Marin's previous brilliant record, Magnus I thought about it and stopped talking, which was regarded as an approval of Count Charles's statement. However, Count Charles, who had a beautiful idea, did not know that the new Second Army, which he thought was mainly composed of new recruits, was actually basically composed of the elite veterans of the original Second Army. But things in this world are ever changing. Some things are unexpected even to Marin. For example, after the coalition of the 8 princes captured the city of Oldenburg, they welcomed several uninvited guests. Who are these people? They are the old nobles who were arranged by Marin to live in Bremen to fend for themselves. Marin's North Sea Kingdom is composed of the original East Frisian state, the Oldenburg state, the West Frisian Noble Republic, the Bishopric of Munster, the Bishopric of Osnabrück, the Duchy of Schleswig, the Jutland region of Denmark, and the exchanged Archbishopric of Bremen in the Ruhr area. Among them, the old nobles of the original East Frisian state were basically killed by Marin, and the old nobles of the West Frisian Noble Republic were killed by the Duchy of Saxony. Then, the territory of the Ruhr area was obtained relatively late, and Marin temporarily gave up the plan to develop there. Therefore, the old nobles in the Ruhr area did not move much. In addition, the original Danish nobles on the Jutland Peninsula in Denmark were all taken away by King Hans of Denmark. However, the original Oldenburg County, the Duchy of Schleswig, the northern part of Munster, and some surviving old nobles in West Frisia, except for a small number of those appreciated by Marin, most of the fiefs of the old nobles were all concentrated and replaced in the province of Bremen. It is estimated that there are more than 100 of these nobles, big and small. There are dozens of barons alone. After the land of these old nobles was replaced in the province of Bremen, although the land did not decrease and was fertile enough. However, they have since been away from the core power circle and have become empty shell nobles who can only eat and wait for death. Unlike before, they still have the power to show off their power. Therefore, these politically frustrated old noble families are very dissatisfied with Marin in their hearts. However, they dare not make any moves because they are afraid of Marin's powerful military strength. However, as the coalition forces of the 8 countries invaded the territory of the North Sea, and the betrayal of the 2nd, 3rd, and 6th legions, as well as the 4th and 5th legions in England, the marginalized old nobles saw an opportunity. So, in the past few months, the old nobles who were replaced in the Bremen area began to frequently connect. Taking the opportunity of holding banquets and dances, they kept gathering together and discussing privately. After intense discussions, these old nobles agreed that if they did not change, their old noble families would become small landlords who could only hang out in the Bremen province and would no longer have any future. But they also knew that if they opposed the North Sea regime, the risks were also great. If they failed, they might have nothing. Therefore, the heads of these old noble families held many private meetings to discuss and argue, and only now did they reach a consensus, that is, they must change. For this reason, many old nobles who wanted to change their fate began to recruit soldiers and train soldiers. About 100 old noble families gathered a total of 7,000 soldiers. Although most of them were conscripts, the nobles themselves had a martial tradition and were able to gather hundreds of plate-armored knights. But before that, this group of old nobles in Bremen province were also watching. It was not until the 8-Nation Alliance conquered the city of Oldenburg that they finally made up their minds and completely joined the 8-Nation Alliance. And those few mysterious representatives were the majority of the old nobles in Bremen province who were unwilling to give up, and came to discuss joining the alliance with the 8-Nation Alliance. Chapter 13:16, Private Army of the Nobles. It is said to be joining the group, but it is not without requirements. There are about 160 old noble families in Bremen province, and this time more than 100 of them have joined the ranks of Changing Destiny. They each took out the private army of each manor, and recruited some strong serfs in the manor, and gathered 7,000 soldiers and horses, which can be regarded as a strong force. Although, after hearing the news that Marin returned safely, the old nobles were scared and almost broke up. However, the former Baron of Oldenburg, Ginter, believed that although Marin was back, the North Sea army had long been divided. Even if Marin was more capable, he might not win without enough troops. Moreover, Baron Ginter believed that the 7,000 soldiers and horses they organized played a decisive role at this critical moment. According to Baron Ginter's meaning, if Marin did not come back, the coalition of the 8 princes would definitely have the upper hand, and their 7,000 noble coalitions were actually dispensable. Even if he surrendered to the coalition of the 8 princes, he would not be taken seriously. But it is different now. After Marin came back, although the army of the North Sea Kingdom was small, its morale would surely be greatly boosted. In addition, Marin's military ability was indeed super strong, so the outcome was a bit confusing at this time. For the old nobles in Bremen province who were exiled in disguise, the 7,000 soldiers and horses they had in their hands at this time became very important. In any case, the core force of the coalition composed of 7,000 noble private armies was the children of nobles, that is, those who had practiced martial arts since childhood. With these core members serving as officers, the combat effectiveness of this army is better than that of ordinary conscripts. You know, there are as many as hundreds of old nobles participating in the alliance this time, and each family has at least one strong man in plate armor. Moreover, in fact, each family has more than one strong man who knows martial arts. In this way, there are still many brave and good masters in the coalition composed of 7,000 old nobles. If they join the coalition of the 8 countries, which already has an advantage in military strength, it will definitely make the coalition stronger. Moreover, at this critical moment when Marin returned, it was also very appropriate to join the coalition of the 8 princes. Because, on the one hand, the coalition of the 8 princes needed to deal with the 2 North Sea legions in Auric, and on the other hand, they had to guard against the 3rd Legion in the east from going south to copy the coalition's rear. Therefore, Baron Ginter personally led his team to Oldenburg and proposed to the 8 princes that they could lead 7,000 veteran noble coalition forces to garrison the west bank of the Elbe River to prevent the 3rd Legion from crossing the Elbe River and encircling the coalition's rear. Ginter pointed out that even if the combat effectiveness of the 7,000 veteran noble coalition forces was not as good as that of the 3rd Legion, with the wide Elbe River as a natural barrier, their 7,000 people could still withstand the 10,000 people of the 3rd Legion. With them stationed on the Elbe River, the coalition of the 8 princes could also fight the remaining 2 legions of the North Sea Kingdom with peace of mind. In fact, Baron Ginter's decision was very cunning. First of all, the old noble coalition was stationed at the Elbe River, occupying the geographical advantage. Even if the 3rd Army was strong, it could not fly across the Elbe River. In this way, they could use the natural barrier to well block the possible rescue of the 3rd Army. Moreover, the old noble coalition was stationed at the Elbe River, and they did not have to confront Marin's army head-on. In this way, even if Marin had a miracle and defeated the 8-nation alliance, the old noble coalition could also shirk that it was to protect their homeland from the poison of the betrayed 3rd Army. After all, the 3rd Army had publicly betrayed the North Sea Kingdom, and they stopped the other side for a good reason the 3rd Army had betrayed, so they naturally could not let them cross the river. What? You said that the 3rd Army came to serve the king, to rescue? Sorry, we think they are lying. In short, no matter who wins or loses, they have reasons to guard the Elbe River and block the 3rd Army from returning to help the 8-nation alliance won, and the reason is naturally to protect the 8-nation alliance's retreat. Marin won, and they became blocking traitors. You said that the 3rd Army also came to serve the king. Sorry, they betrayed before, we don't believe they came to serve the king, so we are right. However, Baron Ginter is cunning, but Count Charles of Gelden is not easy to fool. Baron Ginter, you said that your noble coalition has hundreds of knights. Count Charles asked happily. Of course, Marin has replaced most of the old nobles of the North Sea Kingdom to the Bremen province. There are hundreds of old nobles here, and each family has several strong men who have practiced martial arts since childhood. Isn't it normal? That's great. Count Charles slapped the table excitedly, and then said excitedly, we will exchange 10,000 conscripts to guard the Elbe River to prevent the possible southward movement of the 3rd Army. It is not difficult to guard the Elbe River. With the natural barrier of the Elbe River, 10,000 conscripts can also complete the task well. And there are hundreds of knights with high martial arts in your army, so your 7,000 soldiers and horses are better to move with our army. Ginter was a little dumbfounded. Officially following the coalition of the 8 princes, wouldn't that be a public break with Marin? If Marin wins, won't they be finished? How can they be happy to be a fence-sitter? But is Count Charles of Gelden so easy to fool? He saw at a glance that the old-school nobles in Bremen wanted to ride lances. Therefore, Count Charles forced the 7,000 coalition forces of the old nobles to join the direct confrontation with Marin. In this way, hundreds of frustrated nobles in Bremen province have no way out. Once there is no way out, then the coalition of 7,000 old nobles can only fight to the death. Because if they lose the war, they will all be liquidated by Marin. Not to mention that the status of the nobles will not be guaranteed, even their lives will be in danger. After all, Marin had a bad precedent when he killed all the old nobles in the East Frisian county. This. Baron Ginter, who failed to sit on the fence, was so nervous that he sweated profusely. Count Charles of Gelden smiled and said, "Baron, please go back and discuss with everyone, but please make a decision quickly. Because we will send troops to Auric next, and we will not wait for you. Standing with us at this time and waiting for victory will definitely bring you a lot of benefits. If you wait until we defeat Marin and then surrender, there will be nothing good waiting for you." Baron Ginter left with a tangled face. He wanted to go back and discuss with others. After Ginter left, Henry, Duke of Brunswick-Lüneburg, asked dissatisfiedly, "We already have Italian mercenaries, why do we need these people?" Count Charles explained, "My lords, after we have occupied the vast territories of the North Sea Kingdom, it is impossible for us to govern these territories ourselves. Therefore, we need some local officials to help us manage them. These old nobles are all talented people who are both civil and martial. Moreover, they are not on good terms with Marin's Hoffman family. We can rest assured and save trouble to use such people to help us manage the occupied territories. Therefore, we need them to help us manage these newly occupied areas in the future. Also, among their current 7,000 soldiers, there are hundreds of noble children. With the presence of these noble children who can serve as knights, the combat effectiveness of the 7,000 old noble coalition forces exceeds that of 10,000 conscripts. Moreover, once they go to the battlefield, they will probably fight harder than us. Because, if we lose, with Marin's character, he will definitely settle accounts with those old nobles afterwards. In order to prevent their families from being liquidated, they must fight bravely." Everyone suddenly realized that this group of noble private armies was indeed very useful. At this time, the middle and lower class nobles in Europe could wear armor and fight on the battlefield during war. When they took off their armor, they were often local officials arranged by the monarchs to govern the local areas. In feudal European countries, these small nobles were an important cornerstone of the country. Therefore, the princes of the 8 countries accepted the 7,000 noble private army coalition in the Bremen area. Not only could they gain an army, but they also gained a group of local officials who would govern the North Sea Kingdom in the future. Of course, the premise is that the coalition of the 8 countries can really occupy the North Sea Kingdom. Chapter 13-17, Change of Operation Plan. Generally speaking, a knight family of the lowest level has at least 2 knights, father and son. Then, each person will have about 5 attendants. The baron family has even more, and there may be several knights and several times more attendants. Among these attendants, 1 or 2 of the 5 people usually serve as servants, taking care of the master's daily life, similar to an orderly. Then, there will be 2 or 3 combat attendants. Their duty is to follow the knight master to charge and cover the master's flank. Therefore, each knight manor has at least 7 or 8 combat-capable men. Hundreds of nobles gathered together, plus many barons, the number of combatants is even more impressive. In addition, each knight can also recruit 25 farmers from his own manor to fight with him during wartime, which is the legendary conscripted soldiers. Conscripted soldiers are farmers who have received simple basic training and have poor combat effectiveness. However, it is better than pure farmers. After all, knights will teach these conscripted soldiers the simplest martial arts during the slack season for fighting on the battlefield. However, in general, knights will not teach too much. One is that farmers usually have to help knights with work and have no time to practice martial arts. Another thing is that knights have to provide food during training, which is unbearable for most knights. Therefore, conscripts generally only know simple basic movements such as chopping, slashing, and stabbing. They can't do more and have no time to practice. Of course, some knights or barons are more martial and have strong financial resources to afford food during training. In this way, the training time will be longer, and the conscripts in their territory will often be more powerful. Moreover, in this feudal army with feudal knights and knight attendants as the core combat power, the role of conscripts is not very important. The main task of conscripts is to follow their own knight masters to charge. The knights rush to the front with armed attendants, and the conscripts followed with simple weapons. If the knight master in front won, their morale would be greatly boosted, and they would follow to harvest the heads of the opponent's conscripts. If their own masters died or lost in battle, then they would run away. Therefore, the role of conscripts in ancient Europe was to boost momentum and finish off the enemy. Can fight a favorable battle, can't fight an adverse battle independently. Before, when Marin was in the country, those old nobles who were exiled to Bremen, although they were dissatisfied with being expelled from the power circle, did not dare to say anything. Because, at that time, Marin's military power was in full swing and he had won many wars, and no one dared to blast the thorns. Because the whole family of those who dared to blast the thorns was finished. Under the pressure of Marin, those old nobles did not even dare to organize the farmers in the manner to train soldiers during the slack season. Because Marin had publicly stated that the North Sea Kingdom did not allow private troops. Obviously, conscripted soldiers also belonged to private armed forces and belonged to the prohibited category. Therefore, in the homes of those old-school nobles, only the nobles themselves and their sons can practice martial arts at ordinary times. Then, each person is equipped with a few servants. This is still allowed by Marin. But the situation changed after the rumor of Marin's death came out. After the death news of Marin came out, the old nobles in Bremen province began to hold secret meetings frequently to discuss future plans. After the 7 princes formed a coalition to invade the North Munster area, these old princes finally saw an opportunity. So they asked Auric to train their own serfs, protect the property of their own manors, and prevent their own manors from being looted like the manors in the North Munster area. This reason is quite legitimate and reasonable, and at the beginning, the serfs trained by each family were not together, but fought on their own. Therefore, even Kohler's intelligence personnel were deceived. Then, in order to eliminate the traitors in the 3rd and 6th legions, Kohler's intelligence personnel were not enough, so most of the intelligence personnel in Bremen province were transferred to help. So, there were omissions in the intelligence of Bremen province. What? The group of old nobles in Bremen province gathered 7,000 soldiers and horses, and also joined the coalition of the 8 princes. When Marin received this intelligence, he was shocked and angry. He was not worried about how strong the combat effectiveness of the 7,000 noble private army coalition was. Even if the coalition of the 8 princes plus the 7,000 noble private army was not the opponent of the North Sea army. But the problem is that the territory controlled by these nobles is very sensitive. Bremen province is the only way for the 3rd Army and the Cossack army to move westward. This is fatal. With the assistance of these local snakes, not to mention being able to defeat the 3rd Army, but using the Elbe River to block the 3rd Army and the Cossack cavalry from moving westward can still be done. The core part of Marin's elimination of the 8-nation alliance was to use the 3rd Army and the Cossack cavalry to encircle the rear of the 8-nation alliance. Even, using the Cossack cavalry to harass the coalition's grain transport team. But now, most of the old nobles placed by Marin on the west bank of the Elbe River have collectively rebelled and assisted the 8-nation alliance to hinder the 3rd Army and the Cossack cavalry from moving westward, which is a big problem. The 3rd Army and the Cossack cavalry are indeed powerful. If they are on the plains, a charge is estimated to be able to defeat those noble private armies. However, those nobles control the land on the west bank of the Elbe River. With the width of hundreds of meters in the lower reaches of the Elbe River, the 3rd Army and the Cossack cavalry cannot fly across the river. The difference in combat effectiveness was instantly wiped out by the natural barrier. Generally speaking, when a large army crosses a river, a floating bridge is the first choice. Although the Elbe River is wide, the water flow in the lower reaches is not turbulent. If more boats are used, a floating bridge can be built smoothly. The premise is that no one destroys it. Now, most of the nobles on the west bank of the Elbe River have joined the 8-nation alliance. Then, it is very difficult to build a floating bridge to cross the river again. What's more terrible is that it is said that the old nobles on the west bank of the Elbe River have confiscated most of the inland ships used to build floating bridges on the river. Even if you want to build a floating bridge, there is a shortage of materials. As for transporting troops by sea, that's possible. But the problem is that Marin specially sent a fleet to transport 5,000 new recruits to Jutland province under the leadership of Wagner to pretend to be the 2nd Army. Those ships will not come back so quickly. Even if they come back, it will take a long time to send them to the east bank of the Elbe River to transport the 3rd Army and Cossack cavalry. Marin is worried that it will not be possible to transport the 3rd Army and Cossack cavalry to the battlefield within the specified time by shipping. Once the opportunity is missed, the previous plan will be in vain. These damn bastards have delayed my big event. When the war is over, I will send them all to the guillotine. Marin roared angrily. He especially wants to kill people now, to kill those old nobles who betrayed him. But that is not the most important thing. Right now, the most important thing is that the plan needs to be revised. Originally, Marin's plan was that he would lead 2 legions to face the coalition forces of the 8 kingdoms head-on, but not to defeat the opponent, but to delay the opponent. Then, let Steindorf suddenly rush out from the rear with the 3rd Legion and 5,000 Cossack cavalry to completely annihilate the coalition forces of the 8 kingdoms. But now the 3rd Legion and 5,000 Cossack cavalry seem unable to arrive at the battlefield in time, so Marin must revise the battle plan. Or, should we transfer the 6th Legion from the East Frisian Islands to join us? Kohler suggested. It was indeed not safe for 2 legions to fight against the enemy's 50,000 troops. Even if they could win, they would not be able to stop the enemy. Adding the 10,000 troops of the 6th Legion would be a safer option. Hinks was on the East Frisian Islands with 10,000 troops of the 6th Legion, and the East Frisian Islands were very close to the land. If they sent more small fishing boats, they could transport the troops to the land to support the battlefield. No. Marin shook his head and said, "My goal is to annex the 8 countries, not to defeat them. Therefore, there can be no legal problems. In theory, the 6th Legion, which is mainly composed of Scottish people, should have returned to their hometown in Scotland. Even if I persuaded them to come back, they can't appear so soon. It's okay for the soldiers of the 2nd Legion to pretend to be the new 2nd Legion, after all, they are all Germans." But the Scots of the 6th Legion spoke with a Scottish accent, and many of them wore skirts, which could not be concealed. If the 6th Legion appears too early, everyone will understand that this is a trap. By then, even if I annexed 8 vassal states, others will seize this point and force me to give up annexing 8 vassal states. This is the most troublesome part for Marin at the moment. He must plot against his opponents, but also ensure that he cannot be caught by others. Otherwise, his plans will be in vain. Therefore, it is imperative to change the battle plan. Chapter 13:18, Setting Fire to the Farmland. Then how should we change the battle plan? Asked Schwartz. Schwartz was now the Minister of War, but because Wagner needed to act in Jutland, he had to step out and temporarily take over the command of the real Second Army. Fortunately, he had been in charge of the army for a long time and was considered an experienced person, so he could get started immediately. Marin tapped the table with his fingers, pointed at the map and said to the 2 army commanders Schwartz and Stade, according to the original plan, we were to lead the 1st and 2nd Army to the border area of East Frisia and Oldenburg provinces, and set up a frontal battle with the coalition forces of the 8-nation alliance. However, defense is the main thing. Then, the 3rd Army led by Steindorf and the 10 Cossack cavalry regiments led by Alsace suddenly came from the east and attacked the enemy's rear. And our 2 frontal armies also took the opportunity to attacking from the front and back, and completely destroying the enemy. However, because of the betrayal of the old nobles in Bremen province, the 3rd Army and the Cossack cavalry regiment found it difficult to arrive at the battlefield within the specified time. Therefore, this plan had to be cancelled. But it won't take long to transport the 3rd Army and the Cossack cavalry by sea. Kohler asked puzzledly. There is no time. Marin shook his head helplessly and continued, the transport fleet is now transporting 5,000 militiamen to the Jutland Peninsula to pretend to be the 2nd Army. The Jutland Peninsula is hundreds of kilometers away from the mainland, and the fleet takes half a month to go back and forth. Then, it will take another half a month to pick up the 3rd Army. Moreover, the fleet can only transport 5,000 soldiers at a time. Even if it transports the 3rd Army, it will take 2 round trips. And transporting Cossack cavalry is even more troublesome. You know, a Cossack cavalryman has at least 2 horses. People can be squeezed, but war horses cannot be squeezed. Once some war horses with bad tempers are squeezed together, they are likely to bite each other and injure the war horses. Therefore, a ship can transport many people, but the number of horses transported is limited. According to the transportation capacity of a professional troop transport fleet, it is estimated that it will take 4 or 5 trips to transport the 3rd Army and the Cossack cavalry back, and it will take 2 months. However, the city of Oldenburg is only a few dozen kilometers away from Aurich, and the enemy will arrive in 2 or 3 days. So, there is no time. Kohler was dumbfounded, so how should we adjust now? Marin closed his eyes, thought for a long time, opened his eyes, and said, what we lack most now is probably time. However, the autumn harvest has begun, and we can't let our opponents harvest the crops. Once the other party participates in the autumn harvest and learns the true per acre yield of grain, our secret will definitely spread throughout Europe. At that time, the fire will be exposed. So, I need a team now to do something in the Oldenburg area. Marin said, closing his eyes painfully, as if making a difficult decision. What? Schwartz asked curiously. Set fire to the fields. What? Several people present were stunned. You know, it is already mid to late September, and the autumn harvest in the 4 provinces of Oldenburg, East Frisia, North Munster and West Frisia will begin soon. At this time, the rye straw in the field has turned yellow, and the wheat ears are ripe. At this time, setting fire in the field, the yellow straw is simply unable to resist. Once the wind blows, large tracts of mature rye fields will be barren. Schwartz and others didn't know what to say. If they set fire to the crops before the autumn harvest, it would be a heinous crime. How much wheat would be burned, and how huge would the property loss be? Marin's idea was no different from a madman's decision. So, several people disagreed. But Marin asked expressionlessly, "Then what do you say? If we allow the princes of the 8 countries to send people to harvest the crops, then the secret of per acre yield will be lost. Once the secret spreads, then the 50,000 princes coalition forces and more than 30,000 able-bodied men of the princes coalition forces will all know about it. At that time, in order to keep it secret, do I have to massacre the more than 80,000 people who know about it?" Several people were silent. In order to keep it secret, massacre 80,000 people. If this reputation spreads, the title of a demon will definitely not escape. Therefore, Marin's seemingly crazy idea is more reliable. Okay, I agree to set fire to the fields. But who should be sent? Now, Oldenburg is under the control of the enemy. Schwartz said helplessly. Marin said lightly, nominally, the Oldenburg area is indeed under the control of the 8-nation alliance, but don't forget that the managers of those manors are all our people. You mean, send someone to notify those manor managers and let them arrange to set fire to the fields? Kohler immediately understood. Most of the manors in the Oldenburg area are under the management of the Hoffman family. Only a small part of the land was granted to the nobles. Moreover, many manor managers are actually intelligence personnel under Kohler, helping Kohler monitor the people. Even if they are not formal intelligence personnel, many manor managers are informants of the intelligence bureau and are more obedient to orders. Of course, Marin is also afraid that some manor managers will disobey orders because they are reluctant to do so. Therefore, he ordered, send someone to notify each manor that the order to burn the crops must be strictly followed. If not, they will be executed. Who should be sent? The province of Oldenburg is now under the control of the enemy. Send all the cavalry to notify each manor in Oldenburg and force them to burn the fields. What if the enemy cavalry tries to stop us? Then send the dragoons of the 1st Legion to attract the enemy cavalry to chase and intercept them. Other cavalry, including reconnaissance cavalry, will be fully responsible for notifying the burning of the fields. We must not let the enemy know the actual grain output. Marin said resolutely. Does the entire Oldenburg province have to be burned? What about East Frisia? Kohler asked with a painful face. That's all money. It seems that the Oldenburg area must be burned. The area is basically controlled by the enemy. If we don't take action, the enemy will send people to harvest. As for East Frisia, let's do this, we will take 2 legions to the eastern border of East Frisia as planned. In this way, we can not only attract the enemy and prevent them from sending troops to harvest grain. At the same time, we can also protect the local grain fields in East Frisia. Marin was reluctant to burn the grain fields in East Frisia after all, because East Frisia, as the core area of the North Sea Kingdom, has the most grain fields. If the order to burn large areas of farmland is really issued, the losses will be incalculable. As for the Oldenburg region, if the food in East Frisia can be preserved this year, the manors there can still be subsidized. Soon, more than 3,000 light cavalrymen from East Frisia, including rural mounted police, were divided into several groups and quietly sneaked into several manors in Oldenburg province, secretly ordering them to set fire to the grain fields that were about to be harvested in the autumn. Moreover, they were not only responsible for notification, but also for supervision. If there were people who disobeyed orders, these people would be responsible for killing them on the spot. At the same time, 2 regiments of 1,000 lancers also set out for the Oldenburg area to provoke and lure the coalition cavalry. In order to facilitate the march of the lancers, Marin asked them to replace the heavy plate armor and wear light rhinoceros leather armor to facilitate their long-term mobility. At the same time, Marin's 500 most elite scout cavalry who were good at using muskets also followed the 2 lancer regiments. If the opponent sends light cavalry to chase, then let the lancers kill. If the opponent sends an opponent with 2 high protection such as plate armor knights, then, let the scout cavalry using muskets, kite, and kill, one by one. In short, this 1,500-man mixed cavalry team is to delay the cavalry force of the coalition of the 8 kingdoms and prevent the opponent from sending cavalry to hinder the action of setting fire to the fields. Chapter 13:19 It's really crazy. 1,500 mixed cavalry were quickly sent out and headed straight for the vicinity of Oldenburg. Subsequently, nearly 3,000 light cavalry were also released to notify the various estates in the province of Oldenburg to set fire to the fields. These nearly 3,000 light cavalry were not regular cavalry, but were composed of spies, mounted police, and even postmen in the East Frisian region. But in order to carry out this arson mission, Marin temporarily organized them all to carry out the mission. Moreover, Before leaving, Marin gave each of them a large leather bag filled with black liquid. What are these black liquids? They are all the crude oil residues left over from Marin's gasoline refining. Marin refined gasoline, mainly refining gasoline components and some kerosene components. As for diesel, heavy oil and asphalt with higher boiling points, they were not separated well. Originally, Marin planned to further refine diesel and lubricating oil. Mineral lubricating oil, in particular, has a great effect on steam engines. In this way, Marin no longer needs to import castor oil from Egypt as a steam engine lubricant. However, because there were too many things to do during this period, Marin had no time to further distill the processed crude oil. It just so happened that these light cavalrymen were going to carry out the arson mission, so Marin simply took out the hundreds of barrels of residual crude oil, put them into leather bags, and gave them to the light cavalrymen to take away as a combustion aid. Although there is no gasoline component that burns the most violently, oil is oil, and it will burn just as vigorously when it is lit on fire. And Oldenburg was busy accepting the private army of the rebellious old nobles in Bremen province. The princes of the 8 countries were obviously very optimistic about those noble private armies. After all, there were hundreds of knights who could fight on horseback. With more than 2,000 capable servants, it was definitely an impressive armed force. At least, it was much better than the conscripted soldiers of the princes of the 8 countries. Therefore, these days, the princes of the 8 countries were busy negotiating with the representatives of the rebellious nobles in Bremen, and did not pay attention to sending people to the countryside to grab food. Of course, the coalition forces of the 8 countries are not short of food at all now, so naturally there is no motivation to go to the countryside to collect food. Because the granaries in Oldenburg were full of grain, and tens of thousands of people couldn't eat it all. Besides, the grain in the fields wouldn't fly away from Zhangzhai, so there was no rush to harvest it. In addition, according to the knowledge of these princes, the autumn harvest usually starts in October. In addition, they were busy accepting the nobles' private army, so they didn't send people to the countryside to supervise the harvest of grain. In this way, when the light cavalry sent by Marin arrived at the manors in the Oldenburg area at night, the coalition forces of the 8 princes did not send troops to the countryside to urge for grain, which facilitated their actions. What? Set fire to the fields? Envoy, did I hear it wrong? Some manor managers looked at the light cavalry who came to notify them with great surprise. You heard it right, it was an order issued by Lord Marin himself. Lord Marin. Didn't the Lord die? In the countryside, information was blocked, and the news was naturally a little delayed. What nonsense are you talking about? You are the one who was killed. Lord Marin has been blessed by God and has returned safely. I saw it with my own eyes. He didn't want the food to be cheap to the enemy, so he ordered the fields to be burned. The light cavalryman who delivered the order said angrily. But this order is too abnormal. As the steward of the manor, he obviously didn't want to burn the crops that were about to be harvested in the fields. The light cavalryman sneered and said, Steward Charlie, I'm not here to ask for your opinion, I'm here to convey the order. I almost forgot that the last sentence of this order is, those who disobey the order will be executed immediately. The steward named Charlie was shocked all over, his eyes full of disbelief. This. If the crops are burned, what will we eat? Is the Grand Duke going to abandon us farmers? The light cavalryman waved his hand impatiently. Don't tell me you didn't dig a secret room to hide the food. Yes, we hid some, but it won't last until the autumn harvest next year. Steward Charlie said with a depressed face. It's okay. Just follow the orders. Once the war is over, the Grand Guild will mobilize grain from the granary. You won't starve to death. What you have to do now is to set fire to the fields. Also, if the enemy comes to question you, just say that the grain yield is about 1,200 pounds per acre. If you tell the truth, you will be executed afterwards. Do you understand? Okay, I have no problem. Manager Charlie said frustratedly. He himself is one of the informants of Kohler's intelligence organization. He is an external member and is the most obedient to orders. Moreover, as a member of the intelligence organization, he is most aware of the consequences of disobeying orders. So, he still followed the order. However, his willingness to follow the order does not mean that the farmers are willing to do so. When Charlie and the light cavalry messenger arranged to burn the fields, a farmer came out to stop them. Back off, or you will die. The light cavalry messenger drew his sword. You can't burn it. If the grain is burned, what will we eat? An old farmer knelt down to obstruct. You won't be short of food. The Grand Duke's granary is full of food. I don't have time to explain to you. Either get out of the way or die. The old farmer still refused to get out of the way. The cavalry messenger had already raised his knife. "I'll count to 3, 1, 2, 3. After counting, the old farmer's head flew up. "Dare to kill my father, I'll fight you." The old farmer's son was angry. However, he rushed up and was stabbed in the back. Looking back, he found that it was the steward Charlie who stabbed him. Steward Charlie had a gloomy face and said angrily, "If your family wants to die, don't drag me with you. You don't lack food, why do you want to die?" Just like that, there was no more opposition in the manor. Then, the cavalry messenger took out the leather bag, stood behind the wind, and poured the black oil in the leather bag on the withered yellow rye straw at the upwind. Ignite. Soon, the fire started. With the help of the wind, it burned more and more fiercely. In addition, the straw in the field was withered and yellow in its mature state, which was easy to catch fire. For a while, the fields were ablaze with flames and thick smoke. Of course, it doesn't mean that all manors strictly enforced the order. Some manors directly resisted the order, and even several light cavalry messengers were killed by angry farmers. However, Marin had already anticipated and prepared for this. What? Jess Manor killed the messenger for disobeying orders. Did the manor manager participate? The light cavalry centurion asked angrily. They participated, and it was the manor manager who took the lead in attacking the messenger. The light cavalry messenger who reported said seriously. "Very good, the people of Jess Manor cannot be left. Brothers, give a signal, gather people, and let's go to flatten Jess Manor." "Sir, they are ordinary people." A subordinate dissuaded. "No, from the moment they disobeyed orders and killed the officials, they were already rebels." The centurion said seriously. Then, more than 200 people in the manor called Jess were all slaughtered. Afterwards, the rye field of Jess Manor also caught fire. This mission was not easy. Among the thousands of manors in Oldenburg, dozens of them disobeyed orders. Fortunately, Marin was well prepared. After killing more than 40 manor stewards and slaughtering 8 manors that collectively disobeyed orders, in 2 nights, the rye fields of thousands of manors in Oldenburg were all on fire. What's going on? Why is the air full of smoke? In the city of Oldenburg, the tears of several princes were smoked out by the thick smoke of burning ryegrass. The manors near the city of Oldenburg started to burn on the 2nd day, so it was not until the morning of the 3rd day that the princes who were smoked out of tears by the thick smoke after going out found something wrong. Go out of the city quickly to find out the situation. Count Charles of Gelden felt something was wrong and immediately sent people out of the city. In fact, the coalition of the 8 princes sent cavalry out of the city yesterday. However, it was seduced out by 1,000 lancers and 500 musket scouts. After going out, half of the 2,000 cavalrymen who chased the opponent were killed. Then, they fled back in disgrace. After that, the coalition forces of the 8 countries did not send troops out of the city for fear of a trap. This gave Marin's men the opportunity to set fire. Report. The wheat fields outside the city were set on fire. Now the flames are soaring into the sky and can no longer be extinguished. What? Someone actually burned the wheat fields? Are you crazy? Henry, Duke of Brunswick-Wolfenbüttel, was surprised. Count Charles of Gelden frowned and thought for a while and said, "Marin is really a madman. In order not to give us the cheap food, he actually let people set fire to the farmland. Crazy. Really crazy." Several princes gave similar comments. Chapter 1320 Duke Henry is Sabi. Of course, Marin was not crazy. If it was just for a little food, he would not have to send people to burn the fields. It's just that he was afraid that the secret of 500 pounds of grain per moo would be leaked. Marin was not worried about the granary being looted by the enemy. Because the opponent would not infer the yield of grain in Beihai from so much grain in the granary. But if the enemy was asked to send people to supervise the autumn harvest, it would be fun. After weighing on the spot, the secret of Beihai's high grain yield could not be kept immediately. So, in desperation, Marin could only choose to set fire to the fields to avoid giving clues to the enemy. However, he did not expect that the farmers would be so stubborn. In 2 nights, 8 manors were slaughtered. These manors were slaughtered because they were determined not to burn the fields and killed the messengers. If it were normal, Marin might have enough time to persuade them. However, because the light cavalry was actually operating in the enemy-occupied area, there was no time to explain slowly. Therefore, Marin allowed them to use the most intense means. As a result, more than 1,500 farmers in 8 manors were slaughtered. In fact, there were also farmers in other manors who resisted fiercely and were killed, adding up to about 200 people. In total, in order to set fire to the fields, Marin's men killed more than 1,700 of his own farmers. Hearing this data, Marin closed his eyes in pain. After a long time, he opened his eyes and asked Kohler, "How many people know about this?" Kohler was stunned, and then replied, "About half of the light cavalry know, they just came back." "What you mean is, separate those light cavalry who participated in the village massacre and those who knew about it, and then send them to North America. Remember, tell everyone those farmers died at the hands of the armies of the 8 princes. Although it was a last resort to massacre the farmers under his rule, it was indeed very bad. If it were spread out, the impact would be very bad. Therefore, for the sake of political correctness, the farmers of the 8 manors could only die in the hands of the enemy, instead of under the knife of their own people." Kohler nodded and said, "I understand, I will let people spread the news." The soldiers of the 8-nation alliance were angry because our manors set fire to the fields and slaughtered several villages. Just when Kohler was about to leave, Marin suddenly had a better idea. "Wait, send someone to the 8 manors tonight, bring more black oil, and burn the village clean. Just say, the fire was too big and burned the village." Marin thought about it and felt that the secret of the village massacre should not be exposed. It happened that the fire was very fierce, it could be said that the flames burned the sky. So, it is better to set a fire and destroy the corpses. As for why the village is gone, it is better to say that it was burned by mistake. As for blaming the 8-nation alliance, it is not feasible. Because they will deny it. In addition, the light cavalry also killed some obstructors in other manors. If they knew that 8 manors were massacred, the people in those manors where people were killed would definitely understand that the whole manor was killed by the light cavalry. Therefore, it is best to use a fire to cover up this massacre against their own people. After all, it is normal for accidents to happen when the fire is so big. The next day, Marin thought of an important question again, and called Kohler to ask, "By the way, are there any military dependents in the 8 manors that were massacred?" Marin suddenly remembered something last night. If there were military dependents in those 8 manors, then the matter would be a big deal. If the family members were killed, then the soldiers involved would not. Kohler shook his head and said, "No, the military dependents are generally placed in the manors under your name. And the manors under your name are all our people, and no one disobeyed orders, and all executed the orders. The 8 manors that collectively disobeyed orders were not manors under your name, so naturally there were no military dependents. Moreover, most of the military dependents of the North Sea Kingdom were placed in the East Frisian mainland. There are also many in Schleswig province, but there are really not many in the Oldenburg area." That's good, that's good." Marin breathed a sigh of relief. He was most afraid of accidentally killing the families of his soldiers. They worked for him, but he killed their relatives. Fortunately, there was no such thing, otherwise Marin would not know what to do. However, what Kohler said was right. Generally, the manors where military families were settled were mostly manors under Marin's name, which belonged to semi-militarized villages. In such manors, the stewards must be Marin's people, not outsiders, and would not disobey orders. The 8 manors that disobeyed orders this time were not manors under Marin's name, and the stewards were also other people's families, so naturally they would not listen to orders so much. It was heard that most of the wheat fields in the Oldenburg area were burned by fire, and the princes of the 8 countries were extremely angry and cursed Marin together. Then, they thought if it was later, the wheat fields in East Frisia might also be burned by the madman Marin. So, after the arrival of the noble private army in Bremen province, the coalition of princes gathered more than 40,000 troops, left Oldenburg, and rushed towards the direction of Aurich. In addition, they also sent 10,000 soldiers, conscripts, to the province of Bremen. With the cooperation of the old nobles who defected to the 8 princes, they guarded the west bank of the Elbe River to prevent the Third Army from going west to support Marin. After sending these 10,000 conscripts to guard the Elbe River, the princes of the 8 countries obviously felt that the rear was safe, so they no longer mentioned the bribery of the Third Army. After all, every bit of money saved is a bit. Hearing that the coalition forces of the 8 princes were approaching, Marin did not dare to neglect it. He left 5,000 militiamen to guard the city of Aurich, and then personally led the 20,000 troops of the 1st and 2nd legions to the border to resist the invasion of the enemy. At the same time, Adler also led the 40 knights and 2,000 conscripts he brought with him to fight and cooperate with Marin's actions. The 1st and 2nd legions were both old legions, and the soldiers had high military literacy. Therefore, although they set out behind the coalition forces of the 8 princes, they arrived at the border before their opponents. Then, they began to set up camp and dug a lot of trenches with engineer shovels. When the soldiers of the coalition of the 8 princes arrived at the border area, Marin's temporary camp had been built. Seeing the hedgehog-like North Sea camp, the 8 princes felt very difficult. Even the most powerful Count Charles among the princes had to admit after seeing the layout of the North Sea camp, this bastard is really a war genius. Now that the way forward was blocked, the 8 princes had no choice but to order the camp to be set up. Afterwards, the coalition of the 8 princes sent troops and horses to make a tentative attack, but they were all beaten back. Marin didn't seem to have any intention of fighting the enemy head-on, so the army didn't leave the camp at all. They just relied on the fortifications and trenches of the camp and kept firing cold guns and cold arrows, which made the soldiers of the 8-nation alliance responsible for the attack lose their temper. It's so difficult, how about we bypass their camp? Seeing the setback of the attack, Count Simon V of Lip was a little afraid and made this suggestion. This suggestion is very constructive, because the 8-nation alliance is now large in number and is not afraid of field battles, but is afraid that Marin will not come out. Therefore, as long as they bypass Marin's camp, Marin will have to chase out of the hedgehog-like camp to block the coalition from advancing westward. Other princes seemed to be tempted, so the coalition sent out scout cavalry to scout the roads south and north of Marin's camp. They want to bypass our camp? How can this be done? We have to think of a way to keep them. Marin saw through the enemy's plan and began to think of countermeasures. The next morning, after breakfast, Marin's men climbed the earth wall of the temporary camp and began to hang their voices, collectively listen carefully, you on the opposite side, Duke Henry is Sabi. 1, 2, 3 Duke Henry is Sabi. Duke Henry is Sabi. The 20,000 troops of the North Sea Kingdom shouted in unison, shaking the earth. At this time, the 2 Dukes Henry were discussing bypassing the enemy camp with the other 6 princes in the camp. Then, suddenly, the unanimous shout of Duke Henry is Sabi came into the big tent. Fuck. Henry, Duke of Brunswick-Wolfenbüttel, was so angry that he smashed the wine glass in his hand. Duke Henry of Brunswick-Lüneburg was also furious. Although he didn't know which Duke Henry the other party was scolding, it must be one of them. So, both of them were furious. I will kill him. I will kill him. Duke Henry of Brunswick-Wolfenbüttel shouted angrily. Duke Henry of Brunswick-Lüneburg was also full of anger, I will not be a human being if I don't kill this official. Chapter 1321, The Failure of the Enemy Tiring Strategy. Frankly speaking, Marin publicly insulted the Duke-level task, and brought 20,000 people to scold together. In Europe, where manners are important, it is very rude and will be despised. However, Marin doesn't care. Anyway, in the eyes of the old nobles, he is also a vulgar man who can fight and is not popular. So, he doesn't care about his reputation. For victory, sacrificing a little reputation is nothing. Moreover, Marin himself is the soul of China. In ancient China, it was common to curse in front of the battlefield. Even during the Three Kingdoms period, Zhuge Liang sent women's clothes to humiliate Sima Yi. The so-called style is probably traced back to the spring and autumn period. After the end of the spring and autumn period and the beginning of the Warring States period, all kinds of conspiracies and intrigues were staged. For example, the famous military strategist Sun Bin was an old Inbi, who killed the famous general of Wei State Pang Wan. The reason why Marin is so Inbi has a lot to do with the exemplary role of these predecessors. In fact, it's not just Marin. After Sun Bin, there were many old Inbi in Chinese history, and each of them was a famous general. Because everyone found that it was really cost-effective to use underhand tactics, and victory could be achieved at the lowest cost. Marin was just a little underhanded who was running wild in Europe after learning all kinds of old underhanded tactics. The main reason was that everyone in Europe had not yet become civilized, and they were all stuck in the demeanor of the early spring and autumn period. If Europe had also experienced the Warring States period, it would not be so particular. To put it bluntly, there was still a lack of leaders. Obviously, Marin would become the ancestor of European underhand tactics in the future, and become a model for future famous generals to learn from. After all, the benefits of using underhand tactics were too great. For example, the simplest verbal battle completely angered the 2 Duke Henrys in the coalition of the 8 kingdoms. Attack for me. Attack. I must kill that bastard Marin. Henry, the Duke of Brunswick-Wolfenbüttel, who was furious, shouted angrily. Meanwhile, Henry, Duke of Brunswick and Lüneburg, echoed the idea, yes, kill this bastard. Count Charles of Gelden was no fool. He saw Marin's intention at a glance, to anger the 2 Dukes Henry. So, he persuaded them, calm down, my lords Henry. This is Marin's trick. We can't fall for it. Let's bypass the enemy camp as planned. However, since Marin dared to use this strategy, he was not afraid of failure. Because his spies had found out that the 2 Dukes Henry were both irritable and brainless people who were easily provoked. Sure enough, Duke Henry of Brunswick-Wolfenbüttel directly rejected Count Charles's suggestion, no, we must not be underestimated by that bastard. We must capture the camp and kill that bastard. Dare to humiliate my noble Welf family, I will make him pay with blood. Yes, the noble Welf family cannot be humiliated easily. Duke Henry of Brunswick-Lüneburg also agreed loudly. He is also a member of the Welf family. But unfortunately, these two not-so-smart Duke Henrys, one is the leader of the coalition, and the other is the deputy leader, and they have the right to speak. Count Charlie of Gelden tried to persuade them, but almost angered them. Why, you are gloating over the misfortune of others when you are not scolded. At this point, Count Charlie of Gelden could not continue to persuade them. If he persuaded them again, he might become enemies. In fact, facing such humiliation, the two Duke Henrys have another choice: duel. However, neither of them would choose a duel. Because they are old, and they are definitely not the opponents of Marin, who is in his early 30s, in a one-on-one fight. If they send their knights to fight instead, that won't work. After all, as the opponent of the North Sea Kingdom, they can't be unaware that Marin has a humanoid monster guard, Khan, who is invincible in single combat. If they send their men to fight alone, it would only be a humiliation. Therefore, their best choice is to defeat the opponent with the army. Then, the coalition forces can only stop turning and stop to attack Marin's camp. But how can Marin, the chief enemy in Europe, be so easy to deal with? The coalition forces' several strong attacks were easily repelled. What should I do? That kid is too difficult. At this time, the two Dukes of Henry were also a little anxious. Or, should we use the tactic of exhausting the enemy by siege day and night? Count Charles of Gelden suddenly suggested. Okay, let's do it. Several other princes agreed. After all, they took advantage of the city of Oldenburg once. However, this tactic of exhausting the enemy is just a child's play for Marin, who is full of conspiracies and tricks. Oh, you know the tactic of exhausting the enemy, not bad. Marin smiled, but didn't take it seriously. He turned and ordered, go, let the soldiers tear open a corner of the quilt and get some cotton to plug their ears. Marin had previously arranged for people to plant Mexican upland cotton in Savannah, and a lot of cotton has been produced in the past few years. Of course, due to the low output, it has not been fully popularized in the North Sea Kingdom. However, Marin has already made people into quilts and give priority to the army. However, due to the low output, it is currently only supplied to the soldiers of the 1st, 2nd and 3rd legions. It just so happens that the soldiers of the 2 legions brought by Marin have quilts, and it is a piece of cake to plug their ears with cotton. Therefore, when the coalition forces of the 8 countries attacked the city at night, Marin only sent 1/3 of the people to deal with it on the city wall. Anyway, he knew that this batch at night was not the main force. Then, the remaining 2/3 of the soldiers stuffed cotton in their ears and slept soundly. In fact, Marin almost couldn't help but take people out to destroy the second-line troops of the enemy army that attacked the city at night. However, because the camp was built too well before, it was surrounded by tunnels full of sharp stakes, which not only hindered the enemy, but also bound himself. Moreover, Marin hoped to wait until the Cossack cavalry, who were good at hunting, came over before completely annihilating the opponent. Therefore, he forcibly resisted the idea of counterattack and continued to deal with the enemy. After a few days, Marin's men were still in high spirits. But in order to deceive the enemy, Marin deliberately took his men to pretend to be furious, and cursed on the top of the city, and greeted all the women of the 8 princes' families, including those who had been buried. But what made the princes of the 8 countries scratch their heads was that they did this for 3 days and 3 nights, and then when they attacked, the North Sea army still resisted fiercely, and they didn't look sleepy to death. However, Marin led his men, while resisting, he deliberately shouted, "Oh, I'm so sleepy." You can still fight so well even if you are sleepy. Many soldiers of the coalition forces of the 8 princes were suddenly full of black lines. As for the siege, it was naturally left unfinished. Marin seemed to be addicted to it. Before the enemy attacked the city, he deliberately let his men stand on the earthen wall of the camp and doze off for the enemy to see. But once the enemy began to attack, the soldiers of the North Sea Kingdom who had been dozing off suddenly became lively and energetic, leaving the coalition forces of the 8 kingdoms puzzled. But Marin seemed to have given them an answer. On the morning of the 5th day, Marin shouted from the top of the city, "Brothers, if you are really sleepy, stab yourself with a knife, and you will not be sleepy after stabbing, and you will be more energetic." Then, Marin deliberately took out a knife from the top of the city and stabbed his arm, and then shouted, "Oh my God, it hurts." The soldiers of the coalition forces of the 8 kingdoms under the city were all black-eyed. Is this how they maintain their vigorous energy? So cruel. No wonder they can resist not being sleepy. This kid is too crazy, so cruel to himself and his men. Several princes were stunned and they heard the report. But in fact, Marin was just acting. But the walls of the camp were high, and the enemy outside the camp couldn't see clearly whether he had really stabbed himself. He was actually joking with his men on the top of the city wall. "Look, those idiots outside the camp must have thought that I really stabbed myself, but I'm not as stupid as Henry." Ahaha. The soldiers of the North Sea Kingdom laughed. This guy actually came up with an evil trick of self-mutilation to stay energetic. What should we do? Henry, Duke of Brunswick-Lüneburg, was a little helpless and a little shocked. Count Charlie of Gelden thought about it and said, "This method can only work for a while. In a few days, they will definitely be exhausted to death. Or, their blood will be drained. We don't care, we will continue to tire the enemy." Although he said so, Count Charlie of Gelden always felt that something was wrong. Chapter 1322, Selling Cigarettes in Front of the Battlefield. In the next few days, the coalition forces of the 8 countries continued to attack the city day and night, trying to make the soldiers of the North Sea Kingdom overtired. However, they did not know that the soldiers of the North Sea Kingdom had much better energy than them after a reasonable rest. If it were not for the reinforcements to come and attack the opponent from front and back, the North Sea Army might have counterattacked in a big way. Of course, it is not easy for the North Sea Army to counterattack. After all, several tunnels were dug outside the camp. It is difficult for the enemy to attack in, and it is difficult for them to attack out. But if reinforcements arrive, Marin can go out if he wants to, just blow up the earth wall and fill the tunnel. But if you do this, it will be difficult to retreat. Therefore, you must wait for reinforcements to arrive before you can do this. Then, a sentence to annihilate the opponent. Otherwise, it is not that you cannot win if you attack now, but you may let the opponent run away. Gradually, the 8 princes also felt something was wrong. Because they have used the tactics of exhausting the enemy for 8 days, but although the opponent looks sleepy, actually pretending, he is still energetic when fighting. This is too abnormal. Count Charlie of Gelden was very confused and couldn't figure it out. However, he suddenly thought of a vicious plan. On the morning of the 9th day, Count Charlie of Gelden and several princes, escorted by a group of meat shield knights, came to the outside of the camp to talk to Marin. "What do you want to talk to me about? I don't have time to care about you. I have to catch up on my sleep." Marin also put on full plate armor, holding a cigarette in his mouth, and shouted in a ruffian manner on the top of the city. "We want to know how you can still fight in a state of fatigue. Logically, it has been more than 8 days, don't you sleep?" Count Charlie asked loudly. "We." Marin grinned and said, "If you are sleepy, stab yourself with a knife and you will wake up immediately. Have you read the illusion of hanging the head on the beam and piercing the thigh with a needle? I know you haven't read it, you illiterate." Count Charlie of Gelden was confused when he heard it. Hanging the head on the beam and piercing the thigh with a needle. What the hell? Self-abuse. Still say that I am uneducated. I'll cross you a circle. This can't be blamed on him, he didn't study in China, he definitely wouldn't know this illusion. Marin called him illiterate, and he was really making fun of him. Seeing Count Charles's confused look, Marin was really happy. Ahahaha, Count Charles was immediately angry. He took out the speech he had prepared long ago, intending to blacken Marin on the spot, stabbing yourself with a knife, and hanging your head on the beam and piercing your thigh with a needle. It's a devil's routine at first glance. Marin Hoffman, tell me yourself, are you the devil's spokesperson? Otherwise, how could you use these devil's methods? Count Charles's voice was very loud, and he was almost shouting with all his strength. So, many people heard this speech. Marin also became serious at this time, and he realized that the other party wanted to throw dirty water on his head. This is the Christian world, not ancient China. In ancient China, Confucianism emphasized, Z does not talk about strange powers and chaos. Even if you are called a demon, it is just a derogatory term. In Europe, which believes in Christianity, being called a devil is fatal. For example, Bruno was identified as a heretic and burned to death. The devil, on the other hand, is the extreme among the heretics and is definitely a target to be burned to death. This Count Charles of Gelden slandered himself as a devil in public, and he obviously wanted to die. After hearing what Count Charles said, the 2 dukes Henry, who were badly scolded, suddenly brightened up and shouted together, "Yes, Marin is a devil. Devil, burn him to death." Hearing the word, burn him to death, Marin's face first flashed with anger. But soon, he laughed, "Ha ha ha ha, the 2 lords Henry, calling you Sabi is not wrong." "What do you mean?" Duke Henry of Brunswick-Wolfenbüttel was furious. "What do you mean?" Marin sneered and continued, "I have been to the Lateran Basilica of the Vatican, stood in front of His Majesty the Pope and the respected archbishops, and was named Holy Spirit Warrior by the Vatican. If I were a devil, why wouldn't I show myself in front of the Pope and the cardinals? The Vatican thinks that I am a noble, Holy Spirit warrior, so who are you, Count Charles? How dare you slander me as a devil? Do you think the great Roman Vatican is the spokesperson of the devil? I think you, Count Charles, are the devil. The crowd under the city suddenly became agitated, and many soldiers of the Eight-Nation Alliance who had originally believed in Count Charles's words also looked at Count Charles suspiciously. After all, Marin is indeed a Holy Spirit warrior, certified by the Holy See. Count Charlie of Gelden saw that it was not good. If he did not refute, he would be blamed. So, he gritted his teeth and said, "You said you are not a devil, then you haven't slept for 8 days, and you keep stabbing yourself to bleed, and you are still alive and well now. This is clearly the devil's method. It is said that the devil likes to sacrifice blood to evil gods." Marin was also stiff, and he secretly said in his heart that it was not good. Indeed, he pretended to stab himself in order to tease his opponent before. But stabbing himself for 8 days and still alive and well is indeed a bit weird. It seems that I have to change my excuse. What excuse should I use? Marin was a little clueless. Then, the cigarette in his hand burned out and burned Marin's fingers. Ouch! Marin quickly threw away the burned cigarette. However, his eyes soon lit up, he had an idea. Then, Marin confidently took out another paper box, took out a cigarette, and asked his men to light it with torches. After taking a puff, Marin blew a smoke ring, and then said with disgust, "You country bumpkin, you are really stupid. I said to bleed yourself, do you really believe it? Look, is there a knife wound on my arm?" After that, Marin rolled up his white arm to show it to the enemy under the earthen wall. After that, Marin raised his right hand holding the cigarette and said, "Country bumpkin, do you know what this is?" Count Charles had no idea about cigarettes. So he simply kept silent. Marin said proudly, "You don't believe me when I say you're a country bumpkin. Let me tell you, this is called tobacco, produced in the Far East." Marin dare not say it's America, he's afraid that America will be coveted, I just brought it back. This stuff is very refreshing after smoking, and the spirit becomes excited. So, even if you idiots have been bothering me for 7 or 8 days and I can't sleep well, as long as I take a few puffs, I will be energetic immediately. Marin suddenly turned into a tobacco salesman and promoted his tobacco vigorously. He thought about it, he sent people to grow tobacco himself, and he had to sell it. It happened that he took this opportunity to sell tobacco to the enemy in front of the battle. "You say it is? I don't believe it." Count Charles shouted. "Don't believe it? I can give you some to try." Then, Marin waved his hand and asked his men to bring all the boxes of stock he brought. Then, Marin threw more than a dozen well-wrapped cigarettes into the city. He also demonstrated to the people in the city how to open the cigarette box, how to light it and smoke it. Moreover, he performed a little trick of blowing smoke rings in public. After the performance, Marin shouted loudly, "If you need cigarettes in the future, come to me to buy them. Please make sure to look for Behaguo's Blaudau brand cigarettes." In this way, the originally solemn battlefield was turned into a weird exhibition of cigarettes before the battle by Marin. Chapter 1323, Difficulty Crossing the River. Hey, it's really refreshing after smoking. An officer of the Eight-Nation Alliance curiously picked up a pack of cigarettes. After the scholar Marin lit it and took a puff, he exclaimed. If it were China in the future, some people might like to smoke and some might not. But Europeans of this era all have heavy tastes and like to eat extremely strong barbecue with pepper. Therefore, the choking of cigarettes is really nothing in the eyes of Europeans of this era with heavy tastes. Therefore, several officers of the Eight-Nation Alliance who picked up cigarettes in front of the battle quickly fell in love with the feeling of smoking. It's really refreshing. No wonder they are so energetic. Marin heard the discussion of several officers of the other side under the tower, and couldn't help but curl his lips. Can't it be refreshing? I relied on smoking to refresh myself when I was typing the night before I died in my previous life. Because I am immune to coffee, I can't refresh myself by drinking coffee. It may also be the poor quality of instant coffee. Marin often relied on smoking to refresh himself when he stayed up late to type in his previous life. Obviously, I hated smoking before, but later I developed the habit of smoking at night. Let alone the heavy taste Europeans of this era, even the Chinese people with light taste in later generations have 300 million smokers, not to mention the heavy taste Europeans of this era. The strong stimulation of tobacco made the officers of the Eight-Nation Alliance who took the lead in smoking unable to stop. Then, the other packs of cigarettes on the ground were quickly snatched away. Many soldiers of the Eight-Nation Alliance rushed to smoke, and more than a dozen packs of cigarettes were quickly divided up. Count Charlie of Gelden said angrily, you bunch of idiots, aren't you afraid that he will poison this thing? Hearing this, many people hesitated. Marin sneered and said, cowardly rat, use your pig brain to think I will poison people in front of so many people. I am the Grand Duke recognized by the Empire after all, I will be so mean. After that, Marin threw down more than a dozen packs of cigarettes. Anyway, it's a promotion, so you can't be stingy. When these people get used to smoking, there is no need to worry about not being able to recoup the cost from them. Marin remembered that after tobacco was introduced to Europe in the 16th century, it quickly became popular throughout Europe. Later, it was introduced to China and quickly became popular in China. Europeans of this era are very receptive to the taste of tobacco, more so than later generations. In later generations, many Europeans resist smoking because they value health. But even so, 30% of Europeans in later generations smoke. So he is not worried about the sales of tobacco. However, we must first make tobacco famous. Although he was a little bit stupid when he promoted cigarettes in front of the battle, it was easier to quickly make tobacco famous. After all, this thing was very strange and it was easy to spread throughout Europe. You know, no matter where people are, they like to hear anecdotes. Marin is a Grand Duke. Although he is a little bit embarrassed to promote cigarettes in front of the battle, it is a real anecdote and it is easy to spread. As for reputation, Marin doesn't care so much. Anyway, he knows that those old nobles have blackened him a lot. He wanted to whitewash himself, but those people didn't agree. So, he was a bit desperate. In fact, Columbus had seen tobacco when he arrived in America in 1492. However, it was only popular among some Spanish sailors. Later, under Marin's deception and the outbreak of syphilis, the Spaniards withdrew from Europe in fear. Therefore, the inheritance of tobacco in Spain was temporarily cut off. And people in Central and Northern Europe have not seen the power of tobacco yet. Therefore, Marin needs a big event to help promote tobacco. Obviously, promoting cigarettes in front of the battlefield is a very eye-catching event. I believe that after this battle, many people will try smoking out of curiosity. Once you start smoking, it is easy to fall in love with it. Marin chatted with the 8 princes on the city wall for a while, and a group of people gathered together to hold a smoking meeting. When the cigarettes were finished, everyone dispersed. Although many soldiers of the 8-nation alliance who smoked for the first time felt unsatisfied, the cigarettes Marin threw down were too few and not enough to share. Then, they could only walk away cursing. You ask why you didn't take the opportunity to shoot the 8 princes under the city? This is not China, you can't be too unscrupulous. In Europe, you can't kill nobles for no reason. Even if you capture nobles, you must ensure their safety, and then wait for their families to redeem them with money, and you can't kill them at will. Unless, in the melee, you kill the other party by surprise. However, you can't be found out that you did it on purpose. This is the unspoken rule of the European aristocratic circle. If you want to mix in this circle, you must abide by it. Otherwise, others will not play with you. Even, they will team up to do you. So, when these 8 princes appeared under the city, Marin was not easy to kill. After taking a pity look at the 8 fat sheep swaggering away, Marin threw away his cigarette butts and rearranged the battle. When arranging the battle, Marin walked down the tower and entered the command center. Why? Because the battle mode is different now. A few years ago, when Marin was fighting, the North Sea Army was equipped with muskets on a large scale, while the enemy was basically not equipped with muskets. But a few years later, the situation in Europe has changed a lot. Because of the success of Marin's army, and the Spanish also defeated the arrogant French with the Marin phalanx, containing a large number of musketeers. Therefore, muskets quickly became popular in Europe. Even the 8-nation alliance, Marin's opponent in this war, was equipped with many musketeers. Of course, the muskets used by the opponents are basically the most popular matchlock guns, not the clockwork muskets equipped by Marin's men. It's not that the technology of clockwork muskets is too difficult, but that it is too difficult to make. The spring of the clockwork musket is very difficult to make, and requires a steel sheet with good elasticity. Ordinary craftsmen can't make a qualified spring at all, let alone use the spring to make the ignition device of the musket. Therefore, other European countries, even if there are musketeers, generally use matchlock guns. After all, matchlock gun technology is not difficult, and the technology is mature and popular. However, although the matchlock gun has various shortcomings, its power is not much different from the clockwork musket. They are all smoothbore rifles, and the power of lead bullets is also amazing. If Marin is accidentally hit by lead bullets, he will be finished. Therefore, after the siege began, Marin returned to the command center in the city. Anyway, his men will report the battle situation. Even if he went up to the top of the city to observe the enemy, Marin would hide behind the battlements and look out from the shooting hole. Moreover, Marin did not let the North Sea army burst out with real firepower, but held back. Because he was afraid that after all the firepower burst out, it would scare away the opponent. But before the 5,000 Cossack cavalry of the 3rd Legion arrived at the battlefield, Marin obviously did not want the opponent to be scared away. Therefore, he could only show weakness first and delay the opponent. As for the 3rd Legion and 5,000 Cossack cavalry that Marin was looking forward to, they were now staring at the surging Elbe River on the east bank of the Elbe River. After Steindorf completed the cleanup of the 3rd Legion, after a short period of replacement of officers and reorganization of troops, he had regained control of the 3rd Legion. Then, he led the reborn 3rd Army in 5,000 Cossack cavalry southward. However, when he led his army to Las Vegas, an important port city on the east bank of the Elbe River, he suddenly discovered that the ferries in Las Vegas seemed to have been towed to the west bank of the Elbe River, and there was no material to build a pontoon bridge. So, Steindorf and his army could only stare at the surging Elbe River and could not cross the Elbe River. Chapter 1324, Borrowing a Boat to Cross the River. Originally, Marin prepared hundreds of small and medium-sized ships in Las Vegas on the east bank of the Elbe estuary. These ships are usually used to pick up the nobles on the west bank to gamble in Las Vegas. After all, the gambling city of Las Vegas was established to receive and corrupt the old nobles in the Bremen area. Therefore, those ships are naturally used to receive the old nobles who were squeezed out of the political core circle by Marin. However, in wartime, those hundreds of ships will accept command, stand side by side on the Elbe River, and build a pontoon bridge for the army to pass. However, this time, when the 3rd Army and the Cossack Cavalry Corps arrived at the Elbe River again, the hundreds of ships originally prepared here were deceived to the other side by the old nobles of Bremen province headed by Baron Ginter, and then controlled by the old nobles on the other side. Not only that, the old nobles on the west bank of the Elbe not only seized the ships that sent them back, but also left a large number of servants to guard the west bank to prevent people from crossing the river. When Steindorf arrived at the east bank of the Elbe River with the 3rd Army and the Cossack Cavalry Corps, not only were there no boats crossing the river, but there were also 10,000 enemy troops guarding the river on the other side to prevent anyone from crossing the river on the east side. These 10,000 people were naturally the 10,000 conscripts sent by the Eight-Nation Alliance to replace the 7,000 private armies of the old nobles who were originally guarding here. Although these conscripts were not very strong in combat, they were enough to guard the Elbe River and prevent anyone from crossing the river on the other side. For example, if someone on the east bank crossed the river by boat, they would be attacked by the archers among these 10,000 people before reaching the west bank. That's not all. When the boat tried to dock, it would be stabbed by several spears, forcing the boat to be unable to dock. Even if the people on the boat were fierce and avoided the attack, what would happen? If a lone boat docked on the west bank, the people getting off the boat would definitely be besieged by the enemy troops on the west bank. How many people can a boat carry? Being besieged by a large number of enemy troops, even martial arts masters will suffer. Therefore, in the absence of boats, the soldiers of the 3rd Army and the Cossack Cavalry Corps could only stare at the surging Elbe River. Alas, how can we cross the river? If we can't cross the river, we will miss the opportunity to fight. Steindorf looked at the surging Elbe River and the enemy troops on the other side waiting for battle, and he was so anxious that he jumped up and down. At night, Steindorf was drinking in the city lord's mansion in Las Vegas, accompanied by Alsace, the commander of the Cossack Cavalry Corps. Suddenly, his men reported that Wolf Esprand, the governor of the Dithmarschen Autonomous County, was visiting. Wolf Esprand? Such a familiar name. Steindorf murmured. The adjutant who was waiting on the side quickly reminded, it was the Wolf Esprand who had defeated the Danish army, and Archduke Marin was also captured by him. Ah, I remember. Steindorf finally remembered who Wolf Esprand was. This man was a famous hero in Europe in this era. In this era when people's thinking was generally dull, Wolf Esprand was a rare powerful figure in Europe who knew how to use strategies. At the beginning, the Danish king sent more than 10,000 troops to attack Dithmarschen, which had only more than 1,000 militiamen. As a result, in the Battle of Hemmingstadt, Wolf Esprand organized the militia to block the river upstream of the village of Hemmingstadt to store water. After the Danish army arrived, he suddenly had people dig up the river bank and use the flood to defeat tens of thousands of Danish troops, making him famous in one battle. That's not all. Later, when Marin led his men to surround Heide, the capital of Dithmarschen, Wolf Esprand sent his top general Cage to knock him unconscious and take him into the city while Marin was not paying attention, forcing Marin to agree to the autonomy of Dithmarschen County. Later, the fierce general Brother Cage was recruited by Marin and became an instructor of the North Sea Special Forces. However, Wolf Esprand, a wise man, returned to Dithmarschen County after serving Marin for a period of time to benefit the village. The actual situation is that Marin later recruited former Danish Prime Minister Mikkel, who had more experience in governance than Wolf Esprand, so he let him go back to his hometown. The people of Dithmarschen County also supported him and kept him as the governor of the Dithmarschen County Autonomous Government. Moreover, the city of Las Vegas was also built in the southwest of Dithmarschen County. However, this place is not currently under the jurisdiction of Dithmarschen County, but directly under Marin. This time, Wolf Esprand came to Las Vegas not to eat, drink and have fun, but to discuss cooperation with Las Vegas Lord Graz. As for what cooperation? Mainly, Wolf Esprand hopes that the vegetables, meat, fish and other foods of Las Vegas City will be purchased mainly from Dithmarschen County, so as to increase the income of farmers in Dithmarschen County. Originally, although Las Vegas is close to Dithmarschen County, consumer goods are not only purchased from the neighboring Dithmarschen County. After all, Las Vegas is located at the mouth of the Elbe River, with convenient water transportation, and it is not necessarily necessary to purchase from Dithmarschen County. Wolf Esprand came this time to negotiate with Lord Graz, hoping to win most of the supply orders to benefit the farmers in Dithmarschen County. However, Lord Graz's reaction to this was a bit cold. Because Lord Graz believed that although Dithmarschen County nominally belonged to the North Sea Kingdom, it had autonomy and did not pay taxes to Grand Duke Marin, and did not contribute much to the North Sea Kingdom. Under the same price, Graz would rather order products from other regions than from Dithmarschen County, a country within a country. After Wolf Esprand entered the city lord's mansion, Graz's city lord's reaction was rather cold. On the contrary, Steindorf, the commander of the 3rd Legion, had a heated conversation with Wolf Esprand because he admired Wolf Esprand's outstanding achievements. Steindorf took the opportunity to complain to Wolf Esprand and explained the embarrassing situation of the difficulty in crossing the river. After listening to Wolf Esprand, he was silent for a while, and suddenly asked, "If I can find a way to let the 3rd Legion and the Cossack cavalry regiment cross the river smoothly, can the commander of the Legion guarantee to persuade Graz's city lord to give most of the food supply orders for Las Vegas City to Dithmarschen County?" Steindorf suddenly became energetic. "Lord Wolf, can you find a way to let our entire army cross the river?" Yes, that is." After saying that, Wolf Esprand glanced at Graz's city lord. Steindorf was overjoyed when he heard this and said, "I understand what you mean. If you can find a way to help my army cross the river smoothly, it will be a great contribution to the North Sea Kingdom. The Grand Duke will definitely not be stingy with the agricultural product supply order for Las Vegas City. In fact, the Grand Duke will give you a generous reward." "Really? Can you promise?" Wolf Esprand stared at Steindorf and asked. "I promise. You don't know how important this war is to the Grand Duke. A mere agricultural product contract is just a matter of a word from the Grand Duke. I want to promise you here that I will do my best to make this happen afterwards. I think the Grand Duke will not be stingy." Wolf Esprand nodded and said, "Then I'm relieved." Steindorf said anxiously, "Then tell me how to get the army across the river." Wolf Esprand nodded, walked to a map hanging on the wall beside the room, pointed at the map and said, "Mr. Commander, please look." Steindorf and Alsace came over, and the Lord of Graz also came to watch. This is Las Vegas, and a few dozen kilometers to the southeast is the Hanseatic city of Hamburg. "I understand, you want me to borrow a boat from Hamburg?" Steindorf shouted excitedly. However, he soon became frustrated, but the west bank of the Elbe River is defended by the enemy. Even if we borrow boats from Hamburg, it will be difficult to build a pontoon bridge. After all, the other side will definitely not let us successfully build a pontoon bridge. Wolf Esprand smiled and said, "Lord Steindorf, you see, if Hamburg City goes further south, it is actually across the territory of Bremen province." Steindorf looked and said, "Yes, further south is the Duchy of Brunswick-Lüneburg, which is an enemy country. Are we going to build a pontoon bridge there?" Wolf Esprand nodded, "Yes, although the Duchy of Brunswick-Lüneburg is an enemy country, it is not like the province of Bremen, where there are people defending the river bank. Therefore, you can borrow Hamburg City's boats to the south of Hamburg and build a pontoon bridge to cross the river. What if the other side's garrison finds out and sends people to the south to stop us? After all, building a pontoon bridge is not something that can be done overnight. What if the enemy comes to destroy it while the pontoon bridge is being built?" asked the Cossack Corps commander Arthas. Wolf Esprand thought for a moment and said, "This is simple. Tomorrow, Lord Steindorf will lead the 3rd Corps to Las Vegas to force a crossing of the river to attract the attention of the other side's garrison. Lord Alsace, you will take 5,000 cavalrymen and quietly detour to Hamburg to borrow boats from Hamburg. Then, at night, take the fleet south to the border of Brunswick-Lüneburg to build a pontoon bridge. After the pontoon bridge is built, the Cossack cavalry will cross the river to guard it. As you two said just now, the garrison on the other side are all conscripts with weak combat effectiveness. As long as 2,000 or 3,000 Cossack cavalrymen go over, even if the other side finds out the truth, it will be too late. Even if they want to go south to destroy the pontoon bridge, it depends on whether you Cossack cavalrymen agree or not. After listening, Arthas nodded repeatedly, that's right. If my Cossack cavalry goes over with 2,000 or 3,000 men, they will surely be able to chop down those conscripts. At that time, Lord Steindorf's Third Army will be able to cross the river smoothly under the cover of my cavalry. Steindorf thought for a moment and asked again, how do we cross the Weser River in the west? It's also a big river. The county of Oldenburg has been occupied by the coalition forces of the Eight-Nation Alliance. The original ferry boats that crossed the Weser River will definitely be controlled or even destroyed by the coalition forces of the Eight-Nation Alliance to prevent the Third Army from crossing the river and attacking the coalition forces from behind. From Las Vegas to the mainland of East Frisia, the two major rivers, the Elbe and the Weser, are difficult to cross. For other small rivers, you can just find a few small boats to build a floating bridge. You can even cut down trees on the spot to build a floating bridge. Wolf Esperand said without thinking, the old way, go to Bremen to borrow boats and build a pontoon bridge to cross the river. Bremen and Hamburg are both Hanseatic cities, and Archduke Marin has a good relationship with the Hanseatic League, so it's no problem to borrow boats from Bremen. Bremen is also a famous inland port city with many ships. Steindorf jumped up excitedly, okay, let's do it. As long as we can successfully cross these two rivers, our army can go straight to the enemy's back. At that time, we and the Archduke's main force will attack from the front and back, and we can successfully annihilate the enemy. Chapter 1325 Crossing the River and Blocking. After making a plan, Alsace led 5,000 Cossack cavalrymen from the east bank of the Elbe River to Hamburg. In fact, the Cossack cavalrymen who needed to build a pontoon bridge to cross the river the most were the Cossack cavalrymen. Because Cossack cavalrymen often had 3 horses per person. If they were transported by boat, the horses would take up a lot of space on the boat, which was very inconvenient. Often, the space occupied by a horse could squeeze several people. As for the Third Army, there were also 2,000 Blackshirt Knights and 4,000 horses that needed to cross the river. Steindorf was the first musket commander of the North Sea Army, and the 2,000 Blackshirt Knights had always been under his leadership. When he was transferred to the commander of the Third Army, the 2,000 Blackshirt Knights using carbines were also transferred to the Third Army. In total, the Third Army in the Cossack Army, with as many as 7,000 cavalrymen, would find it difficult to cross the river without a pontoon bridge. If it was just infantry, they would just have to wait for Marin's transport fleet to pick them up. But with 7,000 cavalry, as many as 19,000 horses, that would be very terrifying. No fleet could transport so many horses for long-distance sea maneuvers, and even if there were, they would have to be divided into many batches. Therefore, this army had to take the pontoon bridge. Otherwise, it would have to be transported in many batches, and the pontoon bridge would be simpler, the horses just had to line up to cross the river. Alsace, with 5,000 Cossack cavalry, entered the city of Hamburg under the guidance of Dem, the commander of the Black Shirt Knights under Steindorf. At this time in Hamburg, the Grand Speaker was no longer Heisenberg. 3 years ago, Heisenberg had passed away, and the current Grand Speaker was Bernard, a shrewd middle-aged man. The people of Hamburg had never seen Cossack cavalry, but they had seen the Black Shirt Knights, and even fought side by side with them. Therefore, under the leadership of Dem, Alsace successfully entered Hamburg and discussed the matter of borrowing a ship with Grand Speaker Bernard. The people of Hamburg were very considerate. Speaker Bernard quickly approved the loan of inland vessels in Hamburg's main port. Offshore vessels are mainly in Cuxhaven on the west bank of the Elbe estuary, but inland vessels are enough to build a pontoon bridge to the North Sea Kingdom. Moreover, it was agreed that those ships would quietly go south at night and build a pontoon bridge after entering the territory of the Principality of Brunswick-Lüneburg. In fact, there was a fierce debate within the city of Hamburg on whether to support the North Sea Kingdom. But Speaker Bernard knew very well that the North Sea Kingdom was Hamburg's big customer. Marin had money in his hands and often went to Hamburg to purchase materials such as bricks, beeswax and minerals for domestic construction, which made Hamburg merchants make a lot of money. Moreover, having an ally with a strong military force is also very good for Hamburg. Although Hamburg has developed maritime trade and good maritime strength, it is a weak chicken on land. With the protection of Marin's North Sea Army, Hamburg's land security is also guaranteed. And if the North Sea Kingdom is swallowed up by the princes of the 8 kingdoms, it is not certain. Bernard could not guarantee that if the coalition of the 8 princes destroyed the North Sea Kingdom, they would further swallow Hamburg. At least, Marin's North Sea Kingdom had no intention of annexing Hamburg, but was very close to the Hanseatic League. As for the 8 princes, it was hard to say. As far as Grand Speaker Bernard knew, the Duke of Saxe-Lauenburg, Magnus I, was very envious of the wealth of nearby Hamburg. Therefore, Grand Speaker Bernard overruled all opposition and unconditionally cooperated with the army of the North Sea Kingdom. Moreover, he believed that if this 15,000-strong army including thousands of cavalry rushed to the front line, it would be difficult for the coalition of the 8 princes not to fail. That night, under the starry sky, hundreds of large and small inland ships in Hamburg's main port, under the guidance of Hamburg sailors, carefully left the port and sailed slowly southward along the Elbe River. Because it was night, it was difficult to control the sails. Therefore, Grand Speaker Bernard dispatched 5,000 trackers to pull those inland ships southward with ropes on the shore. In this way, there is no need to experience the risk of the sailboat being stranded at night due to the sailing. Moreover, because the boatmen were pulling an empty boat, it was not so strenuous. If it was a fully loaded cargo ship, the boatmen would suffer. Moreover, rowers were arranged on the boat, which further reduced the burden on the boatmen. After dawn, the fleet left the part across the river from the province of Bremen and entered the other side of the Duchy of Lüneburg. Seeing that it was almost done, Alsace and the commander of the Black Shirt Knights, Dem, began to arrange the Hamburg sailors to build a pontoon bridge. Alsace had no experience in this, but Dem was a veteran of the North Sea Kingdom and had a lot of experience in building pontoon bridges. So, under his command, hundreds of Hamburg's large and small inland ships were lined up in rows on the Elbe River. Then, the Hamburg sailors took out the ropes on the boat and further tied the boats, and laid the spare wooden boards on the boat on some small boats to make the pontoon bridge smoother and convenient for carriages to pass. By noon, the pontoon bridge was basically built. Then, the Cossack cavalrymen began to line up to cross the bridge. Alsace was worried that there would be an attack from the north, so he asked the Cossack cavalrymen to ignore the horses that were being transferred, and let 2,000 Cossack cavalrymen cross the pontoon bridge with only the war horses. Then, they were responsible for protecting the safety of the pontoon bridge and preventing it from being destroyed. Sure enough, Alsace's worries were right. When the 2,000 Cossack cavalrymen crossed the pontoon bridge, 3,000 or 4,000 soldiers from the coalition of the 8 princes came from the north. Obviously, the other party came to seize and destroy the pontoon bridge. In fact, in the morning, the people of the Duchy of Lüneburg discovered the North Sea Army and the Hamburg fleet that were building a pontoon bridge. Then, someone specially sent someone to the north to report the news. However, the local horses were forcibly requisitioned by their feudal lord, Henry, Duke of Brunswick-Lüneburg. Therefore, the messenger could not report the news on horseback, but could only report the news on foot. Although the messenger ran very fast, comparable to a marathon runner. However, when he ran to the coalition station, it was already around 9 o'clock in the morning. Then, the generals of the 8-nation alliance began to gather their troops and march south. Unfortunately, they were also infantrymen and could not run very fast. It was not until after 1 o'clock in the afternoon that 3,000 or 4,000 soldiers of the 8-nation alliance arrived near the pontoon bridge. At this time, the 2,000 vanguards of the Cossack cavalry had crossed the river and guarded the pontoon bridge. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Shouted the Cossack scout. Then, the scout was slapped in the face. The Cossack commander Jürgen roared, "What are you panicking about? They are just 3,000 or 4,000 infantrymen, look how scared you are. The army is crossing the river, and you are shouting so anxiously, which can easily cause chaos, understand?" The new Cossack scout covered his face and nodded aggrievedly, and stopped talking nonsense. In fact, the slap of Captain Jürgen was very timely. If this guy was allowed to shout in panic, it would really affect the crossing of the river. If the infantry crossed the pontoon bridge, it would be nothing. But the cavalrymen were all on horses. Once the cavalrymen showed signs of panic, and this emotion was transmitted to the horses, something serious might happen. Therefore, the slap from Captain Jürgen was very decisive and timely. Next, it's up to us. Captain Jürgen jumped on his horse, drew out the Type 65 cavalry sword, and ordered all the Cossacks guarding the pontoon bridge to mount their horses. As the highest-ranking commander guarding the bridge on the west bank, the commander of the 1st Cossack Cavalry Regiment, Jürgen ordered, "The 4th Cavalry Regiment continues to guard the bridgehead and block any enemy who dares to approach. The 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Regiments, all follow me." A total of 1,500 people from the 3 Cossack Cavalry Regiments responded loudly, and then they all picked up their spears. That's right, not sabers, but spears. The Cossack cavalrymen were not only good at using sabers, but also spears. Of course, the spears they used were not lances that could charge at high speed, but the most common infantry spears. As for the saber, it would be pulled out and continued to chop after the spear fell out of hand. For the Cossack cavalry, the spear was a weapon for the first charge. After the spear pierced the enemy's body, it was often too late to pull it out. Therefore, after the spear pierced the enemy in the first round of charge, the Cossack cavalry often decisively discarded the spear, and then quickly pulled out the saber to continue slashing. Sometimes, in order to break the enemy's formation, the spear was often used as a javelin by the Cossack cavalry, and thrown into the enemy formation to cause casualties to the enemy. For example, in this first round of charge, except for the commander, each Cossack cavalry held a most common and slender spear more than 3 meters long. Moreover, in this era, the Cossack cavalry of the spear team was very important. Because the European infantry they faced were often good at spear formations. If you rush up with a saber, it is easy to be stabbed into a hornet's nest by the enemy. Therefore, the Cossacks often choose to use spears to deal with the infantry phalanx. Charge. 1,500 Cossack cavalry rushed up waving, disposable, inferior spears. The commander of the coalition army of the 8 states was also horrified when he saw so many cavalrymen rushing over. So he shouted, "Form a formation! Form a formation!" Spearmen charge forward, hold their spears at an angle, and block the enemy cavalry. Then, a group of conscripts formed a square formation in a panic. The spearmen in the front row held their spears at an angle of 45 degrees forward, with the ends of their spears touching the ground, so as to transmit the impact of the enemy cavalry to the ground. Chapter 1326, The Cossack Cavalry and the Black Knights. The commander of the coalition army had a good idea: as long as the Cossack cavalry dared to bump into them, they would be stabbed into skewers by the spearmen's spears. However, the Cossacks of the North Sea Kingdom are different. Marin himself is a wretched guy, and the officers under his command also like to grow wretchedly. For example, Captain Jürgen is a wretched guy. Jürgen is a German Cossack who originally served in the First Army and was a reconnaissance cavalry. He grew up on a horse farm in the Alsace region and was a young serf responsible for raising horses. Because he has been dealing with horses for many years, Jürgen has mastered superb riding skills. However, Jürgen started as a reconnaissance cavalry of the First Army and barely became the squad leader of the reconnaissance cavalry. But the First Army is mainly infantry, and even if there are cavalry, they are half-heavy armored lancers. Although Jürgen has superb riding skills, he is not like those lancers who have practiced martial arts since childhood. Therefore, he was not reused in the First Army. When Marin was building a Cossack village in Jutland, Jürgen followed his fellow villager Alsace and went there to serve as a German Cossack officer. In fact, Jürgen did nothing worse than his fellow villager Alsace. It's just that Alsace took advantage of the name. Because Marin was a Warcraft player in his previous life, he was too impressed by the name of the Lich King Alsace. Then, with the convenience of his name, Alsace stood out from a group of German Cossack officers and became the commander of the corps. And Jürgen became the commander of the 1st Cossack Cavalry Regiment, second only to the commander of the corps. The Cossack Cavalry Corps has not yet set up a deputy commander, and the commander of the 1st Regiment has a higher status than the 2nd commander and others, and has the highest status among the commanders. As a reconnaissance cavalryman, Jürgen's Cossack Cavalry Regiment first attaches importance to not picking up weapons and fighting with people, but killing the enemy in a wretched way, while paying attention to saving his life. And this is also the habit of reconnaissance cavalry. After all, it is important for scouts to save their lives, so as not to fail to pass on intelligence. Jürgen's combat purpose is: if you don't see any advantage to take, you will never rush up and chop people easily. Unless the commander-in-chief demands a desperate fight. Now, it is obviously not the time to fight. Therefore, the 3 Cossack cavalry regiments seemed to be coming fiercely, but they slowed down when they arrived in front of the enemy. Then, the Cossack cavalry that had been charging straight at the enemy suddenly turned and rushed to the left, avoiding the enemy infantry's spear formation. But when passing the enemy's spear formation, Jürgen shouted, "Throw!" Then, hundreds of thin and inferior spears were thrown at the spearmen in front of the enemy's formation as javelins. Those half-crouching front-row spearmen were originally waiting for the enemy to crash into them. As a result, the enemy made a feint and did not crash into them stupidly. Just when they breathed a sigh of relief, a spear rain suddenly fell from the sky, and hundreds of spears flew over like raindrops. How powerful is the kinetic energy of the spears! Although the distance of throwing the spears will definitely not be too far, the weight of the spears is there. When the spears fell from midair and stabbed the front-row spearmen of the enemy, many spearmen who had no time to react were directly pierced by the spears thrown over. Some unlucky ones were even nailed to the ground. Puff puff puff. Ah! The enemy's position was filled with the sound of spears piercing flesh and the screams of infantrymen who were hit by spears. After passing the enemy infantry formation, these Cossack cavalry did not turn back to charge. Because the spear formation had not been broken. At this time, charging hard would be tantamount to committing suicide. So, these Cossacks made a circle and went back to the bridgehead. Of course, only most of them went around, and there were still 300 or 400 people left, going around to the rear of the coalition infantry phalanx. What do these people want to do? They are waiting for the opponent to move. If the infantry phalanx shrinks there, it will be like a hedgehog, and it will be difficult to attack. But once the hedgehog starts to move, it will have more flaws. So, these 300 or 400 Cossack cavalrymen are planning to wait for the enemy to move, and then rush from the side and rear. Obviously, the commander of the coalition forces is not stupid, and knows that he can't move casually, so he has to stay where he is. However, the Cossack cavalrymen who returned to the bridgehead brought a batch of inferior thin spears. Obviously, they also want to throw javelins. Of course, this trick is only effective against the enemy infantry in front of them. Because this infantry is mainly conscripted soldiers, and they don't have any long-range weapons. There are no muskets, no bows and crossbows. Even the spears are inferior spears. Therefore, Jürgen is bullying the opponent because he has no long-range firepower, so he dares to throw javelins for fun. If he encountered an opponent with musketeers, he would never dare to be so reckless. There were Cossack cavalrymen throwing spears as javelins in front, and Cossack cavalrymen approaching a regiment in the back waiting for them to move and reveal flaws. The commander of the coalition forces, Varric, was so frustrated, but he didn't dare to move. If he had taken Marin's military class, he would know that there is a saying called arms restraint. The 3,000 or 4,000 conscripts he led were almost all spearmen. Spears are the lowest cost weapons and are very suitable for conscripts. If the Cossack cavalry only charged with sabers, they would be restrained by them. Because the spear formation really restrains the charge of melee cavalry. But Cossacks also have the skill of throwing spears as javelins. So, Jürgen simply used the Cossacks as javelin cavalry, and beat the enemy without any chance of fighting back. At this time, 1,000 Blackshirt Knights of Dem came over. Jürgen was overjoyed. After throwing away all his spears, he came to Dem and said, "Lord Dem, please ask your Black Knights to cooperate with me to attack this group of enemies." Dem asked, how to cooperate? He had just crossed the river and didn't know much about the situation. It's like this. The enemy army on the opposite side only has spearmen and no long-range weapons. I think, please ask your Black Knights to calmly fire their guns around the enemy formation, slowly aim and shoot the enemy. What if the enemy rushes out? Dem's Black Knights can't beat the spearmen in close combat. After all, the weapons of Montenegro are only carbines and sabers. Don't worry, my Cossack cavalry will plunder your people on the side. If they dare to rush out, we will attack the opponent's flank. Okay. Dem nodded and agreed. Then, the 1,000 Black Knights who had just crossed the river began to reload their carbines. Generally, each Black Knight has at least 3 spring-fired pistols, or even 5. Therefore, it took a while to load all the carbines. When the Blackshirt Knights finished loading, they followed Jürgen's instructions and came to the enemy's front dozens of yards away, and comfortably shot the enemy's spearmen with muskets. Bang 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 bang, bursts of gunfire came, and many coalition infantry fell down. At this time, Jürgen led 3 Cossack cavalry regiments to the flank of the Blackshirt Knights, covering them. The Blackshirt Knights generally had 5 carbines, so after they finished a round, they threw the used carbine into the leather bag on one side, and took out another loaded carbine from the leather bag on the other side, and continued to slowly aim and shoot. At such a close distance, and after stopping to aim, how could they miss? Even if the smoothbore musket had a low hit rate, by the time the 5,000 bullets of the 1,000 Blackshirt Knights were used up, the Allied infantry had already suffered more than 1,000 casualties. Ah, I can't stand it. When the Blackshirt Knights finished the second round of reloading and ran to aim and shoot, some of the Allied spearmen finally lost their patience. They broke away from their main formation, holding their spears, and rushed towards the Black Mountain Knights dozens of yards away like crazy. Under their leadership, the already undisciplined conscripts began to rush forward in a swarm, trying to stab those hateful Blackshirt Knights to death. However, they forgot that there were Cossack cavalrymen standing by. Good opportunity. Brothers, draw your swords, charge. After saying that, Jürgen took the lead himself, waving his saber and riding his horse to the enemy's flank. Chapter 1327, Rapid Annihilation. Just after the spearmen of the Eight-Nation Alliance rushed out, the Blackshirt Knights who had stopped to shoot at ease also began to retreat in an orderly manner. The Blackshirt Knights did not have long weapons, and if they stopped to fight the spearmen, they would be asking for trouble. Many people may think that cavalry is naturally restrained by infantry, but this is actually wrong. Cavalry with only close combat capabilities cannot beat spearmen, especially European spearmen. European spears are generally 3 or 4 meters long, and longer ones such as the Swiss spearmen can be 6 meters long. With such a long length, if you, a close combat cavalry, rush up with a saber, it is no different from sending yourself to death. Even if you hold a 2.8 meter long lance, you are still sending yourself to death. Of course, if the infantry's spear is about the same length as the cavalry will definitely win. But if the infantry uses the 5 or 6 meter long spears of the Swiss, it will be different. With this kind of spear, and the Swiss being good at arranging spear formations, the plate-armored knights of the Habsburg family and the plate-armored knights of Burgundy suffered a great loss. In the ancient East, the reason why the cavalry on the grassland restrained the infantry was that the cavalry on the grassland in the ancient North were good at horse shooting. Before they rushed to the front, they would first shoot thousands of arrows, causing heavy losses to the infantry. After causing a large number of casualties to the Central Plains infantry, the grassland cavalry would charge with scimitars. At this time, the Central Plains infantry was already demoralized due to the huge casualties, and they collapsed directly after being charged. Of course, there are exceptions, such as the heavy armored infantry of the Song dynasty, which was not afraid of cavalry charges because of its high armor. But there was nothing to do. The Liao and Jin cavalry could not break through the front, so they just flashed. Anyway, your heavy armored infantry could not catch up with them. Moreover, wearing heavy armor consumes a lot of physical energy. When you are out of physical strength, they will rush up to take advantage. In addition, because of martial arts, the ancient Chinese people preferred to use red tasseled spears about 1.3 meters long. Because if the spear is too long, it is not convenient to move left and right, which affects the display of martial arts. Therefore, in ancient China, few spears were longer than 2 meters, for fear of affecting the display of martial arts. But in fact, although the longer spears are not flexible, they are still very terrifying if they are arranged in a dense spear formation. In particular, it is very restraining for the cavalry's charge. The ancient Chinese people were accustomed to using short spears more than 1 meter long, so the grassland cavalry had the confidence to charge with scimitars. For example, in the battle in front of them, when the coalition infantry holding more than 3 meters long spears squatted and did not move, Jurgen's Cossack cavalry did not dare to charge. Because rushing up at this time is simply to actively hit the spears. But once these spears move, then their flanks are full of flaws. The main disadvantage of using too long spears is that the flanks are very unsafe when charging. Because it is difficult to take into account the protection of the sides with a spear several meters long. If it was a fixed formation, the flanks would have spearmen lined up to guard against flank attacks. But once the charge started, the spearmen in the front row would be fine, but the spearmen on the flanks would definitely find it difficult to maintain their formation, and there would inevitably be loopholes. And Jurgen obviously saw the loopholes on the flanks of the coalition spearmen who were moving. So, he waved his saber without hesitation and took the lead in rushing towards the loopholes on the flanks of the coalition spearmen. More than 1,000 Cossack cavalrymen, waving sabers and howling like wolves, rushed towards the flanks of the coalition spearmen, causing great psychological pressure on those conscripted spearmen. When Jurgen's warhorse rushed close, many spearmen did not think about raising their spears to resist, but subconsciously dodged to the side to avoid being hit by the horses. However, this subconscious action was exactly what the Cossack cavalry needed. Jurgen rode his horse into a path that the enemy spearmen subconsciously made way for. At the moment he charged into the enemy formation, he raised his saber in his right hand and held it horizontally in his hand, but he did not make any chopping movements. The cavalrymen in TV dramas show off their martial arts skills on horseback, which is purely because the directors are uneducated and do not understand horse warfare. Or, it is for the sake of viewing effect. When charging at high speed on horseback, chopping movements are redundant, and even the recoil force may injure one's hand. Instead, he took advantage of the situation and slashed the neck of a panicked enemy spearman. When the blade touched the opponent's neck, Jurgen even pulled the tip of the blade back. This is a way to protect oneself in cavalry warfare. If you chop it roughly, because the horse is very fast, it is easy to injure your arm due to the huge recoil force. This way of chopping with a slashing movement can ensure that the knife man himself will not be hurt by the counterattack. The reason why the steppe cavalry and Arab cavalry use scimitars is because scimitars are very convenient for slashing necks when people and horses are intertwined. Also, if the scimitar hits the armor and cannot cut the opponent, the curvature of the blade makes it easy for the blade man to retract the scimitar. If it is a straight blade, it cannot cut the opponent and it is easy to slip out of the hand. After the horse and the horse crossed, a good head flew up. Then, a blood arrow spurted out from the remaining neck of the enemy spearman who lost his head. After chopping off the head of an enemy, Jürgen did not stop, but turned his wrist, adjusted the height and angle of the blade, and wiped the head of another enemy along the way. And behind Jürgen was a large group of Cossacks, who were harvesting the opponent's heads like him. Then, a good infantry spear formation was directly torn into a huge crack by the Cossack cavalry. Thousands of Cossack cavalry, wantonly slashing the opponent in this hole-like enemy spear formation. What, why don't those spearmen fight back with spears? That's because European spears are too long. Generally, when the infantry phalanx is in formation, only the spearmen in the front row and the outermost row will raise their spears to stab the enemy. The spearmen on the inside usually raised their spears upright. Because, if the 3 or 4 meter long spears were held horizontally, there would not be enough space for the infantry phalanx. When the Cossack cavalry rushed into the enemy's spear formation, the enemy spearmen in the formation could not easily lay down their spears and stab the enemy because of the space relationship and the length of the spears. Therefore, when the Cossack cavalry rushed into the formation, they became more passive. Of course, experienced veterans might retreat a few steps, and then make enough space to raise their spears to resist the enemy. But the problem is that these Allied infantry were conscripted soldiers who were captured temporarily and had no combat experience at all. Therefore, after the Cossack cavalry rushed into the formation, they immediately became chaotic. Panic quickly spread among these conscripts, and some spearmen in the marginal areas were even scared to throw away their spears directly, and ran away screaming in fear. And those Cossack cavalry did not care about those who fled, but continued to attack the enemy infantry who were gathered together, trying to disrupt the opponent's formation. At this time, the commander of the coalition forces, Varick, also realized that something was wrong. He gathered hundreds of elite spearmen, left the main formation, and formed a small spear formation by the river. Faced with the forest of spears, Jürgen ignored them and continued to attack and kill the enemies in the chaos. After almost dealing with other opponents, Jürgen called them and asked them to continue to send out the Blackshirt Knights to shoot the hundreds of enemy infantrymen who were lined up with their backs to the water. Varick collapsed immediately. There was no solution. The hundreds of spearmen he had lined up with their backs to the water could only block the charge of the melee Cossack cavalry, but for the Blackshirt Knights using muskets, they were fixed targets. The Blackshirt Knights had just finished a round and were changing guns, and Varick couldn't stand it. He shouted, "We surrender, we surrender." In this way, the 4,000 Allied infantrymen stationed on the western bank of the Elbe River were quickly wiped out by the Cossack cavalry and the Blackshirt Knights. The Cossack cavalry that charged suffered only a dozen casualties, 3 died. Moreover, the 3 unlucky ones who died were not killed by the enemy, but were stabbed off their horses and then trampled to death by the horses of their comrades behind them. Chapter 1328 Approaching the main battlefield. Sure enough, it's better to use cavalry together. After the victory, Jürgen sighed. Today, if there is no cooperation from the Black Shirt Knights, the Cossack cavalry would not dare to charge the enemy's spear formation. The only way to fight is to cut off the enemy's supply line to besiege the enemy's spearmen. Wait until the enemy is cut off from supply and dizzy with hunger before launching a general attack. This is also a shortcoming of the Cossack cavalry, they can't charge the spear formation. Don't look at the Cossack cavalry in the later wars when facing infantry, but in this era, Cossacks are really hard to mix. Because, during the war, European infantry had long eliminated spearmen and replaced them with musketeers with bayonets. Musketeers are equipped with bayonets, and the total length is only more than 1 meter. With this length of weapon, light cavalry using sabers are not afraid at all, and even have an advantage. Therefore, after musketeers became the mainstream of European infantry, Tsarist Russia, which had a large number of Cossack cavalry, became the European steamroller and crushed all living beings. But in this era, light cavalry is really not the main force of the charge. Because, facing the spear formation, the light cavalry is absolutely blind and can only fight and besiege. Otherwise, if they rush randomly, they will be pierced and made into skewers. Speaking of which, the spearmen are not afraid of simple Cossack cavalry. As long as the spearmen hold on, the simple Cossack cavalry will be helpless. If they are elite veterans like the Swiss spearmen, they can not only withstand the impact of melee cavalry, but also take the initiative to attack, and actively pursue melee light cavalry while maintaining the formation. But unfortunately, the Cossacks were not fighting elite veterans this time, but conscripts with poor psychological quality. Therefore, Jürgen seized the weakness and broke it in one fell swoop. In addition, this victory is inseparable from the cooperation of the Black Shirt Knights. When Jürgen was a scout in the 1st Legion, he heard Marin talk about the theory of arms restraint. In its view, this battle is the most classic arms restraint battle. The spearmen restrain the melee Cossack cavalry, so the Cossack cavalry dare not charge directly, and the spearmen without long-range weapons are restrained by the black-shirt knights using muskets. If there were a group of long-range attackers in the enemy's formation, such as musketeers and archers, they would not have won so easily today. Therefore, the cooperation between the spearmen and musketeers in the Spanish phalanx can be regarded as complementary to each other. The spear formation can withstand the impact of the enemy's melee cavalry, while the musketeers can withstand the attack of the enemy's long-range arms. In the same way, the cooperation between the melee Cossack light cavalry and the black-shirt knights who mainly attack from a distance can also be regarded as complementary to each other. But this is also relative. If the Cossack cavalry encounters the main force of the Eight-Nation Alliance, it will not be so easy and happy. Because the main force of the Eight-Nation Alliance includes both spearmen and long-range arms, and even many musketeers. If we use today's tactics to deal with the enemy, it may not be so easy. Of course, Marin did not expect the Cossack cavalry or the black-shirt knights to be the main force to charge against the main force of the Eight-Nation Alliance. The reason why Marin waited for the Cossack cavalry and the black-shirt knights to arrive at the front line was actually that he needed these cavalry to chase and intercept the enemy to avoid leaving behind troubles. After all, the mobility of the Cossack cavalry is very strong. After annihilating the southern army of the coalition's river defense force, the Cossack cavalry guarded the pontoon bridge while sending messengers north on the east bank to inform Steindorf's Third Corps, which was still near Las Vegas. After receiving the news, Steindorf quickly led his troops south and headed straight for the pontoon bridge. At the same time, Alsace also sent 2 cavalry regiments northward from the west bank of the Elbe River, not to attack the remaining 6,000 enemy troops guarding the river, but to intercept the enemy's messengers to prevent the enemy headquarters from receiving the news that the Third Army had successfully crossed the river. Sure enough, when the 2 Cossack cavalry regiments went north, they intercepted and killed several batches of enemy messengers and successfully blocked the transmission of enemy messages. Otherwise, if the enemy discovered the arrival of the Third Army and the Cossack Cavalry Corps in time, they might send a large army to garrison on the other side of the Weser River to prevent the army from crossing the Weser River, a large river west of Bremen. In this way, it would be difficult for the Third Army and the Cossack Cavalry to reach the battlefield in time. 3 days later, the Third Army arrived near the pontoon bridge and successfully passed the pontoon bridge. Subsequently, the Third Army and most of the Cossack Cavalry, the 2 Cossack cavalry regiments still stayed in the western part of Bremen province to intercept messengers, continued to march westward. In order to avoid harassment from the subordinates of the old nobles in Bremen who had defected to the 8-power allied forces, Steindorf led the Third Corps and most of the Cossack cavalry, and did not go through Bremen or the Duchy of Brunswick-Lüneburg, but passed through the territory of the Bishop of Verden between Bremen and the Duchy of Brunswick-Lüneburg. A few days later, the army successfully arrived at the city of Bremen Hanseatic Free City in the southwest of Bremen province. But what surprised Steindorf was that the Hanseatic Free City of Bremen actually refused to lend ships to the army to build a pontoon bridge. It turned out that in this war for hegemony, Bremen chose to stand on the side of the 8-power allied forces when fighting. Speaking of which, Bremen is also an important city in the Hanseatic League. However, because of its status as an inland port, its positioning is rather awkward. At this time, Bremen had not yet built the Bremerhaven seaport. After Marin annexed the county of Oldenburg and the bishopric of Bremen, the downstream river of Bremen was completely in the hands of Marin. After Marin went to sea, in order to increase fiscal revenue, the province of Oldenburg set up a tax station on the Weser River, blocking the river to collect tolls from merchant ships entering and leaving. And this move angered the city of Bremen, which regarded the Weser River shipping as its lifeline. Because this tax collection action was completely aimed at the city of Bremen, it was equivalent to bleeding the city of Bremen. Therefore, when the coalition of the 8 princes attacked the North Sea Kingdom this time, at the suggestion of Count Charles of Gelden, the coalition of the 8 princes promised to cancel the toll on the Weser River and successfully won over the city of Bremen. After Marin returned home, he knew that it was inappropriate to block the river to collect tolls from Bremen merchant ships, but it was too late even if he stopped it. Because the people of Bremen have chosen to join the coalition of the 8 princes. Of course, the conflict between Bremen and the North Sea was not caused by the collection of tolls this time. At the beginning, although Marin was on good terms with the Hanseatic League, he only cared about being on good terms with Lübeck and Hamburg, the 2 cities that were the leaders and vice-leaders of the Hanseatic League, and most of the orders were given to these 2 cities. However, the Hanseatic city of Bremen, which was closer to the North Sea, did not even get a sip of soup, and had long been resentful of the North Sea. This time, when the coalition of the 8 princes negotiated with the city of Bremen, they not only promised to cancel the tax card on the Weser River in the future, but also promised to give most of the orders to the city of Bremen in the future. In this way, the people of Bremen chose to stand on the side of the 8 princes and abandoned the North Sea. The Third Army wanted to borrow ships from the city of Bremen, but was rejected. The city of Bremen even planned to send all the ships on the dock to the other side of the river to prevent the Third Army and the Cossack Cavalry Corps from taking advantage of them. Fortunately, Alsace acted decisively and immediately dispatched cavalry, who, under the artillery fire from the top of Bremen city, seized the Bremen dock and captured most of the merchant ships on the Bremen port. Then, hundreds of merchant ships were forced to leave the city of Bremen under the sabers of the Cossack cavalry, moved a few kilometers north, and began to build a pontoon bridge. After the pontoon bridge was built, the Third Army and the Cossack Cavalry Corps began to cross the river. Before the crossing was completed, Alsace sent people to call back the 2 cavalry regiments that intercepted the messenger in the western part of Bremen province and crossed the river together. After crossing the Weser River, the army immediately headed northwest. A few days later, it approached the main battlefield. Chapter 1329 Let the opponent fill the hole. After arriving near the main battlefield, the signalman arranged by Marin came to meet them. Why did Marin send someone to meet them? Because it is impossible to send people into Marin's camp now. In order to stop the enemy, Marin dug tunnels all around the camp, and there were sharp stakes in the tunnels. It is really difficult to send people into the camp. Of course, Marin's men can still pass messages to the barracks. The method is very simple using carrier pigeons. Steindorf certainly does not have a special carrier pigeon flying to Marin's camp. After all, this camp has only been built not long ago, and it is not a fixed carrier pigeon stop. After all, pigeons are not people, and it is not so easy to remember new stops. Therefore, in order to contact the outside world, Marin specially sent people to bring a lot of carrier pigeons to the high platform of the camp to let the carrier pigeons familiarize themselves with the environment here. When the coalition forces of the 8 kingdoms arrived, Marin specially asked a group of men to leave with carrier pigeons. Moreover, in order to force these taken away pigeons to return to this new stop, Marin's men deliberately separated dozens of pigeon couples, taking only one of the pigeon couples away, and leaving one in a cage on the high platform in the camp. Pigeons have only one spouse in their lifetime and remain faithful to each other until death. Therefore, for the sake of their other half, as long as the signalman releases them, they will definitely fly to their spouse. And this is the means by which Marin's men convey messages to the camp. As for the transmission of messages from the camp to the outside, that is another set of methods. Let the pigeons fly back to the fixed point in Auric. After all, the whereabouts of the signalmen who went out were uncertain, and it was difficult for the pigeons to locate them. Therefore, the pigeons brought out by Auric could only pass the message back. Then, Kohler, who was stationed in Auric, sent someone on horseback to deliver the message. The signalman who responded to Steindorf opened the cage and released 3 pigeons in batches, letting them fly into the camp with intelligence. The main reason was that the signalman was afraid that the pigeons would be intercepted and killed halfway. There were letters tied to the legs of the pigeons, and these were digital letters, using Morse code. Even if the enemy shot the pigeons and got the letters, they would not be able to understand them. After seeing the news that Steindorf and his men had successfully arrived near the battlefield, Marin was overjoyed and sent someone to reply, continue to kill the messenger, and at the same time clean up the enemy's scouts, and try not to alarm the enemy. Then, we will do it together in 4 days. Then, a few pigeons flew out of Marin's camp and flew to the city of Auric. In fact, Marin had planned to agree to do it together in 3 days, but he knew that Auric had received intelligence and would need to delay 1 day before sending people to Steindorf's camp dozens of kilometers away to report. So, it could only be agreed to be 4 days later. In fact, Marin's preparations were a little insufficient. Because he did not expect Steindorf's army to come so early. After all, the Third Corps and the Cossack cavalry were trapped on the east bank of the Elbe River and it was difficult to reach the battlefield quickly. Therefore, Marin did not expect that they could reach the battlefield within 10 days, so he was not fully prepared and planned to continue to waste time. Now that Steindorf and his men arrived in time, he had to start in advance. So the whole camp began to move. The soldiers began to organize their weapons and equipment. The officers climbed the earthen wall of the camp and observed the enemy's movements with telescopes. At the same time, a large number of guns and cannons were taken out of the underground warehouse of the camp. Before, in order to avoid scaring the opponent, Marin did not take out many guns and cannons and put them on the city wall, just to scare the opponent. Moreover, Marin deliberately released the news that the North Sea Kingdom had insufficient gunpowder stocks. As for the reason for the shortage, it was because India encountered difficulties in purchasing saltpeter. After all, when Spain and Portugal also intervened in the purchase of Indian saltpeter, it was indeed difficult for the North Sea Kingdom to buy enough saltpeter. This news reached the camp of the Eight-Nation Alliance. At that time, Count Charlie of Gelden did not believe it very much, and specially sent people to Spain and Portugal to verify the matter. As a result, both the Spanish and the Portuguese admitted that they had purchased a lot of saltpeter in India, which indeed made it difficult for the North Sea Kingdom to purchase saltpeter. Then, the princes of the 8 countries were relieved. After all, without enough saltpeter, the sharp guns and cannons of the North Sea Kingdom lacked gunpowder and became completely useless. In several tentative attacks, the defenders of the North Sea Kingdom did not use many guns and cannons. Even in order to repel the enemy, Marin sent archers. In fact, these archers were selected from the civilians. Because the North Sea Kingdom prohibits the people from carrying guns, many civilians who want to hunt have to practice archery. Just like Marin, who traveled through the past and present lives, because the country banned guns, he had to practice archery skills, and made great contributions in the early days of traveling through time. Moreover, this era was just beginning to become popular with muskets, and before that it was still the era of bows and arrows. Therefore, it is not difficult to find archers, and there are even a lot of shops selling bows and arrows, so it is easy to purchase crossbows and arrows. Before the expedition, Marin casually purchased a batch of inferior crossbows that were about to be eliminated by merchants, and some rusty arrows, and distributed them to the military militiamen who could shoot arrows, so that they could help guard the camp. These inferior bows and arrows helped Marin achieve his goal of showing weakness. The 8 princes believed that the North Sea Kingdom did not have much gunpowder storage. But now that Steindorf's 3rd Legion and Alsace's Cossack cavalry are in place, Marin does not need to hide his shortcomings. Before, he was afraid of scaring away his opponents, but now he has to keep his opponents. However, how to attack from this temporary earthen city is a big problem. Before, in order to improve the defense, when building the rammed earthen city, several trenches were dug outside the earthen city, and wooden stakes were buried in the trenches. These did block the enemy's steps, but at the same time they also blocked the way out of the camp for his own soldiers. Even if someone blew up the earthen wall and filled up several trenches, there was no room for combat. After all, the enemy camp was outside the trench. Moreover, filling up the trench is also a big project. Don't wait for your own army to be attacked while filling the trench. So, Marin came up with an idea: let the other party help fill the trench. How to let the opponent help? This is easy. Marin organized a war of words with the army again. Under Marin's instructions, a group of North Sea soldiers greeted the whole family of the 2 Dukes of Henry and the whole family of the women of several other princes. Moreover, while scolding them, they despised each other and concluded that the other party had no way to deal with them. The 2 Dukes of Henry, who were furious, drove the civilians to come with soil to fill the pits, intending to fill several trenches to make room for the army to attack. As a result, what the coalition did not expect was that when the coalition of the 8 princes sent the civilians to fill the pits with cloth bags, the tower did not attack the civilians. You know, the previous coalition sent the civilians to fill the pits, but they were resolutely attacked by the North Sea soldiers on the top of the city. In order to prevent the Allied militiamen from filling the soil, the North Sea defenders on the city wall kept using bows and arrows and a small number of muskets to attack the Allied militiamen who were filling the soil. But this time, only a small number of arrows were shot sparsely from the city wall, and the obstruction was not firm at all. What's going on? Why don't the other side attack the farmers who are filling the soil? Duke Magnus I of Saxe-Lauenburg asked in surprise. Maybe, the other side has run out of arrows. Simon V, Count of Lippe, guessed. In fact, Simon V's guess was not wrong. The inferior bows and arrows that Marin brought did not have many arrows. After all, bows and arrows are not the main weapons of the North Sea army, and Marin did not bring many. But Count Charlie of Gelden instinctively felt that something was wrong, because Marin would not send people to insult them for no reason. There must be a purpose. So, he thought about it and said, how about we send someone to test him and see his reaction? Several other princes nodded in agreement, so Count Charlie of Gelden sent an officer to the city to protest against the North Sea army's insults to the 8 princes. At the same time, he deliberately mocked the North Sea army for its inability to shoot arrows, and pointed out that the North Sea army had no arrows. Chapter 1330, Please withdraw 1 league. But what the 8 princes did not expect was that Marin actually showed up on the city gate tower in person and admitted that he had no arrows left. Yes, we do not have many arrows left. Munster, the officer of the earldom of Gelden who was in charge of the test, was also a little stunned. Then why did you let people scold you adults? Are you bored? Marin did not hide it from him, because I want you to help fill these earthen beds. Fill the pits? What do you want to do? Munster was a little confused. I have no arrows, so it is inconvenient to defend the city. So, I plan to lead my troops out of the city to fight a decisive battle with you. However, these earthen pits not only blocked you, but also blocked our army from going out of the city for a decisive battle. So, I simply asked you to send people to fill the pits. Marin answered half-truthfully. You want to go out of the city for a decisive battle? Seriously? Munster's eyes suddenly lit up. The officers of the coalition forces of the 8 princes were tired of this tough battle like gnawing on a turtle's shell. If the opponent can come out of the earthen city to fight, then with their superior forces, wouldn't it be possible to decide the outcome quickly? In this way, they can also have time to rush back to their hometown to participate in the autumn harvest. It is now early October, and the autumn harvest in other countries has gradually begun. If this war can be decided quickly, then the soldiers of the 8-nation alliance can also rush back to participate in the wheat harvest. After all, there are no harvesters now, and a young and strong male laborer is very important for the autumn harvest. Looking at the excited enemy officer Munster, Marin pretended to be embarrassed and said, "We want to go out of the city for a decisive battle, but the problem is that there is not enough space to deploy troops. Otherwise, you go back and report that we will go out of the city in 3 days, but we need enough space. Therefore, I would like to ask your army to retreat 1 league, an old unit of length, divided into leagues used at sea and leagues on land. At sea, 1 league is approximately equivalent to 3.18 nautical miles, which is approximately equal to 5.56 kilometers. On land, it is equivalent to 3 miles, which is about 4.83 kilometers. Here, land leagues are used, which is 4.83 kilometers, leaving space for our army to go out of the city. This is also what Marin came up with just now. Although blowing up the earth wall is also a way, it is too wasteful of gunpowder. Moreover, after the earth wall is blown up, the ground will not be too flat, which will affect the army's exit from the city. Therefore, it is a good choice to let the opponent retreat and make room. In history, there is an example of Battle of Feshue. However, there is no surrender general like Zhu Su in the enemy army, so he cannot take the opportunity to shout the coalition army is defeated when the enemy army retreats. Therefore, Marin can only choose to fight his opponent head-on. Fortunately, the Third Army and the Cossack Army are ambushed in a forest southeast of the battlefield. As long as the battle starts here, with the sound of artillery as a signal, the Third Army and the Cossack cavalry will rush out to attack the enemy's flank. In this way, there is no need to worry about the enemy's invincibility. What? Marin is really going to go out of the city to fight us? It shouldn't be. Does he have the confidence to fight against our 40,000 troops? Count Charlie of Gelden was very confused after hearing this. You know, the current 40,000 troops are different from the previous 40,000 troops. Before, the 40,000 people of the 8-nation alliance were mainly composed of 20,000 veterans and 20,000 conscripts. Their combat effectiveness was just like that, and they dared not say that they could defeat Marin's 2 legions. But after conquering the city of Oldenburg, the situation changed. After absorbing 6,000 Italian mercenaries, the coalition of the 8 princes accepted 7,000 noble private armies from the province of Bremen. Whether it is Italian mercenaries or noble private armies, their combat effectiveness is stronger than the conscripted soldiers composed of pure farmers. Therefore, although the number of people has not changed much, the combat effectiveness of this army has been greatly improved. Now, although the coalition of the 8 princes attacking East Frisia still has more than 40,000 people, there are only 7,000 conscripts left. Although the newly added 6,000 Italian mercenaries and 7,000 noble private armies are not very strong, they are much stronger than the conscripted soldiers composed of farmers. Now, if they fight head-on, the princes of the 8 countries are so confident. The 8 princes all believe that even if the 20,000 people in Marin's hands are all veterans of the North Sea Kingdom, they can win. Could it be that he really seeks a decisive battle because he has no arrows? Henry, Duke of Brunswick-Lüneburg, was very puzzled. Duke Henry of Brunswick-Wolfenbüttel rolled his eyes and said, "You can't defend the city without bows and arrows? How stupid. I think there must be other reasons. Maybe he is afraid of delaying the autumn harvest." Autumn harvest? If he is worried about the autumn harvest, why did he send people to burn the wheat fields in Oldenburg province? It shouldn't be. Duke Henry of Brunswick-Lüneburg retorted. "I don't believe you are stupid. Oldenburg province has been occupied by us. Even if the wheat is harvested, it is a bargain for us." So, he sent people to burn the wheat fields. But he still has large tracts of wheat fields in East Frisia and West Frisia to harvest. Those harvested fields will be his own. Duke Henry of Brunswick-Wolfenbüttel said contemptuously. Although the 2 Dukes Henry are both from the Welf family and are both named Henry, they don't like each other. So, the 2 of them quarreled. "Stop quarreling, my lords Henry. I think what you said makes sense." Count Charles of Gelden hurried out to mediate. "I think what he said about running out of arrows might be true. And the autumn harvest is probably what he is concerned about. After all, I heard that the most wheat fields in the North Sea Kingdom are in the native East Frisia province. And in West Frisia, there are also many wheat fields belonging to Marin himself. It is said that Marin's main territory is in the native East Frisia. As for Oldenburg, in fact, many manors belong to some old nobles in Bremen province, and Marin is just a trustee. It is said that after Marin took over those manors, he only gave the original output to the old nobles who were sent to Bremen province, and he pocketed the extra output after using fertilizers. Later, he also exchanged those people's territories to Bremen. Moreover, he did not give fertilizers to those old nobles in Bremen province. Those old nobles in Bremen province betrayed Marin, which is said to have a lot to do with not getting fertilizers. On this last point, Count Charlie of Gelden was right. Those old nobles whose territories were exchanged to Bremen province not only lost their political rights, but also Marin did not provide them with fertilizers, making it impossible for them to make a fortune. And this is also the key reason why most of the old nobles in Bremen province betrayed, getting rich without taking us with them. This is not treating us as their own people. Speaking of this, Baron Ginter, the representative of the old nobles in Bremen province, who was the last in the big tent, was full of anger. That's right, Marin, this guy has high-yield fertilizers and refuses to give them to us. He doesn't treat us as his own people at all. Since he doesn't treat us as his own people, don't blame us for abandoning him. In fact, Marin was just worried that these people would not be able to help but tell others after using the fertilizers, resulting in leaks. After all, these people have a wide range of friends and a huge network of relationships. If the secrets are leaked, it will be bad. Therefore, Marin not only did not give them fertilizers, but also did not tell them the actual yield after using fertilizers, but only vaguely told them that the yield per moo would double. However, this was enough to make those old nobles jealous and crazy. Why do you eat meat, but I can't even drink soup and can only watch? Afterwards, several representatives of old nobles from the Bremen province who were at the bottom of the list complained about Marin's injustice and turned the military meeting into a grievance meeting. Seeing that the meeting was going off track, Magnus I, Duke of Saxe-Lauenburg, coughed and said, "Everyone, let's discuss whether we agree to retreat 1 league first." "I agree. Let Marin take his men out of the city quickly. We can go back to harvest wheat after the battle." "If we don't harvest it, the wheat will rot in the fields if it rains," said Antonios, Count of Schaumburg and Count of Ravensburg. "But if we conquer the North Sea Kingdom, won't we get more wheat?" Count John I of Rietberg said puzzledly. Count Antonios rolled his eyes and said, "Even if we rob the wheat of the North Sea Kingdom, how much can you get?" After saying that, he also looked at the 2 Dukes Henry sitting at the top. John I immediately understood that they, the little earls, were here to drink soup, and the 2 Dukes Henry were the ones who could really eat meat and take the biggest share. Therefore, they couldn't give up the autumn harvest in their country. After all, that was their foundation. After figuring it out, several other earls, including Duke Magnus I of Saxe-Lauenburg, agreed to retreat so that Marin's army could come out of the turtle shell of Tuching and fight them. The sooner the battle is over, the better it will be for them to return home for the autumn harvest. As for the autumn harvest of the North Sea Kingdom, let them harvest it themselves, and when they finish harvesting, they will bring their army to rob the harvested wheat. In the end, after thinking it over again and again, the 2 Dukes Henry also agreed to retreat 1 league. Because they thought, if the war is not ended, the autumn harvest in East Frisia and West Frisia will be seriously affected. And after the victory of the war, most of these grains will belong to them. Chapter 1331, The Copycat, Marin Phalanx. More than 40,000 coalition troops, including more than 30,000 civilians, began to retreat noisily under the orders of the 2 Dukes of Henry, leaving only some civilians in front to continue to carry soil to fill the pits. Looking at the coalition forces of the 8 countries retreating noisily outside the camp, Marin felt very sorry. At this time, if he sent troops to rush out, he would definitely be able to defeat the opponent. However, he just thought about it. Because this damn trench not only hindered the enemy's siege, but also hindered the North Sea army from rushing out. Before the other side's civilians filled up several pits, Marin could only watch the other side's army retreating noisily, but could not send troops to attack the opponent. In addition, there was no surrender general like Zhu Su among the coalition forces of the 8 countries at this time, so he could not shout, "The coalition forces are defeated," behind the enemy's formation. Otherwise, this would be a European version of the Battle of Feshue. In fact, at this time, if the Third Army and the Cossack cavalry in the rear suddenly rushed out, they could also defeat the noisy and moving coalition forces of the 8 countries. But unfortunately, Marin did not have a walkie-talkie and could not give orders directly to Steindorf and Alsace. He had to send a pigeon back to Aurich first, and then Kohler would send a fast horse to notify Steindorf and Alsace. But this would take a day, and it would definitely be too late. Therefore, Marin could only watch the noisy and chaotic retreat of the coalition forces of the 8 countries without taking any advantage. What Marin didn't know was that in a coalition camp outside the Earthen City, Count Charles of Gelden stood in an inconspicuous tent, lifted the curtain, and sneered at Marin, who was drooling on the Earthen City building. I knew he would be tempted. We retreated so chaotically, how could this guy who likes sneak attacks not be tempted? Unfortunately, their trenches destined him to be unable to send troops to attack us at this time. So, he could only drool and stare blankly. Your Excellency is wise. Munster, an officer of the Gelden state, immediately patted his horse. Are our secret weapons ready? Count Charles asked. It's ready. On the day of the war, it will definitely give the North Sea Army a big surprise. Munster immediately said seriously. That's good. At that time, this secret force will be led by you to attack the enemy's artillery. I will make Marin, that bastard, stunned. After speaking, Count Charles showed a fierce expression. It's no wonder that Count Charles hated Marin so much. Once upon a time, he was still Duke Charles. Moreover, he was a duke who was very powerful in the whole of Germany. Facing the old and powerful Duchy of Saxony in time, Charles was also full of confidence and defeated his opponent. However, facing Marin in his North Sea kingdom, Count Charles was in bad luck. First, he lost the West Frisia that he had already obtained, and then, he lost against the weak Duke John of Clever. How could the weak Duchy of Clever beat the powerful Duchy of Guedes? It was not Marin's North Sea Kingdom army that actually helped Duke John of Clever to fight as mercenaries, and eventually occupied the most fertile Lower Guedes region near the mouth of the Rhine in the Duchy of Guedes. After losing the Lower Guedes region, the Duchy of Guedes' strength dropped greatly, and it was even downgraded to a county, which made Charles so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. You know, back then, Charles had restored the Duchy of Guedes and made it strong under the strong pressure of the Habsburg family. Unexpectedly, he defeated the Habsburg family, but fell into the hands of the newly emerged Marin. Having lost the fertile Lower Guedes region and the title of Duke, Count Charles hated Marin so much that he wanted to eat Marin's flesh and blood. However, he also knew that he was not the opponent of the North Sea Kingdom. After finally waiting for the opportunity for Marin to get into trouble, he instigated the 2 dukes Henry and several other allies to form an alliance, intending to destroy the North Sea Kingdom to eliminate his hatred. At the same time, he also got some territory for the Gelden county. Unexpectedly, Marin, the Scourge, did not die, and came back intact, which made Count Charles very angry. But it doesn't matter, because the North Sea army has fallen apart. No matter how capable Marin is, an old legion and a new legion will not be the opponent of his own army of more than 40,000. Moreover, Count Charles is not unprepared. In order to deal with the North Sea army, he prepared a trump card. What is the trump card? In fact, it was the Musketeers. After being defeated by the North Sea army, Count Charles learned from his mistakes and planned to reform the army to improve the combat effectiveness of the army of the Earldom of Gelden and make it stronger. As the North Sea army that once defeated the Guedes army, it was obviously the object of the Earldom of Gelden's efforts to learn. For this reason, Count Charles of Gelden sent spies and spent a lot of money to bribe officers in the North Sea army to learn the tactics and methods of the North Sea army. But what he didn't expect was that when he bribed the North Sea officers of the 6th Corps stationed in the Ruhr area, Count Charles not only obtained the method of arranging troops of the Marin phalanx, but also accidentally learned the secret of the high grain yield of the North Sea. Speaking of which, the Earldom of Gelden is not close to the North Sea, especially the provinces of East Frisia, West Frisia, Oldenburg, North Munster and Schleswig where the North Sea applies fertilizers. Therefore, the Earldom of Gelden was originally unaware of the secret of the high grain yield of the North Sea. However, the captain of the 6th Army Corps, who betrayed the secret of the Marin phalanx of the North Sea Kingdom, also revealed the news in order to get more money, and attracted the attention of Count Charles. Of course, the man who betrayed the secrets of the North Sea Kingdom was very unlucky. When the 6th Army Corps pretended to return to Scotland, it was arrested and executed by Hanks. Therefore, Count Charlie of Gelden got what was actually a defective version of the Marin phalanx. There was only the method of arranging troops for the phalanx, but no training method. Speaking of which, the method of arranging troops for the Marin phalanx was also quite good. Using this method, the combat effectiveness of the army can reach the level of the Spanish phalanx in history. However, Marin's usual training method has long surpassed the level of the Spanish phalanx and reached the training level of modern European armies in the 18th century. Strictly speaking, the tactical thinking of the North Sea army is close to that of modern armies. However, at the level of tactical application, it is still at the level of the Spanish phalanx in the 16th century. After stealing the method of arranging troops from the Marin phalanx of the North Sea Kingdom, Count Charles of Gelden was overjoyed and began to promote it in the Gelden army. However, due to the current financial reasons of the Gelden county, Count Charles could not maintain the scale of tens of thousands of standing troops as before. In desperation, the short-lived Count Charles could only train 2 phalanxes, 2,500 people, of soldiers and apply the Marin phalanx, invented by Marin. In order to give full play to the power of the phalanx, Count Charles took out the old foundation of the Principality of Guedes and equipped the soldiers of the 2 phalanxes with 600 musketeers, making the ratio of spearmen to musketeers in the 2 phalanxes close to 3-to-1. Of course, the muskets they used were still the most basic matchlocks, not the clockwork flintlocks that are popular in the North Sea Army now. Mainly because the cost of clockwork flintlocks is too high. Count Charles is now relatively poor and cannot afford the equipment. In other words, the main forces of the 2 phalanxes of the Gelden county are now using an early version of the Marin phalanx. However, although it was only an early version of the Marin phalanx, it was still quite powerful. So, Count Charles of Gelden planned to use this knockoff version of the Marin phalanx to give the North Sea Army a surprise after the battle. Chapter 1332, The Unicycle. Count Charles of Gelden was very patient. Before, when he was attacking the city, Count Charles did not take out 600 musketeers, but hid them. Because Count Charles knew very well that musketeers were of little use in sieges. On the contrary, they were invincible in defending the city. After all, the defenders could hide behind the battlements to load ammunition safely, and then shoot out from the shooting holes. As for the siege, the musketeers had to stand under the city wall and shoot because of the range. But in that case, the musketeers became live targets for the enemy on the top of the city. Therefore, Count Charles of Gelden did not take out 600 musketeers at the beginning, but hid them in the snow, ready to use them at the critical moment. Obviously, the decisive battle 3 days later was that critical moment. During these 3 days, Marin was not idle. Under his command, the North Sea Army was fully mobilized in the entire Tuchen camp. In addition, Marin also planned to blast the main gate of Tuchen to make the gate wider. After all, the current main gate of the earthen city can only accommodate a few people to leave the city in parallel. If the speed of leaving the city is too slow, the vanguard may be defeated if they encounter an opponent who likes to launch a sneak attack. Therefore, Marin plans to blow up the earthen city gate so that more soldiers can leave the city in parallel. Of course, this will not be blown up until the day of the official start of the war. If it is blown up too early, people will have to be arranged to guard the gap. The original method of blowing up the entire section of the east wall consumes too much gunpowder. If only the east gate is blown up, it will not consume too much gunpowder. My lord, even if we blow up the east gate, it can only accommodate dozens of people to leave the city at a time. What if the enemy takes advantage of our army's unstable foothold to launch an attack at that time? Asked Stade, the commander of the 1st Legion. It shouldn't be, these old nobles are the most face-saving. They won't be so smart, shameless. Marin said uncertainly. Schwartz, acting as the commander of the 2nd Legion, rolled his eyes and said, other princes will definitely not do that, but Count Charles of Gelden will definitely do that. He hates you to the bone, so he may not be so disciplined. Marin thought so too. If it was the army of the Earldom of Gelden, it might really take advantage of the fact that the army of the North Sea Kingdom was not yet stable to launch an attack. So, after thinking about it, he arranged, Schwartz, go and gather all the chariots in the army together. When we leave the city the day after tomorrow, these chariots will go out first. Then, line them up in front of the battle formation. In this way, we will not be afraid of the enemy's sudden attack. The chariot was invented by Eudaio. Of course, Eudaio was only 9 years old at this time, 1 year younger than Caesar, so it was naturally impossible for him to invent a chariot. Therefore, this car can also be called Marin's chariot in the future. There are 4 sharp spears at the front of the chariot. If the bottom of the bipod behind the car is sharpened and stuck in the ground, it will form a stable triangular structure with the wheel. At this time, if the enemy rushed up, it was equivalent to crashing into the spear tip of the front of the vehicle. Even the cavalry could not avoid being stabbed into a kebab. Moreover, when there is no war, the 4 spears at the front of the chariot can also be removed and inserted vertically on the side of the frame. At this time, the chariot becomes an ordinary wheelbarrow, which can be used to transport supplies. Marin has a special liking for wheelbarrows, because wheelbarrows can ignore most terrains when transporting supplies. Even in mountains with low slopes, wheelbarrows can easily pass and transport supplies for the army. Moreover, the wheelbarrows of Beihai Kingdom are Chinese wheelbarrows made by Marin. That is, wheelbarrows with the center of gravity in the middle have more than double the cargo capacity of wheelbarrows with the center at the front in Europe, and can reach a cargo capacity of 500 or 600 pounds. It is a very good single-person transportation tool. The reason why Marin attaches so much importance to wheelbarrows has a lot to do with what General Chen said: the victory of the Huaihai campaign was pushed out by the masses with carts. In addition, after learning the technology of Udayo's unicycle chariot, Marin found that as long as the unicycle is simply modified, it can be used for both transportation and combat. For example, there are now tens of thousands of Chinese-style unicycles in the Beihai National Army. And these unicycles, as long as the spearhead is inserted at the front, can be used as Udayo's unicycle chariot, which is so easy to use. With so many unicycles, it is easy for Schwartz to mobilize the car. He just freed up 2,000 unicycles, unloaded the food and goods, and installed the spearheads on the side and front, and it became a Udayo unicycle chariot that can be used as a chariot. And this time when the city was unearthed, Marin planned to let the 2,000 unicycles act as the vanguard. If the enemy army does not sneak attack, it will be fine. If it does, it will be a good opportunity for them to taste the power of the unicycle chariot. 3 days passed in a flash, and on the morning of the third day, the Beihai National Army was finally ready. After breakfast, the army of the North Sea Kingdom lined up in the Earthen City, intending to leave the city. But what surprised the coalition of the 8 princes was that the army of the North Sea Kingdom did not come out directly, but started to blast first. The captain of the blasting team, Doni Srui, led the members of the blasting team and buried several barrels of gunpowder under the earthen wall near the city gate. Then, they started to ignite. With the sound of a huge explosion, the east gate of the earthen city camp of the North Sea Kingdom army was completely paralyzed. Then, Marin began to arrange his men to clean up the mud blocks at the door to facilitate the army's travel. The violent explosion scared the coalition of the 8 princes outside the city. They thought that the North Sea Kingdom army had fired artillery, but when they saw it, it turned out that it was just the other side that was blowing up the city gate. It's really hard to do it. They actually blew up the earthen city gate. TSK, if they fail, they can't escape back. After all, the city gate was blown up by them. Brunswick-Lüneburg Duke Henry said with a sigh. Isn't that good? We can take this opportunity to defeat them completely. Marin has cut off his own retreat this time, so don't blame us for destroying the North Sea Kingdom. Brunswick Duke Wolfenbüttel sneered. Count Charles of Gelden looked at the 2 powerful bosses who were bickering, thought about it and didn't say anything. However, he had made up his mind to send a team of cavalry to raid the enemy while the enemy was leaving the city. It would be even better if he could kill important figures of the enemy in the chaos. However, when the army of the North Sea Kingdom came out of the city, Count Gelden was dumbfounded because he saw that the first ones to leave the city were chariots with spears in front. In particular, when Count Charles saw the bipods of the chariots with spears in front pierced into the soil, he knew that his cavalry raid plan failed. Count Charles deeply understood this method of inserting the rear bipod into the soil to fix it is much stronger than the front row of soldiers holding spears. Even if those soldiers crouched down and raised their spears, they would not be able to withstand the impact of the cavalry as well as in this fixed method. Chapter 1333 Brutal Gunfire. With 2,000 chariots lined up in front of the battle array, Count Charles of Gelden understood that the cavalry raid plan had completely failed. The 2,000 chariots lined up in front of the battle array became an insurmountable gap for the cavalry. In desperation, Count Charles had to shake his head at his General Munster and cancelled the plan to send out cavalry to raid the enemy. However, Count Charles was not particularly disappointed. Because he had a second plan. Count Charles found that after the chariot was fixed on the ground, it could certainly withstand the impact of the cavalry. However, facing the muskets, the soldiers behind the chariot were difficult to stop. After all, the chariot did not have the wall panels of the side carriage chariot that could block arrows and stray bullets. In fact, the side carriage chariot that Qi Jiguang later made was based on Udayo's chariot to prevent the Mongolian cavalry from riding and shooting. Udayo's chariot could certainly stop the charge of the Mongolian cavalry, but it could not stop the long-range shooting of the Mongolian cavalry. Therefore, Qi Jiguang created a side carriage with a wall panel to block arrows, which was used to prevent the charge and horse shooting of the Mongolian cavalry. At the same time, soldiers could hide behind the wall panels and shoot the enemy with muskets. But as the original version of Udayo's chariot, it only had the function of blocking the cavalry charge. In addition, some small Tiger squat cannons were placed on the chariots of the Ming dynasty as offensive weapons. But Ma Lin did not do these, because the power of that small Tiger squat cannon was not necessarily much greater than that of a musket. In addition, it was not cost-effective to install a small Tiger squat cannon on the unicycle. Because after installing the Tiger squat cannon, the unicycle could not be used for two purposes, and it could be used as a transport vehicle at ordinary times. And if artillery support was needed, it would be better to directly use a 3-pound cannon. With the cover of the unicycle, the army of Bahai State no longer worried about being suddenly attacked by the opponent's cavalry. Then, the army of Bahai State came out from the gate of the Earth City that was blown up one after another, came to the front of the formation in an orderly manner, and arranged the formation. Count Charles was very familiar with the formation of the North Sea Kingdom. It was nothing more than a spearman with a musketeer, with the musketeer in the middle and the spearman guarding on both sides. However, this conventional deployment of troops puzzled Count Charles. Wasn't there a lack of gunpowder? Why were there so many musketeers? You know, in the previous siege, the North Sea Army hardly used musketeers. If a large number of musketeers were used to defend the city before, it is estimated that the casualties of the coalition of the 8 princes would be very large. Therefore, the 8 princes at that time inferred that the North Sea Kingdom had no gunpowder. However, looking at the current formation, it doesn't seem like it. How could they know that Marin deliberately restrained himself from letting too many musketeers participate in the battle, just because he was afraid that the excessive firepower would scare the opponent? If the opponent was scared away, it would be bad. Therefore, the musketeers were not deployed, but the inferior bows and arrows were used to fool the opponent. Now that the war has officially started, there is no need to hide it. Seeing that the North Sea Army was about to be deployed, Count Charles of Gelden snorted coldly, "No matter whether you have gunpowder or not, we will wait and see." So, the spearmen in the front row of the Gelden earldom suddenly moved to the sides, revealing the 600 musketeers behind. The musketeers of the Gelden earldom were all original Spanish muskets, which were heavy muskets. When shooting, even a bracket was needed. Because its power was too great. The 50-gram lead bullet was very powerful and had a strong recoil when shooting. Therefore, a bracket had to be placed. In addition, the musketeers of the Gelden earldom were also arranged according to the standard of 3-stage shooting. In other words, the 600 musketeers of the Gelden earldom were divided into 3 rows, with 200 people in each row, taking turns to shoot. In fact, this time, the 8-nation coalition army was not only composed of musketeers from the Gelden earldom. The other 7 vassal states also had some musketeers to a greater or lesser extent. However, the proportion was not as high as that of the Gelden earldom's army. For example, the 2 Dukes Henry each had 200 or 300 musketeers under their command. After all, because Marin's North Sea Army shone brightly on the battlefield, and the Spanish defeated the arrogant French with muskets, German countries also introduced musketeers one after another. However, the musketeers of these principalities did not seem to be on a large scale. Moreover, the musketeers were not used in a concentrated manner, and they were not even arranged in a 3-stage formation. Those musketeers seemed more like auxiliary support shooters, and were relatively free. Of course, because they could not be used in a concentrated manner, their power was also reduced a lot. Count Charles of Gelden once suggested that these musketeers be used in a concentrated manner and incorporated into the musketeer line formation of the Gelden earldom. You know, the musketeers of various countries add up to as many as 1,300 people. If used in a concentrated manner, the power is still not small. However, his suggestion was rejected. Because the 2 Dukes Henry believed that this would undermine the integrity of their respective armies. In fact, they looked down on Count Charles of Gelden. Count Charles was so depressed about the short-sightedness of the 2 Dukes Henry that he wanted to vomit blood, but he had no way to deal with it. After all, for now, the 2 Dukes Henry were much more powerful than him, and he had no say in front of them. Seeing that the North Sea Army had basically completed the deployment of troops, Count Charles nodded to Munster, who understood and immediately led his men to the army of the Earl of Gelden in front of the battle to conduct on-site command. As for Count Gelden, he and the other 7 princes stood on the high platform behind to watch the battle. After arriving at the left wing where the army of the Earl of Gelden was located, Munster loudly ordered, "Musketeers, light the fuse." So the musketeers of the Earl of Gelden pulled out the thread ends from a bundle of fuse on their shoulders and began to ignite. After lighting the fuse, the musketeers blew the fuse to make it burn fully and avoid extinguishing it. Then, the fuse head passed around the musketeer's arm and was temporarily fixed on the musketeer's left arm. Then, Munster gave another loud order, "Start loading the gunpowder." As the order was issued, the musketeers of the Earl of Gelden began to load the gunpowder in an orderly manner, and then tamped it with iron rods. Afterwards, they followed the practice of the musketeers of the North Sea, wrapped the lead bullets slightly smaller than the caliber with deerskin or linen soaked in grease, pressed them into the barrel, and poked the bottom of the barrel with iron rods to tamp them. After loading the ammunition, the musketeers of the Earl of Gelden clamped the burning matchlock head that was originally wrapped around their left arms above the fire gate at the bottom of the matchlock through the clamp, and entered the state of waiting to fire. At the same time, the musketeers of the North Sea on the opposite side also began to load ammunition. However, the musketeers of the North Sea were arranged in a more dense formation. After all, the musketeers of the North Sea used clockwork muskets, and they were not worried that the matchlock would ignite the gunpowder bags of their comrades next to them. Therefore, the musketeers of the North Sea Kingdom can be closer to each other. The musketeers of the Earldom of Gelden, who used matchlock musketeers, had to keep a standard distance of 1 meter from their comrades because they were worried that the sparks of the matchlock would accidentally ignite the gunpowder bags of the musketeers next to them. Seeing that everything was almost ready, Munster immediately sent someone to send a signal to indicate that they were ready. The two dukes Henry also wanted to see the strength of the musketeers of the Earldom of Gelden, so they nodded and agreed to attack. Then, a war drum sounded, reminding the North Sea army on the opposite side, "We are going to attack." Then, Munster, who heard the drum, shouted, "First row, raise your guns, aim straight ahead." The first row of musketeers of the Earldom of Gelden immediately placed the matchlock muskets in their hands on the stands in front of them, aiming at the North Sea soldiers in front. Fire! With Munster's shout, the musketeers in the front row of the Gelden state pulled the trigger one after another, and the matchlock head above the firing port was pressed by the bolt and sent into the firing port. Suddenly, there were waves of white eyes, and then there was a huge noise in front of the Gelden state army. Bang 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 dash, with a dull loud noise, one lead bullet after another was shot out from the barrel of the musket matchlock gun, heading straight for the line array of the North Sea army. Although the hit rate of the smoothbore gun was touching, the problem was that both sides were arranged in a very dense line array. Even if the smoothbore gun had a low hit rate, it could always hit the opponent's troops. How huge is the kinetic energy of a 50-gram lead bullet? When 250-gram projectiles flew into the North Sea army, they immediately caused huge damage. Although only 20 to 30 lead bullets actually fell into the enemy's formation, they still caused extremely horrific damage. Bang dash, puff dash, a lead bullet shot into the body of a North Sea musketeer in the front row. The 50-gram lead bullet immediately penetrated the leather armor of the unlucky North Sea musketeer and entered his body. After entering the body of the unlucky musketeer, the huge lead bullet did not move forward in a straight line, but rolled inside his body. Suddenly, a huge wound was forcibly torn open in the musketeer's abdomen by the rolling lead bullet. Although the diameter of the musket matchlock gun was less than 2.3 centimeters, the irregular rolling of the lead bullet in his body actually created a bull-sized wound. Then, the unlucky guy let out a painful wail. And blood gushed out from the bull-sized wound. The person who was shot fell to the ground soon, and it seemed that he could not be saved. Moreover, in this round of shooting, it was not just this unlucky person who fell to the ground, but 20 or 30 people. At a distance of hundreds of yards, although the hit rate was low, it was still about 1 in 10 hits, who asked the formation of both sides to be so tight. There were always some unlucky people who were hit by chance. However, the painful wails of their companions did not shake the firm will of the North Sea musketeers. Just taking a beating without fighting back was not the style of the North Sea army. So, Marin ordered the drums representing the attack signal to be beaten behind the formation. The drums rumbled, and the commander of the North Sea musketeers in the front row also issued orders in an orderly manner. Fill in, the musketeers in the back row fill in the positions of the musketeers who died in the battle. First row, raise your guns. Fire. Bang 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 dash, a loud noise sounded, and bursts of white smoke rose in front of the formation. The clockwork flint gun of the North Sea Kingdom, although not as good as the musket used by the Gelden Earldom, has a caliber close to 20 millimeters, and each bullet weighs about 30 grams. Therefore, the power of its lead bullets should not be underestimated. Hundreds of lead bullets rolled and whistled into the 8 princes on the opposite side. Soon, dozens of soldiers of the coalition forces of the 8 princes were also shot and fell to the ground. Although the power is not as lethal as the 50-gram projectile of the musket, the 30-gram lead bullet is also powerful and can roll in the body. Anyone who was shot had extremely horrible wounds, and blood spurted out. For a moment, the wails of those who were shot in front of the battle were heartbreaking. Chapter 1334, Artillery Appearance. For a time, the musketeers on the left wing of the Eight-Nation Alliance and the right wing of the North Sea Army fell into a vicious circle of mutual harm. If the tactics of later generations are taken into consideration, the best choice for the North Sea musketeers at this time is to charge with bayonets. However, in this era, it is unwise to charge with bayonets. Because 3/4 of the other side's soldiers are spearmen. A mere bayonet is not enough in front of a few meters of spears. In addition, this is also the first large-scale musket shooting war in European history, and the opportunity is rare. The reason why Marin let his men shoot at the other side stupidly is to make his soldiers adapt to this extremely cruel shooting. Why is the musket shooting extremely cruel? Because being hit by a few dozen grams of spherical lead bullets is basically impossible. The damage caused by dozens of grams of lead bullets is too great. What's more terrifying is that the spherical lead bullets will roll in the human body and stir the flesh and blood. Once the lead bullet hits the human body, it will never stop until it stirs a big blood hole. Of course, there are exceptions. That is, the lead bullet hit the bone. But that would be just as tragic. Because, this means that the bone will be broken or even smashed by the lead bullet. Even if it can be saved, it will become disabled. In addition, lead bullets are lead toxic. After entering the human body, it will have an adverse effect on the human body. In addition, when the lead bullet is shot into the human body, it will also carry the victim's clothing fragments and other items into the human body. The rags of clothes, including the lead bullets themselves, are very dirty. If they come into contact with flesh and blood, it is easy to get infected. Therefore, when Marin watched the South American War movie in his previous life, the doctor always sawed off the legs of the soldiers who were shot in the legs, which was very scary. Therefore, the musket shooting of this spherical lead bullet can be called cruel. Even the damage of this spherical lead bullet is much more serious than the pointed bullets of later generations. Although the pointed bullets of later generations are more powerful and have a longer range. However, when they are taken into the human body, they will not roll violently. If it is a steel bullet, it is very likely to pass through the human body and leave a bloody hole directly on the human body. For such a wound, as long as it does not hit the vital parts and arteries, it will be fine if it is bandaged, and attention is paid to stopping bleeding and disinfection. The smaller the caliber of the bullet, the less damage it will cause. For example, during the anti-Japanese war, the Type 38 rifle of the Japanese had a small caliber of only 6.5 mm, and a long range and great power. As a result, it hit the 8th Route Army and passed through the body, leaving only a bloody hole. Many 8th Route Army soldiers bandaged the bloody hole and continued to fight, and nothing happened. On the contrary, the Hanyang and Zhongzheng rifles, because of their large caliber of 7.92 mm and short range, their bullets are easy to stay in the body after entering the human body. If the pointed bullet stays in the body, there will be a certain rolling effect, and the damage is higher. Of course, this refers to close-range shooting. If it is a long-range shooting, the Type 38 rifle is definitely stronger. Spherical lead bullets are different because they have a large resistance. Generally, they will stay in the human body after being shot into it. In addition, they will roll and stir in the human body, which often causes more damage than pointed bullets. If you are shot, it will be more fatal than being hit by a modern rifle in the future. At present, the musketeers of the two sides who are shooting at each other on the battlefield feel the most deeply about this. Especially those unlucky people who were shot. At this moment, they are simply in pain. In comparison, the 50-gram bullets of the musketeers of the Gelderberg state are more harmful. Several of the dozens of musketeers of the North Sea state who were shot have died on the spot. And those who survived are either not far from death or destined to be disabled. But before they die or become disabled, they can only fall to the ground and wail in pain. However, war is cruel. The pace of war will not stop because of their painful wails. The two sides continued to shoot at each other, but the musketeers of the North Sea state had a little more advantage. Why? Because the musketeers of the North Sea state used clockwork flintlocks. Because there is no matchlock, there is no fear of accidentally igniting the ammunition of the comrades next to them. Therefore, the musketeers of the North Sea Kingdom are arranged more closely and the firepower is more intensive. The musketeers of the Earl of Gelden have to be 1 meter apart from each other because they use matchlocks. In terms of firepower density, they are naturally inferior to their opponents. In addition, the loading of the clockwork flintlock is also faster than the matchlock. Because when loading the matchlock must be removed from the clamp first. Then, start loading the ammunition. After loading the ammunition, the matchlock tied to the left hand must be clamped back to the clamp on the musket. Then adjust it so that the burning matchlock head can be smoothly extended into the gunpowder pool after pulling the trigger. In this way, the loading speed of the matchlock gun slows down. The average loading time of Marin's clockwork flintlock is only about 30 seconds a day. The matchlock of the Earl of Gelden takes at least 1 minute to load. At the beginning, it was not visible during the first round of 3-stage shooting. But after the first round of 3-stage shooting, the gap was revealed. The second round of 3-stage shooting by the North Sea musketeers started quickly, while the musketeers of the Gelden state took more than 30 seconds to restart the second round of three-stage shooting. Taking advantage of the 30 seconds of waiting, the commander of the North Sea Musketeers took the opportunity to send someone to carry the injured musketeers to the back and send them to the field hospital for emergency treatment. After several rounds of shooting, the commander of the North Sea Musketeers felt something was wrong. Why did more of his musketeers fall than the other side? However, he had no time to think about anything else, so he could only grit his teeth and continue shooting. At this time, the Central Army and left wing of the North Sea were not idle either. They were waiting for the artillery of the coalition of the Eight Princes. Sure enough, 40 small bronze cannons appeared in the Central Army of the coalition of the Eight Princes. These 40 bronze cannons were the assets of the Eight Princes, and were put together by the Eight Princes, specifically used to attack the Central Army of the North Sea Army. However, the caliber of these guns is not large, generally only 1 pound or 2 pounds, and the largest is only 3 pounds. Moreover, its style is also the most popular French machine breech-loading gun in Europe. Originally, these guns should have been deployed in front of the battle early. Because these guns are old-fashioned guns without gun mounts and gun ears, only a bare gun barrel. Before each battle, people were sent to dig pits and bury them in front of the battle. However, Count Charles of Gelden believed that setting up so many guns too early would scare Marin from leading the main force out of the city to fight. Therefore, these guns were not pulled to the front of the battle at first, but hidden in the middle of the battle formation. When the musketeers on the left wing of the coalition army started to exchange fire with the musketeers of the North Sea Kingdom, the coalition artillery hidden in the middle of the center was finally brought to the front of the battle formation, and began to dig pits and bury them. And Marin, who had been observing with a telescope at a high point behind the battle formation, also ordered at this time, "It's finally out. We've been waiting for you. Pass the order, our 3-pound cannons should also be used." So, under the rhythmic command of the bugle, the Central Army of the North Sea Kingdom also pulled out dozens of 3-pound cannons from the inside to the front of the battle formation, aiming at the opposite artillery position. Chapter 1335, Concrete Cannonball. Although both sides used artillery, their technical levels were different. The artillery used by the coalition of the 8 countries was just a bare barrel without a movable gun carriage. Therefore, when laying out the artillery, the coalition of the 8 countries would send several soldiers to carry the barrel to the front of the formation. Then, they would have people dig the soil in front of the formation to leave a concave place for the barrel to be fixed. Then, the barrel would just move forward. In order to offset the strong recoil of the artillery, the bottom of the barrel of the coalition artillery was sunk into the pit. In this way, when firing, the reaction force of the artillery can be transmitted to the earth and absorbed by the earth to prevent the artillery from shifting. However, in this way, this old-fashioned way of laying out artillery will inevitably raise the muzzle, making it difficult to shoot horizontally, and can only shoot in a curved manner. However, indirect shooting is a great test of the gunner's experience. If the experience is insufficient and the angle is not adjusted well, it is easy to hit the machine. The artillery of the North Sea Kingdom is very different. The artillery of the North Sea Kingdom generally has gun ears. Moreover, infantry guns are all installed on a gun carriage with wheels. The tripod behind the gun carriage is directly placed on the ground, but there are rake teeth at the bottom of the tripod to increase the friction with the ground. It is very simple to shoot and aim this kind of artillery with a gun carriage. Just push it directly to the front of the formation and lay it flat facing forward. Then, the gunner uses the sight hole perpendicular to the gun body from behind the gun barrel to aim at the target, and then ignites and shoots flat. After firing, the entire artillery will retreat due to recoil. The rake teeth under the tripod will rub against the ground, and then retreat to offset the recoil of the artillery. After that, the gunner will hold the gun carriage and push the artillery to the previous position to load, and then aim and shoot with the sight. Therefore, although the artillery of the North Sea Kingdom was deployed later than the artillery of the 8-Nation Alliance, it was deployed first. At this time, the gunners of the 8-Nation Alliance were still digging pits to debug the artillery. The North Sea Army brought a total of 45 3-pound cannons this time. Originally, Marin wanted to bring more, and even planned to bring a few Karen naval guns. However, considering the inconvenience of transportation, only the light 3-pound cannon was brought. Anyway, the power of the 3-pound cannon is enough. Although the effective range of the 3-pound cannon is only 365 meters, the enemy's infantry cannon has a worse range. The coalition's gunpowder is mostly 1-pound or 2-pound light cannons. Moreover, it is a rear-loading falconet. Because of the poor breath holding, the range is even worse. Its effective range is up to 200 meters. Therefore, the 3-pound cannon brought by Marin is enough to crush the opponent. Moreover, this artillery battle is very interesting. Because the shells of both sides are not iron balls. Yes, the shells used by both sides this time, although they are all spherical shells, are not iron balls, nor other metal balls. The shells used by the coalition of the 8 countries are spherical shells polished by stones. The shells of the North Sea Kingdom are all cement shells. Why? Because, in this era, there were no iron blast furnaces in Europe, and iron was produced in small workshops. The small workshops produce iron, and the unit of measurement is pounds, not tons in later generations. Therefore, the cost of iron balls in this era was very high, and ordinary people could not afford it. Even if Marin built a simple iron smelting blast furnace, the daily iron production was only 10 tons. Because the iron output was low and the price was expensive. Therefore, European artillery, at this time, mostly used stone bullets instead of iron ball shells in combat. The application of iron ball shells is mainly used in combat situations with high benefits such as ship confrontation and bombardment of city gates. In general, everyone uses stone bullets as shells. Especially in field battles, whether it is an iron ball or a stone ball, it will kill people anyway, so it is obviously more economical to use stone balls. The cement shells of the North Sea Kingdom are even more economical. The processing of stone ball shells requires stonemasons to select stones of suitable shapes for manual polishing, which is time-consuming and laborious. The cement shells of the North Sea Kingdom are very simple to process, just mix the cement and put it into the hollow ball mold divided into 2. Then, squeeze it hard. After extrusion, just dry it in the sun and air. In terms of cost, it is much lower than stone ball shells. Moreover, it is faster to make and the quality is guaranteed. Of course, the expansion coefficient needs to be considered for shells made in summer. After all, heat expands and cold contracts. For shells, the most important thing is to fit the barrel. If the shell is larger than the caliber, it cannot be loaded. If it is smaller than the caliber, it will not be able to hold the breath well. The 3-pound cannons of the North Sea Kingdom are all bronze cannons cast with iron molds. Not only are they cast quickly, but the caliber is also relatively consistent. Therefore, the North Sea Kingdom only needs to pay attention to controlling the mold size to quickly produce a large number of shells that meet the requirements. The artillery put together by the princes of the 8 countries often has caliber errors due to craftsmanship. Therefore, each artillery must be equipped with a suitable stone shell, which is very troublesome. Therefore, the artillerymen of the coalition forces of the 8 countries need to equip each gun with corresponding shells, and they must not make mistakes, lest the artillery and shells do not match. The artillerymen of the North Sea Kingdom are more convenient. As long as the artillery is of the same caliber, the shells can be used universally. Just when the artillery of the 8-nation alliance was still working hard to dig pits and arrange artillery, the artillery of the North Sea Kingdom had already aimed a row of 3-pound cannons at them. Marin has always believed that the biggest threat in the 8-nation alliance is probably their artillery. As for those matchlock guns, they are definitely not the opponents of the North Sea musketeers in a head-on shooting. But these artillery are different. Even the shrunken artillery can take away the lives of several soldiers with one shot. The threat of 40 artillery pieces is simply overwhelming. Even Marin, in order to avoid being hit by the enemy's artillery, specially stood on the high platform behind the formation to watch the battle, at least 300 or 400 meters away from the enemy's artillery, to ensure that it is out of the range of the enemy's artillery. Otherwise, if hit by the enemy's 1 or 2 pound stone bullets, even if it is a traverser, it will die. Therefore, in this battle, the biggest task that Marin gave to the Central Army was to suppress and destroy the enemy's artillery positions and make the enemy's artillery silent. With an order, the artillerymen of the North Sea Kingdom immediately moved. The artillerymen in charge of loading first opened the oil paper bag and took out a certain amount of gunpowder particles. Then, they poured it into the slightly upturned barrel because the tripod was placed in the dug pit. Then, they took out a cement ball shell, stuffed it into the barrel, and pushed it to the bottom with a push rod. Then, the artillerymen pushed the gun carriage forward, came to the designated location, and began to aim at the enemy's artillery position. Aim! With the order of the artillery officer, the artillerymen in charge of aiming half-crouched behind the barrel, looked forward from the mountain behind the barrel, and used a simple, 3.1-line visual method to aim at the enemy's artillery position in front. Ignite! With the order of the artillery commander, more than 40 torches stretched out to the fuse on the fire transmission hole behind the artillery. With the sound of chee-chee of the rapid burning of gunpowder, the fuse burned out quickly. Then, more than 40 artillery pieces roared one after another. And from the artillery positions, there were bursts of gunpowder smoke. The cement-pressed shells, after leaving the barrel, whistled towards the enemy positions. Under the horrified gaze of the enemy artillery, the cement spherical shells flew closer and closer until they smashed into the artillery positions of the Eight-Nation Alliance. Chapter 1336, The Horrifying Bombardment Effect. Bang, bang, puff. With a series of noises, cement ball shells smashed into the artillery positions of the Eight-Nation Alliance with overwhelming force. The first to suffer were the artillerymen standing next to the artillery. Although the density of cement ball shells is less than half of that of iron, each cement ball shell fired by a 3-pound cannon weighs more than 1 pound. Its weight is almost equivalent to half a red brick. How does it feel to be hit by a brick? At the very least, your head will be broken and blood will flow. But the two are very different, mainly because the speed difference between the two sides is too big. The speed of a brick hitting a person is at most a few meters per second, and the kinetic energy is just that. When the cement ball shell is fired again, the speed exceeds the speed of sound. What effect does it have when a brick hits you at a speed above the speed of sound? Of course, it will kill gods and Buddhas. With the muffled sound of puff, cement ball shells swept across the coalition artillery positions at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, it also penetrated the bodies of the coalition artillerymen standing on the coalition artillery positions. But this seemed not enough. The cement ball shells, which flew at an extremely high speed, first smashed through the bodies of the coalition artillerymen standing in the front row, leaving huge blood holes on them. Then, it continued to fly forward and penetrated the second and third unlucky guys. It penetrated several people before finally staying in the body of the last unlucky guy. And until then, the unlucky guys in the front row who were hit by the shells felt the severe pain surging through their bodies like a tide. Many coalition artillerymen with huge blood holes in their chests let out extremely shrill howls. At the same time, blood arrows also spurted out from the huge blood holes. Then, these unlucky guys who were hit by the artillery collapsed to the ground. Some people were hit in the vitals and died directly. And those who had not died yet were either lying on the ground howling miserably, or rolling and howling miserably. At the same time, blood arrows were uncontrollably spurting out of the huge blood holes on the bodies of these people who were hit by the artillery. Suddenly, the coalition artillery positions were dyed red by blood arrows and blood dances. And the lucky artillerymen who were squatting and adjusting the angle of the artillery were so scared that they lay on the ground, not daring to move. At this time, the artillery commander of the prince's coalition also reacted. He shouted excitedly, "Why are you still standing there? Fire the cannon. Counterattack. We must counterattack. While they are loading now, let's fire a round of artillery." Under his roar, the surviving artillerymen of the coalition did not care about adjusting the angle, but quickly stuffed gunpowder and stone bullets into the cannon sub-gun. The falconet is a letter gun, and loading only needs to be loaded into the sub-gun. At the same time, carefully observe the artillery on the opposite side. Because they were just shocked by the artillery of the North Sea Kingdom, it took a lot of time. Therefore, after the second round of loading of the North Sea Kingdom's artillery, the artillery of the Eight-Nation Alliance had not yet completed the loading. However, because the falconets were breech-loading guns, the surviving artillerymen of the coalition forces could squat there and load the small subguns. Seeing that the enemy artillerymen had finished loading, the surviving artillerymen of the coalition forces, who had learned their lesson, lay directly on the ground this time, waiting for the enemy to fire first. Boom boom boom. After the second round of artillery fire, bursts of puff-puff sounds of shells hitting flesh were heard from the positions of the coalition forces of the Eight-Nation Alliance. Then, wherever the shells passed, bursts of blood arrows and blood mist rose. Afterwards, the shrill howling sounded belatedly. "Ah, my leg!" I saw an infantryman of the coalition forces of the Eight-Nation Alliance falling to the ground holding his leg and howling miserably. But a closer look showed that the right leg of this guy, from the knee down, the entire calf was gone. If there is a slow-motion replay, you can see that after the cement ball passed over his knee, the calf below the knee was directly broken by the cement ball and carried away. Then, this brother rolled on the ground with his legs in his arms, howling miserably. After a few seconds, blood spurted out from his broken knee. Of course, there was someone worse than him. An unlucky coalition soldier was hit directly on the head by a cement ball. Then, his head was directly carried away by the cement ball flying at a speed of several hundred meters per second, leaving only a headless body standing in place. A few seconds later, this headless body fell to the ground with a bang. At the same time, blood gushed up from the half-remaining neck like a fountain. Originally, all this blood should have been supplied to the brain. But the head flew off, and the blood continued to surge upwards under the pressure of the heart that had not stopped beating. Without the original path, it had to spray upwards like a small fountain. And this unlucky guy, because he had lost his head, couldn't even scream. For a while, the coalition positions where the shells passed by were like hell on earth. The ground was full of people with huge blood holes on their bodies, or missing arms and legs, or even heads. The same thing was that these huge blood holes were spewing blood arrows and blood mist. However, those clever coalition veteran artillerymen escaped this disaster because they lay on the ground in time. Seeing that this round of artillery fire had passed, they quickly got up, and while the other side was loading, they quickly stuffed the loaded subgun into the tail of the mother gun, pushed it forward, and matched it with the mother gun. Then, they inserted the breech block from the back. Then, the artillery commander who was lucky enough to be alive screamed shrilly, "Fire!" Then, the 40 calibers of the coalition army, but all small caliber, began to roar. Then, the stone shells of the coalition artillery were also thrown into the Bahai army at a smaller angle. Similarly, the lethality caused by these stone shells was also very powerful. The soldiers of the Bahai country also suffered heavy casualties in this round of shelling. Many soldiers were either hit by shells on their chests or had their arms, legs, or even their heads smashed off. Although the power of the coalition artillery was much lower and could not reach the level of piercing several people in a row. However, one shell could also take away 2 or 3 people. Dozens of Bahai veterans standing in the front row were seriously injured in an instant, and more than a dozen in the front row were about to die on the spot. Also being bombarded, the performance of the two armies was completely different at this time. Suffering such a cruel bombardment, the soldiers of the 8-nation coalition, which was originally put together in a patchwork, suddenly became a little messy. Especially those coalition infantrymen standing in the middle and front, trembling with fear after seeing the miserable situation after being bombarded. Some people were not hit by bullets, but their faces were sprayed with blood. Some coalition soldiers were not injured, but they screamed in fear after being sprayed with blood. What's more, some people were directly frightened to incontinence. The most exaggerated one was that a coalition soldier was frightened to the point of madness after seeing his companion's head being smashed by a shell and his face covered with blood. Then, the coalition infantrymen standing behind the artillery position desperately squeezed to both sides to avoid the bombardment route. As a result, the formation was almost messed up. On the contrary, the North Sea Army. Because the 1st and 2nd Corps are basically veterans, they have witnessed the cruelty of bombardment when they fought with the Duchy of Saxony 10 years ago. Therefore, although many people were frightened, after a short period of tension, everyone calmed down again. The injured, those who seemed to be able to be saved, were also carried to the back for emergency treatment. Even those who could not be saved, except for those who were already dead, were carried away as long as they could scream, so as not to affect the morale of the army. Compared with the cruelty of the previous musket shooting, the effect of this artillery bombardment was terrifying. If you were not a veteran, you would not be able to bear it. Chapter 1337 Young Sharpshooter. Afterwards, the artillery of both sides launched a terrifying mutual bombardment. But what made Marin extremely depressed was that the previous plan to quickly clear the opponent's artillery failed. The remaining enemy artillery, seeing that the North Sea artillery was about to ignite, directly lay on the ground to avoid it. The North Sea's artillery fire was flat, and as long as the artillery of the coalition forces in front of the battle lay down to avoid it, the cement ball shells of the North Sea would whistle over their heads. Although it would take away many enemy lives, it would hit the unlucky North Sea infantry behind, but it would be difficult to hurt the coalition artillery lying on the ground. What made Marin even more depressed was that because the opponent used a rear-loading falconet, those enemy gunners could also load while lying on the ground. After all, the sub-gun of the falconet was very small, like a large steel wine glass. The enemy's gunners could lie down to avoid the enemy's shells while loading gunpowder and stone bullets into the wine glass-shaped subguns. In this way, Marin's plan to use artillery to clear out the enemy's artillery first was unexpectedly defeated. What made him even more depressed was that because the North Sea's 3-pound cannon was a muzzle-loading cannon, the artillery had to stand to load it. When the enemy's artillery fired, it was difficult for those artillerymen to avoid it. Fortunately, the enemy's artillery was a small-angle curved shot, not a flat shot. Otherwise, the North Sea artillery would not be able to clear out the enemy's artillery, but would be completely destroyed by the enemy. No, we must change this passive situation. Marin, who was standing on a high platform behind the formation and observing the battle situation with a telescope, was extremely anxious. If the shooting continues like this, I'm afraid all his artillerymen will die first. At this time, his eyes suddenly fell on a group of young boys with childish faces. These young boys are very special. Although they are not very old, each of them carries a powerful weapon. So, what is the powerful weapon in the hands of these young boys? That is, steel core single-headed bullet. The steel core single-headed bullet is a special bullet that Marin made 2 years ago before he went to Daming. It is a lead bullet with rifling grooves engraved on the top. After the bullet is fired, because the rifling grooves at the top act as a wind grid, it rotates under the resistance of the oncoming wind, reaching the flight state of a rifled bullet rotating forward. In this way, the trajectory is much more stable. Although it is not as far as the conical bullet of a rifled gun, it can also reach an effective range of 200 meters that can be aimed. In addition, in order to improve the armor-piercing ability and prevent the iron rod from damaging the rifling grooves on the top of the lead bullet during loading, Marin also added a steel nail to the single-headed bullet as the central axis. In this way, when loading, the iron rod does not need to poke the rifling at the top of the lead bullet, but only the steel nail. The sharp nail head of the steel nail can also enhance the ability to break armor and attack. If shot within 50 meters, this steel-core single-headed bullet can easily penetrate ordinary plate armor, and its power is extremely terrifying. At the beginning, after developing this powerful steel-core single-headed bullet, Marin was worried that this big killer would fall into the hands of those with ill intentions and be used to assassinate himself. So he did not equip ordinary soldiers, even reliable veterans. In the end, Marin came up with a way from the group of elementary school graduates at that time. Select a group of elementary school students who have been brainwashed for many years and are extremely loyal to Marin, as the users of this new type of bullet. And Marin's original selection criteria were also speechless, that is, to be excited to see his portrait, to be excited to cry to see him in person. Such people are basically Marin's brain-dead fans, and loyalty is definitely no problem. Moreover, as a student, the brain is simple. Unlike those academic tyrants, they have too many ideas and are difficult to control. Therefore, there is a saying in ancient times that righteousness often comes from the dog-butcher generation, and unfaithfulness is mostly from the scholars. The dog-butcher generation is simple-minded, and he will be loyal if you teach him to be loyal. But scholars are not so easy to fool. You ask him to be loyal, and he will be so on the surface, but I don't know what he thinks in his heart. When Qi Jiguang selected soldiers, he also chose those simple-minded farmers instead of the well-informed city people. Because, if you ask the simple-minded farmers to charge, he will charge honestly. And if you ask the well-informed city people to charge, he may retreat. Therefore, Marin still trusts these elementary school scum who are his brain-dead fans. I was away from home for 2 years, and these elementary school scum practiced shooting every day. After I came back, these elementary school scum were so excited that they burst into tears, and Marin was moved to tears. No, this time, when he went to war, Marin brought these elementary school scum with him. However, he did not want these 15 or 16-year-old children to participate in the war at first, but planned to let them feel the atmosphere of the battlefield. After all, they are still young and there is a long way to go. Therefore, Marin did not arrange this group of loyal elementary school scumbags to the front row, but followed him and stood in the back row to feel the atmosphere of the battlefield. But unexpectedly, because the artillery combat was unfavorable, it was difficult for Marin to kill the enemy artillery. In this way, this group of elementary school scumbags who can accurately hit the target have a place to use their skills. So, Marin ordered, "Hank, step out." Hank is the leader of this group of elementary school scumbags, the most loyal elementary school scumbag to Marin, and he was so excited that he trembled when he saw Marin. Hearing Marin calling him, Hank, who was only 16 years old, immediately stood up and shouted loudly, "Here." Marin was very satisfied to see Hank, who was full of energy. But he deliberately asked, "Tell me, Hank, are you, young sharpshooters," the title given to this group of elementary school scumbags by Marin, afraid? Not afraid. Willing to die for the Grand Duke. Hank raised his head and chest and shouted. Willing to die for the Grand Duke. Hank's 99 friends also shouted excitedly. Marin nodded with satisfaction and said, "I don't need you to die, I want you to live and fight for me. Now, brave boys, I have a glorious mission for you." Marin suddenly transformed into an NPC in the game and started the mission release mode. However, the stingy Marin was not like those mission NPCs who would reward money and equipment, nor would they reward experience. Instead, he would only give a few compliments. When they heard that Marin would award them the medal of Young Warrior after completing the mission, the 100 loyal elementary school scumbags were all very excited. But how could they know that the so-called Young Warrior medal, this thing does not exist now, it is just something that Marin came up with temporarily to fool these elementary school scums. Of course, after the war, Marin will definitely compile a Young Warrior medal, after all, he can't break his promise. In this way, 100 loyal elementary school scums who were fooled by Marin and couldn't find the north, each carrying a delicate small box, walked forward from the crowd and came to the side of the artillery position. Their task was to kill the opponent's artillery. At this time, the artillery of the central army of both sides was facing each other, with a distance of about 120 meters, which was a little farther than the distance of the musketeers who were shooting at each other on the flanks. But this distance is the distance that the young sharpshooters are good at. Although other musketeers can't hit, they have steel core single-headed bullets that can aim 200 meters away, which can completely kill the opponent's artillery. After another round of shelling by the North Sea Army, the artillerymen were busy cooling the barrels and cleaning the barrels. On the other side, the surviving gunners of the coalition forces took the opportunity to stand up, began to load the falconet guns, and prepared to fire. However, these unfortunate coalition artillerymen did not know that there were 100 young sharpshooters across the way, who had already aimed their muskets at them. Of course, these coalition gunners saw a group of kids aiming at them, but they were not nervous at all. Because the straight-line distance between them and those elementary school scumbags was about 120 meters, and the diagonal distance was more than 150 meters. Such a distance, from the perspective of those coalition artillerymen is, you can aim at anything, I let you shoot. Fire. With Hank's roar, 100 teenagers calmly pulled the trigger. In an instant, 100 spring-loaded flint guns sprayed flames. And 100 steel core single-headed bullets also flew out of the barrels, flew straight forward, and headed straight for the enemy's artillery position. During the flight, the originally active cork bullet holders fell off due to air resistance. The steel core single-headed bullet at the front began to slowly rotate forward after being resisted by the wind. Although the rotation speed could not catch up with the rifled bullet, the flight trajectory was relatively stable. At least, it was stable within 200 meters. And the coalition gunners on the opposite side were still loading and preparing to fire. They didn't know that the god of death had come. Chapter 1338 completely silenced. When the young sharpshooters on the side and front burst into flames and rolled their eyes from their muskets, many coalition artillerymen looked at them with a playful look. In their opinion, firing at a distance of more than 100 meters is no different from being a fool. As artillerymen, they are naturally familiar with firearms. At present, there are mainly two types of firearms, muskets and cannons. As more advanced artillerymen than musketeers, these coalition artillery veterans are also familiar with the performance of muskets. In this era, musketeers mainly use matchlock muskets, and also smoothbore muskets. Because the spherical lead bullets of smoothbore muskets like to roll during flight, the hit rate will generally be reduced by half beyond 50 yards, 45.7 meters. And beyond 100 yards, the hit rate is purely a matter of luck. Often, at this distance, the person who is shot is not the one the musketeer is aiming at. After all, the enemy troops on the battlefield are standing there in a line. With so many people, you can always hit some unlucky ones. Even in the Napoleonic War, with modern flintlock rifles with sights and rear sights, at a distance of 100 yards, 500 people fired at the same time to attack the opposing infantry line, and it was considered incredible to hit 150 rounds. In this era, the matchlock rifle was very simple, without a sight or rear sight. As for aiming, it was purely based on the musketeer's talent and feeling. Only the muskets of the North Sea Kingdom had a sight on the top of the barrel, but no rear sight at the back. The matchlock rifles equipped by other countries were simply balled barrels. In fact, the top of the barrel was specially made into a trumpet opening for the convenience of pouring gunpowder. With such a barrel, you really can only rely on luck to hit. Therefore, for the shooting of these children 100 or so meters away, these veteran artillerymen of the coalition forces were basically watching the joke. Even at the moment of firing from the opposite side, there were coalition artillery soldiers who laughed loudly. They are indeed a group of infantile children who have never seen the world. They are firing from such a long distance. Are they betting that God is on their side today? Hearing this, hundreds of coalition artillery soldiers on the battlefield laughed loudly. However, the next moment, they could not laugh anymore. A moment after the young shooters' mouths were filled with fire and their eyes were rolled, suddenly a strange sound of puff 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 dash came from the coalition artillery position. That was the sound of bullets entering flesh. More than 30 gunners standing in the right front were busy loading subguns and aiming. Suddenly, they all felt the severe pain in their bodies. Damn, I'm shot. Jacobs, the commander in charge of commanding this group of artillery, immediately realized that something was wrong and reacted. However, he reacted too late. As the commander of the coalition artillery, his shouting just now had already attracted the attention of the young sharpshooters. These young sharpshooters were the most talented shooters selected by Marin from thousands of youngsters. After more than 2 years of training, after shooting thousands of precious steel core single-headed bullets, their shooting accuracy is now quite high. After 3 rounds of shooting, the 33 musketeers in the front row hit their respective targets one after another. The commander of the coalition artillery, Jacobs, was shot and killed by the captain of the young sharpshooters, Hank. When Jacobs realized that he was shot, he swayed a few times and fell down unwillingly. And with him there were 30 gunners in the right front of the coalition artillery position. Only 2 gunners just avoided the bullets by chance because of their large movements. But the bullets did not reduce their momentum and hit the infantry behind them. After being hit, it took about 2 seconds before the unlucky ones reacted and let out a heart-wrenching scream, "Ah, I was shot." Of course, those who could scream miserably were not hit in the vital parts. For example, the unlucky commander of the coalition artillery, Jacobs, was hit in the heart. Because of the spasm of his heart and lungs, which affected his trachea, he was unable to even scream and fell down, and soon lost his life. What's going on? What's going on? The other side didn't fire. Many soldiers of the 8-nation coalition were confused. The more than 100 coalition artillery soldiers in front of the battle were also dumbfounded, and then they subconsciously looked to the side to see what the commander would say. But what could the commander say? Jacobs had been hit in the vitals long ago, and he fell down and died, so how could he be able to give instructions? Just as they were stunned, the second row of young sharpshooters also came up. Aim. Fire. With Hank's roar, the young sharpshooters in the second row also pulled the trigger. Puff 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 dash. Another round of bullets hitting flesh. Then, many people howled in agony. Then, many artillerymen of the 8-nation alliance finally reacted. God, their muskets could actually shoot so far. So, many old artillerymen were so scared that they just lay down. Coincidentally, after they lay down, the North Sea artillery also opened fire. However, because those artillerymen lay down early, they did not succeed. But the infantrymen in the back row were unlucky. As usual, they ate a feast of cement balls and shells instead of the coalition artillerymen. The tragedy of missing limbs or having their heads smashed off was staged again among the coalition infantrymen. John, the infantry commander in the back, was immediately furious. He shouted excitedly, "Artillerymen, what are you doing? Fire!" Suppressed the group of G-Mother artillerymen on the opposite side. However, the group of artillerymen ignored him and continued to lie on the ground without daring to look up. Why? They are noble artillerymen. What are you, an infantry officer like cannon fodder, shouting? Let me see if I will pay attention to you. In this day and age, artillerymen are technical arms, and they are all masters. Is it simple to load this backward smoothbore cannon? Take out the sub-gun, put gunpowder in it, and then tamp it down, then put in the stone bullet, tamp it down. Then put in the mother gun and insert it into the breech block. This process looks very simple, and people in later generations may think that there is no technical difficulty. But in this era, this is technology. Don't laugh, this is really technology. Most of the ancient people were illiterate and were in awe of the artillery, a weapon of mass destruction. Because they didn't understand, they were afraid when they didn't understand. People who have never used artillery always feel that artillery is high-end. In addition, how to clean the barrel, control the rhythm, and ensure that the artillery does not explode does require some technical content. Therefore, artillerymen who have mastered the core technology are like masters in the army of this era. Ordinary artillerymen are treated the same as low-level officers. In the words of later generations, it is equivalent to the treatment of non-commissioned officers. As noble artillerymen, how could they care about an infantry company captain? So, those artillerymen continued to lie down and said nothing. They have lost almost 60 artillerymen, and now only half of them are left. If they die again, those infantrymen can't handle artillery. However, Henry, Duke of Brunswick-Wolfenbüttel behind him was dissatisfied. He also saw the situation in front of the battle from the high platform behind the battle. So, he shouted, "Let John take over the artillery and resume the bombardment. We must not let the enemy's artillery continue to be violent. After we defeat the enemy's artillery, we will deal with those little musketeers." Because he was far behind, Duke Henry did not see the proportion of casualties of the artillery. After all, those who were alive were lying on the ground, and it was hard to tell who was dead and who was alive. When the order was passed to the front, the captain of the infantry company, John, immediately trembled. He shouted, "I am the commander of the artillery now. You cowards, stand up and fire at the artillery on the opposite side. If you don't obey, then die." After that, he waved the knight's light sword in his hand. Helplessly, these surviving artillerymen had to stand up and continue to prepare for the artillery fire. However, this time, even during the intermission of the artillery on the opposite side, they did not dare to stand up and reload. Because there was a group of fierce kids in front of them who wanted to kill them. However, they still underestimated the ferocity of the kids. Even if they squatted to reload the shells, they still gave the group of young sharpshooters a chance. Bang 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 dash, a burst of gunfire came, and more than 20 of the 60 or 70 surviving coalition artillerymen who were squatting to reload fell down. Although squatting was a much smaller target than standing, the young sharpshooters could not withstand the aiming distance of up to 200 meters. With their extraordinary talents, more than 20 artillerymen were defeated. In fear, the surviving coalition artillerymen lay on the ground again, and dared not stand up again. The 40 coalition artillery pieces were completely silenced. Chapter 1339 Reinforcements are coming. However, the group of young sharpshooters did not seem to intend to let go of the unfortunate people who were lying on the ground in fear. After all, the order they received was to eliminate this group of artillerymen. However, the other side was lying on the ground, and it was really difficult to hit them if they shot horizontally. So they had to send someone back to ask for tactical guidance. After Marin looked through the telescope, he gave guidance: let the sharpshooters stand on the wheelbarrow and shoot down the artillerymen lying on the ground. Standing on a high place, Marin could easily see the bodies of the surviving artillerymen of the enemy army lying on the ground. The higher you stand, the larger the area you can see. Of course, Marin now has no conditions to let the young sharpshooters stand on the arrow tower to shoot. It just so happens that there is a row of Udayo's wheelbarrows in front of the battle. Standing on it, the perspective is much better than standing on the ground. After receiving the tactical guidance, Hank immediately arranged for the young sharpshooters to climb onto Udayo's wheelbarrow and aim from a high place. On the side, there were infantrymen to help them hold the chariot and help the teenagers stabilize their bodies. Bang 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 bang, after a round of shooting, the teenagers standing on the wheelbarrows were all unable to stand steadily due to the recoil. Fortunately, there were strong adult infantrymen beside the wheelbarrow to help hold them up and prevent them from falling. On the other side, there were 30 or 40 surviving artillerymen, and 10 of them were shot. In fact, the young sharpshooters could have shot and killed more people. After all, standing on the wheelbarrow, the view was much better. But the problem was that for the enemy artillerymen lying there, these inexperienced teenagers could not tell which one was shot and fell, and which one was lying there to avoid. But it didn't matter, just shoot a few more rounds. After a few rounds, there were only 5 or 6 coalition artillerymen who were still alive. None of them dared to lie on the artillery position, but retreated back to the crowd of infantry to escape. Henry, the Duke of Brunswick, who was very proud of his reputation, wanted to execute the artillerymen who escaped, but was stopped by Count Charles of Gelden. "My lord, if we kill them, no one will know how to operate the artillery. But they can't fire now. Leave them, at least, let them teach a new batch of gunners." Count Charles sighed. Some of the artillerymen who died just now were artillerymen from the earldom of Gelden. After clearing the artillerymen on the opposite side, the group of young sharpshooters also planned to call it a day and withdraw. It's not that they don't want to continue fighting, but because they didn't bring many steel core single-headed bullets this time. Originally, Marin didn't plan to let these teenagers take the lead immediately, but planned to bring them to feel the atmosphere of the battlefield. Therefore, Marin was not well prepared this time. Each teenager only brought a dozen steel core single-headed bullets, all carefully packed in wooden boxes. After clearing the enemy artillery, these young men had few bullets left and had to retreat. Moreover, Marin only asked them to clear the opposite artillery and did not ask them to be responsible for other things. But before leaving, Hank was unwilling to just dodge. Coincidentally, he found that several people had 1 or 2 bullets left. So he ordered, "You guys, go to the right wing and kill the commander of the opposite musketeer." The ancients were not smart, and there were many steps to load the ammunition for the muzzle loader. Many people usually remember it well, but when they go to the battlefield, they forget the steps all of a sudden because of nervousness. Therefore, in the era of queuing and shooting, each row of musketeers would have a commander who shouted commands loudly to guide the musketeers to load ammunition, so that the new recruits would not forget how to do it because of nervousness. This is very necessary. Without this kind of guidance, the recruits may make mistakes. For example, during the Civil War, some recruits forgot to put gunpowder in the barrel and directly pressed the lead bullet into it. Then, pull the trigger, naturally no response. The most exaggerated thing is that a new soldier stuffed more than 20 lead bullets into the barrel. But because there was no gunpowder, it naturally didn't fire. Then, the new soldier died. This rifle filled with lead bullets but without gunpowder was found on the corpse. Therefore, on the battlefield, musketeers often need commanders to shout commands loudly to instruct the recruits how to load. And this kind of officer who shouted commands later evolved into the platoon leader in the modern army. Because, the task of these ancient platoon leaders was to loudly instruct the recruits how to load ammunition and instruct them to fire together. Because they were responsible for a row of musketeers, and then this kind of officer who shouted commands evolved into the later platoon leader. Of course, this kind of platoon leader who shouted commands to guide loading was mainly aimed at new musketeers. Because new recruits are most likely to forget the steps because of nervousness and fear on the battlefield. As for veteran musketeers, basically no reminders are needed. For example, the musketeers of the 1st and 2nd Legions of the North Sea Kingdom do not need to be reminded. However, after entering the era of musket shooting, the casualties were relatively large because of the mutual shooting of musketeers. After each war, a new batch of musketeers would be added to the army. Most of the recruits were new recruits, and they needed the platoon leader to shout and guide them. Therefore, the platoon leader later became a permanent position. The last few guys who still had 1 or 2 steel core single-headed bullets quietly passed through the artillery position after the main force withdrew and came to the right wing where the musketeers were shooting at each other. At this time, the musketeers on both sides were still about 100 yards away from each other, shooting at each other to see who was more covered. And most of the musketeer commanders on both sides were still alive and kicking. After all, in this kind of exchange of fire, only the unlucky ones will get shot. But it's different when these young sharpshooters come. Bang 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 dash, after a few gunshots, the opposite musketeer unit lost a few heralds who shouted commands, not called platoon leaders at this time. After the death of a few heralds who shouted slogans, the reloading level of the musketeers of the Gelden County immediately dropped sharply. After all, these musketeers of the Gelden County also used musketeers in actual combat for the first time, so they were inevitably very nervous. Once there was no one shouting commands, many musketeers were immediately in a panic. As mentioned before, some musketeers of the Gelden County forgot to pour gunpowder and directly put the lead bullet wrapped in deerskin into the barrel. Then, it was stuck inside and couldn't be taken out. With the increase in mistakes, coupled with the fact that they were not as good as the musketeers on the opposite side. After a while, the musketeers of the Earldom of Gelden were completely suppressed by the musketeers of the North Sea Kingdom on the opposite side. Count Charles of Gelden saw that this was not going to work. So, at his suggestion, the 2 dukes Henry ordered the coalition forces to charge and try to break through the positions of the North Sea Kingdom's army. However, they underestimated the power of Eudaio's chariot. After the coalition soldiers rushed up, they first loaded a row of chariots with 4 spears installed in front. They wanted to lift the chariot, but there were spearmen standing behind the North Sea Kingdom's chariot. If the coalition soldiers wanted to use their hands to push away the spears in front of the chariot, they would be stabbed by the North Sea Kingdom's spearmen immediately. If you want to use a spear to push the chariot away. Sorry, the 2 rear legs of the chariot are stuck in the soil, forming a stable triangle with the wheel. It seems a bit difficult to move the chariot. In this way, in the head-on confrontation between the chariots, the coalition of the 8 countries did not gain any advantage. After a period of strong attack, the coalition of the 8 countries had to retreat. However, in the previous battle, Count Charlie of Gelden played a trick on the North Sea army. He sent a group of spearmen from the Earl of Gelden to rush to the North Sea artillery position and directly used the spears in their hands as javelins, throwing and killing a group of North Sea artillerymen. In this way, the North Sea artillery lost more than half, which seriously affected the firing of artillery. But, just in the melee, there was a sudden bang 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 sound from the southeast behind the 8-nation alliance. Don't get me wrong, that was not the sound of a musket, but the noise made by 3 big firecrackers. When Marin saw the 3 firecrackers that exploded in the air, an ecstatic expression appeared on his face. Because these 3 firecrackers were signal flares for the North Sea army. This shows that the reinforcements that Marin was expecting, the 3rd Army and the Cossack cavalry, have arrived. Chapter 1340 Missed Opportunity. As several 3-shot firecrackers exploded, soon, smoke and dust rose on the plain in the southeast, and the dull sound of horse hooves came, shaking the earth. The Cossack cavalry and the Blackshirt Knights arrived first. The reinforcements that came this time were mainly 10,000 people from the 3rd Army and 5,000 people from the Cossack Cavalry Regiment. However, among the 10,000 soldiers of the 3rd Army, 2,000 were Blackshirt Knights using muskets. In order to arrive at the battlefield as early as possible, the commander-in-chief of the reinforcements, Steindorf, simply let 2,000 Blackshirt Knights follow the 5,000 Cossack cavalry and rush to the battlefield first. The 8,000 infantry behind them accelerated their march. But the cavalry's marching speed was obviously faster than that of the infantry, so 5,000 Cossack cavalry and 2,000 Blackshirt Knights arrived at the battlefield first. How powerful is the momentum of 7,000 cavalry? What's more, each cavalryman has 2 horses. The noise made by 14,000 horses running together startled even the soldiers of the Eight-Nation Alliance who were at the front, revealing confused expressions. Marin saw the confused expressions of the enemy through the telescope, and suddenly felt that he had an obligation to give them a popular science lesson. So he took the lead and shouted, "Reinforcements are coming. We will win." At this time, the veterans of the 1st and 2nd Corps around him did not need to be reminded at all, but shouted in unison, "Reinforcements are coming. We will win. Reinforcements are coming. We will win. Reinforcements are coming. We will win." The uniform shouting like a tsunami startled the soldiers in the front row of the Eight-Nation Alliance who were trying to organize a second wave of attack. What happened? Then, many people turned around and tiptoed to look back. Then, the soldiers of the Eight-Nation Alliance saw dust rising from behind the formation, and there was a very dense sound of horse hooves. And the 7,000 Bahai cavalry supporting the battlefield did not directly charge the formation. Instead, they stopped at a certain distance, and then a group of Cossack cavalrymen skillfully jumped from the back of one horse to the back of another. After all, the horse they used to travel before was exhausted at this time and was not suitable for continuing to charge and fight. Afterwards, a small number of Cossack cavalrymen separated and concentrated the horses they changed to one side. As for the Black Shirt Knights, they were also doing the same operation. However, after changing horses, the Black Shirt Knights also loaded the 5 muskets they carried with them. Marin saw this through the telescope. Then, he found this cavalry commander was useless. He was close to the enemy formation, but he slowly changed horses and loaded ammunition, which was simply a waste of opportunity. Originally, Marin planned to charge with the cavalry and attack from the front and back. The cavalry attacking from the side and rear should rush to the side and rear of the enemy as soon as they arrived, disrupting the enemy formation and causing panic among the enemy. Then, he just let the 1st and 2nd legions charge together, attacking from both sides and solving the opponent at once. However, this group of cavalry actually stopped in front of the enemy. Marin wanted to curse at this moment. He arranged the Cossack cavalry and the Black Shirt Knights to come from the side and rear, just to surprise the opponent and cause panic. As a result, the officer leading the team actually stopped in front of the battle to change horses and reload. Shouldn't these tasks be done from a distance? It must be done under the enemy's nose. You know, the role of cavalry is not just impact and mobility. In the era of cold weapons, the psychological oppression of cavalry on the enemy is definitely not worse than its combat effectiveness. Why did the Ming army always lose in the northern grasslands? It's not that they can't beat them at all, but that they were scared. Seeing a large group of cavalry rushing over, their first reaction was not to fight, but to run away. And why did Nurhaci, the wild boar, always boast that the Jurchens are not more than 10,000, but more than 10,000 are invincible? This is actually a kind of psychological warfare, a psychological suggestion. Obviously, Nurhaci knew that if they really fought the Ming army with all the assets of the later Jin dynasty, they would be wiped out in a few battles. Therefore, he had to scare the Ming army and let them run away when they saw them. In this way, the casualties of the later Jin army would not be so great. Therefore, he desperately advocated that the Jurchens are not more than 10,000, but they are invincible if they are more than 10,000. But in fact, the Jianzhou Jurchens and the historical Jurchens have nothing to do with each other. The real Jurchens had entered North China when the Jin dynasty was established. When the Mongols went south, they killed a lot in the north. Because of hatred for the Jin dynasty, the main body of the Jurchens was basically killed at the beginning of the establishment of the Mongol Empire. The so-called Jianzhou Jurchens later were actually the savages from Northeast Asia who occupied the Jurchens' former land and were mistaken for Jurchens by the Ming dynasty. But Nurhaci was very smart. He realized that the Jurchens were very useful. Then, he pretended to be a Jurchen and advocated that the Jurchens are not more than 10,000, but they are invincible if they are more than 10,000. At the same time, since his own people were not enough, he sent people to the Baishan and Heishui in the northeast to capture raw Jurchens, actually savages, everywhere to supplement the army. Therefore, the ancestors of the Manchus in later generations are actually the descendants of the hodgepodge of Northeast Asian savages. And many descendants of the real Jurchens actually drifted to the Central Plains. When Mongolia massacred the remnants of the Jin dynasty, many people changed their surnames to Han to avoid disaster. But Nurhaci's set was very effective. This kind of psychological warfare really scared the Ming dynasty border troops so much that they dared not go out of the city to fight. But this set of tactics did not have much practical effect. After all, Nurhaci had only 60,000 strong men under his command, and he could only dominate the northeast. It was Huang Taiji who really made the Qin dynasty rise. He conquered Mongolia and got more than 100,000 thugs, and then he really had the strength to enter the pass. In addition, Huang Taiji incorporated the Han people into the Han Eight Banners, further expanding his strength. Later, Wu Sangui brought 50,000 Guaning troops to join him. Otherwise, if you want to control the central plains with tens of thousands of banner soldiers, you must be beaten to death. But no matter what, cavalry should be a surprise force, and it should be fast, fierce and accurate. If there is a chance, you should take advantage of the chaos to kill, instead of changing horses and reloading in front of the enemy like now. However, this practice of stopping in front of the enemy to prepare and then launching a charge is very popular in Europe. Especially the plate knights, they must put on armor and change horses in front of the enemy. Otherwise, the warhorse can't bear it. However, Marin believes that this approach completely loses the surprise of the cavalry and becomes stupidly confronting the front. As expected by Marin, after the initial panic, seeing that the 7,000 incoming enemy cavalry actually stopped in front of the formation, the mentality of the coalition forces of the Eight Princes stabilized, and they were no longer as panicked as at the beginning. Marin sighed, knowing that he had lost the best opportunity. Now, he can only wait for those cavalry to fight a beautiful battle first. After the initial panic, the Eight Princes also calmed down. After seeing the 5,000 Cossack cavalry in the front row, Count Charles of Gelden breathed a sigh of relief and said, "It seems that the enemy is all hussars, close combat scimitar cavalry, a type of light cavalry. We will send out knights to fight and we will definitely be able to repel them." "Okay, let's do it." The two dukes Henry also agreed. The princes were not unfamiliar with hussars. Because Hungary, which was next to Germany, was the kingdom of hussars. 20 years ago, it was the King of Hungary, Matthias I, who led a large number of Hungarian hussars to defeat the Austrian Habsburg family in occupied Vienna. However, the years of war between the Germans and Hungarians for hegemony also made the Germans realize that the hussars could not beat the knights in a head-on battle. Of course, if the difference in numbers is too big, dozens of knights will also be defeated when facing hundreds of hussars. However, if the difference in numbers is not big, the knights with higher protection will definitely win. So, the Eight Princes sent out their plate armor knights and asked them to go to the back of the formation to fight against the hussars, Cossacks, on the opposite side. As for Marin, he shook his head and continued to watch the battle with a telescope. Because he had missed the opportunity, he could only wait until his own cavalry hurt the knights of the coalition of the Eight Princes before he could attack again. But he had secretly made up his mind in his heart after this war, it was time to replace the stupid idiot Alsace with a rigid brain.